Chapter 192 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Peckett Prest. Chapter 192. The Meeting in the Morning at the Hotel. The Preparations of the Attorney. It is no less than strange the difference that takes place in people's feelings with regard to precisely the same circumstances in the morning from what they really felt and thought in the evening, and when the shadows of night were upon them. This mental phenomenon was not wanting in the case of Mr. Lake. He felt as he rose the next day, and the sun was shining in at the window of his bedroom, most thoroughly ashamed of his fears and his nervous tremors of the preceding night. His wife saw with a smile the change in his feelings. "You are no longer," she said, "afraid of the vampire." "Oh, say no more about it," was his reply. "I shall go immediately, after breakfast, and see Mr. Miller, and with him make such arrangements as will bring the affair upon which we have set our hearts to a crisis, and while I am gone, you can instruct our son in what he has to do." "I will." The breakfast passed over in rather a constrained manner. Mrs. Lake had made an attempt to persuade Annetta that she was really too unwell to get up for an hour or two, but that Annetta would not submit to, as she felt herself, notwithstanding all her sufferings and all her fright, really capable of rising. The consequence was, that she appeared at the breakfast table, and stopped most effectually anything in the shape of a confidential discourse taking place among the Lakes. The meal therefore passed off rather silently, and there were only a few remarks made, incidentally, about the preceding night's alarm. Annetta was evidently in a state of great nervousness, as well she might be, for the idea that she would be again subjected to the frightful visits of the vampire was ever present to her, and she was denied the consolation which the letter of Varney might, and most probably would, have given her. After the morning meal, Mr. Lake gave his wife a significant look to intimate that he was then going to Mr. Miller's, and that in his absence she was to play her part. She perfectly understood him, and nodded in return, and thus this worthy pair separated. We will follow Mr. Lake. The attorney did not live in one of the most respectable haunts of the profession, but he was a man of his word, and by the time Mr. Lake reached his chambers he was there, it being then not much above 10 o'clock. There was some delay in admitting Mr. Lake to the private room of the attorney, and he thought that the clerk who was in the outer office looked a little confused. "Is anybody with Mr. Miller?" asked Lake. "Yes, that is to say, I mean no." "A strange answer. Yes, and you mean no." "Why, sir, I only meant that Mr. Miller was rather busy, and we are so much in the habit, when that is the case, of saying that he has someone with him, that it slipped out unawares. Only, as we would not deceive you, sir, for the world, you understand that was why, you perceive, sir, that, in a manner of speaking, I corrected myself." This explanation was rather more wordy than satisfactory to Mr. Lake. However, for want of a better, he was compelled to put up with it, and he said nothing, but waited with the most exemplary patience until Mr. Miller's bell rang. The clerk answered it, and in a few moments returned to say that Mr. Miller had got through a legal document he had been engaged upon, and that he much regretted having kept Mr. Lake waiting, but was then quite at his disposal. Now Lake could have sworn that he had heard the sound of a voice from the private room of the attorney, and he consequently did not feel quite easy. When he went in he found Mr. Miller with a number of letters before him. "Ah, my dear sir," cried the lawyer, "sit down." "Thank you. I thought somebody was with you." "Oh dear no, not at all. I was going through a lease, you see, and from long experience in such matters, I have found that I have a better and clearer understanding of the matter if I read it aloud to myself. But perhaps that is only a peculiarity of mine." "Then it was your voice I heard just now?" Mr. Lake's suspicions were about half removed, certainly not more than half, but he could say no more about it, although he cast now and then suspicious glances round the room. Yet, if he had been asked what he was suspicious of, he would hardly have been able to give a clear and understandable answer to the question. It is one of the curses of conscious guilt ever to live in an atmosphere of doubt and dread, and to the full did Mr. Lake feel that curse. "Well, Mr. Miller," he said, after a pause, "I have called upon you to say that I hope it will suit your convenience to settle a little affair today at 12 o'clock at the hotel." 12, let me see, 12. Not at the hotel, my dear sir. I am compelled to be in chambers in case of a letter coming on very particular business. but if you will bring her here, I can manage it very nicely. If she don't leave this place with a conviction that she has a father in London, I'll eat my boots." "Well, I don't see why we should not come here, as you give me a great satisfaction, Mr. Miller, by avowing yourself to be so confident of the result." "I am as confident as that I sit on this three-legged stool." "Good, then you may depend upon our coming here at 12 o'clock precisely. There will be myself, Mrs. Lake, my son, and the young lady. Mind, she is no fool. She must be perfectly overwhelmed with proofs of what we wish to make her believe." "Exactly, that she is not the daughter of Lord Lake, but a mere changeling imposed upon him as his own child, the said own child being dead." "Precisely." "Agreed, sir, agreed. With respect to my reward, I have been thinking that I should like, to have some acknowledgment. You tell me you have no money now, but that this obstacle once removed, you will come in for all the Lake estates, and that Lord Lake cannot live long." "That's the state of the case." "Then, sir, will you give me a note for £2,000, payable on demand?" "On demand?" "Yes, of course it would be needless folly of me to present it until you have the money, you know." "True, true." We need not pursue the conversation further, but satisfy the reader by stating the result, which was that the attorney got the note for £2,000 from Lake, likewise a paper signed, which admitted the debt more fully still, and effectually barred Lake from objecting to any proceedings on account of want of consideration for the promissory note, or that it had not been fairly obtained of him, pleas which might have inconvenienced Mr. Miller if he chose to pursue Lake for the amount. In the meantime, Mrs. Lake had not been idle, but had spoken to her booby and cowardly son, making him aware of what he had to do in the business, namely, to shew his great disinterestedness in taking for his wife Annetta after she was supposed to be proved not the daughter of Lord Lake, but quite a different personage, and altogether destitute of pecuniary resources. He managed pretty well always to understand any villainy, and so entered life and soul into the scheme of his mother. "Ah, I like that a monstrous deal better than keeping watch for a vampire, which is a sort of job that don't at all suit such a constitution as mine, do you see?" Mrs. Lake, not being aware of the alteration of arrangements by which they were all to proceed to the lawyer's chambers, instead of coming to the hotel, took no trouble with Annetta, conceiving that it would perhaps be better at 12 o'clock, when the parties were assembled, to take her by surprise, than to say anything to her beforehand, which might have the effect of preparing her for what was to come, and so getting up a spirit of resistance and of inquiry, which it might be difficult to resist or satisfactorily to meet. When Mr. Lake came home from Gray's Inn, she was made aware of the alteration, and consultations ensued as to how Annetta was to be got there at all. At length, after several modes of managing the matter had been discussed, Mrs. Lake said, "You two can walk there, and then I can say to Annetta that I am going for a drive and to make a few purchases, so that she will have no objection to go with me for an airing, and I will take good care to be with you at the hour of 12. "That will do prime," said the son. "Leave mother alone for managing things." "Well," said Mr. Lake, "it shall be so. I don't see any objection to the scheme, nor can I suggest a better one, so we will look upon that as settled. All you have to do," turning to his son, "is to play your part well." "Oh, never fear me. I like the girl, and I like money." End of chapter 192. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 7 April 2010. Chapter 193 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 193. The Vampire's Visit to the Barracks at Kingston. The Young Officer. We do not wish altogether to lose sight of Varney in these proceedings, and it so happens that he is sufficiently mixed up in what further occurred to make it desirable that we should now again refer to him. It was not the least singular fact in the character of that mysterious being to notice how he always endeavored to make some part of amends or reparation to those whom he had so much terrified by his visitations. We have seen in the case of the family of the Bannerworths how eventually he was most anxious to do them a service as a recompense for this really serious injury he had inflicted upon them, and how it was really and eventually through him that they emerged from the circumstances of difficulty and danger in which they had been pecuniarily engaged. We shall now see if Varney, who really in his way is a very respectable sort of a personage, is about good or evil. We left him on the river, after promising in his usual liberal spirit a handsome reward to the waterman whom he employed to row the boat in which he had embarked. After going some distance, the waterman, finding his fare was silent, thought it would be as well again to ask him where he was going. Accordingly, with a preparatory hem, he began by saying, "About as nice a tide, sir, as we could have for going up the stream." "Very likely," was the brief reply. "Do you land near hand, sir?" "I want to go to Kingston. Take me to some quay on the river as near as you can for the purpose of my walking there." "Kingston?" said the waterman with a look rather of surprise. "It's a long pull to Kingston, and if your honour could get a conveyance, your best way would be to get out at Putney." "Wherefore?" "Why, after that the river takes such a plaguey lot of windings and turnings that you have to go treble the actual distance when you reach Teddington." "I said Kingston." "Well, that's close by Teddington, but I'll row your honour if you like, only it will take us some hours to get there, that's all." "Go on, very good. Pull away, pull away." Having now, as he knew, a long job before him, the waterman husbanded his strength. He did not row near so fast, but to a low kind of tune he muttered to himself, he worked away at his sculls, slowly and surely, and got through the water at a moderate, easy rate, while rather a quick jerking one would soon have exhausted him. The boat went slowly onward, and many an interesting sight was passed upon the banks of the river, but none appeared in the least to attract the attention of the man who sat in the boat, apparently deeply absorbed in his own meditations. The boatman began much to wonder who he had got as a fare, and to think that it would be but a dull and wearisome job to row all the way to Teddington without any amusing gossip by the way, so he made yet another attempt to break the stillness that reigned around. "The river up this way, sir," he said, "is quiet enough at night. It's different below bridge, though, for there is always some bustle going on." "Ah," said Varney. "But here, somehow, it is dull to my mind." "Ah." "Though the gentry, and those as is book learned, find a deal of pleasure in looking at the old places on the banks, where things have been done and said by folks many a long year since, whose heads don't ache now, sir." "Ah." There was no getting on at this rate, so, after 2 or 3 more remarks and getting nothing by "ah" as a reply, the waterman gave it up as a bad job altogether, and pulled away, chanting in a low tone his song again, without making another attempt to disturb the taciturnity of his fare, who sat as still as a statue in the boat, and looking as if he did not breathe, so rigid and strange were his attitude and the lifeless-like appearance he had. The waterman was really a little alarmed by the time they reached Teddington, for he thought that it might be possible his fare was dead, and the horrid idea that he had stiffened in that attitude as he sat began to find a place in the boatman's imagination. When, however, the boat's keel grated on the landing place, he cried, "Here we are, your honour!" The Vampire rose and stepped on shore. He held out his hand and dropped a guinea into the extended palm of the waterman, then stalked off. After he had walked some distance, he spoke to a watchman whom he met, saying, "Are there not military barracks somewhere hereabout?" "Oh, yes." "Thank you. Can you direct me?" "Certainly. You have only to go on and take the second turning to your left, and you will see the gate. It's horse soldiers that's there now, the 4th Light Dragoons." By keeping to the directions which the watchman had given, Varney soon reached the gate of the barracks, and then it was 3 o'clock in the morning. A sentinel was pacing to and fro at the gate. To him Varney at once went, and with a lofty kind of courtesy that made the man at once respectful to him, he said, "Is Lieutenant Rankin in barracks?" "Yes, sir, on duty." "Indeed. Is he on guard tonight?" "Yes, sir, to 4 o'clock. He will be relieved then." "That's fortunate. I want to see him. It is on business of the very first importance, or of course I would not trouble him or myself. You must send to him somehow." The sentinel hesitated. "I hardly know," he said, "how the lieutenant will take it. He is on duty." "But I suppose he is human for all that, and is liable to all the accidents and alternations of human affairs, which may make it absolutely necessary he should be communicated with, even at such an hour as this. I will hold you harmless." This was so reasonable, and there was such an air of quiet, gentlemanly authority about Varney, that the soldier began to think he should run less risk of offending somebody of importance if he consented to disturb the lieutenant than if he refused. Accordingly, he stepped a pace or two within the gate and called out, "Guard!" A soldier from the guard-room answered the summons. "Aye," he said, "what is it? A strange cat, I suppose?" "No, none of your nonsense. Here is a gentleman, I think a general officer, by Jove, wants to see Lieutenant Rankin. Go and tell him." "And give him this," said Varney, as he handed the soldier a card, on which was written, "A friend to a friend of Lieutenant Rankin, whose initials are A.L." "I know that this young soldier loves the Lady Annetta," muttered the vampire to himself, "and he shall be given the opportunity of flying to her rescue from her villainous relations. So far, I will make reparation to her." In less than 3 minutes, Lieutenant Rankin came hurriedly to the gate. "Where is the gentleman?" he said. "Here, sir," said Varney. "Step aside with me." The young officer did so, and then Varney said to him, "It matters not how I became acquainted with the fact, but I know that you love the Lady Annetta Lake, and that you are far from being indifferently regarded by her. She is in London at the London Hotel. A vile plot is formed to marry her to her cousin, the gist of which is to make both her and her father believe that she is a changeling, and not the daughter of Lord Lake. You love her, young man. Go and rescue her." "Annetta in London!" "Yes, what I tell you you may rely upon, as if it were a voice from heaven that spoke to you. Go and snatch her whom you love from the base hands of those who, under the mask of pretended friendship, would betray her." "And you," cried the young soldier, "who are you, and how can I repay you for bringing me this intelligence of her whom I—" "Enough!" said the vampire. "I have performed my mission. It is for you, young sir, to take a due advantage of that which I have told you." In another moment he was gone. End of chapter 193 of Varney the Vampire. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 7 April 2010. Chapter 194 of Varney the Vampire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 194. An éclaircissement, the innocent triumphant. It is 11 o'clock. Mr. and Mrs. Lake are standing by one of the windows at the hotel, conversing in whispers, while the hopeful son is brushing his hat. "It is time, you think?" said Mrs. Lake. "Yes," was the reply, "and I will be off now at once, and depend upon you following with Annetta to Mr. Miller's. That you may be sure of. She has had a refreshing night's rest, and this morning she eagerly enough caught at the proposal to take a drive round the principal thoroughfares in the carriage we have hired, so that it is no longer a difficulty." "What is to be done if she rejects?" Mr. Lake gave a jerk with his head in the direction of his son to signify that it was of him that he talked. "It can't be helped if she does. Then I should say all we have to do is to persevere in making her out no child of Lord Lake, and wait for his decease. We must be careful what we are about, though, or he may take it into his head to make some ample provision for her, to the decrease of his personal means, which I hope to see all ours. The only way to stop that will be getting Miller and the pretended father to make it as a complete part of the plan that Annetta herself should seem latterly to have been a party to palming herself off upon him as his daughter when she knew the contrary quite well. Ah, if that could be done! It must and shall. Miller's ingenuity in such matters is immense. He will accomplish anything in the world, aye, seeming impossibilities, for money. He is just the man for us, so now be off with you at once, and expect me in good time." In a few moments afterward, Mr. Lake set off with his booby son to the lawyer's, enjoining him all the way as they went to be especially careful how he maintained the character of a disinterested suitor, which had been marked out for him in the program of the family proceedings. "Oh, never fear me, father." "Well, I hope that you will do and say the right things, and what is as important, I hope you will do and say them at the right time. Otherwise you will spoil all." Thus armed at all points, as they thought, for conquest, Old Lake and Young Lake, than whom all London could not have produced two more unprincipled persons, arrived at Gray's Inn, and were received in the outer room of Mr. Miller's chambers with every demonstration of respect. "Walk in, gentlemen, walk into the client's private room, if you please," said the clerk. "Mr. Miller left directions with me that when you came you should be shown in at once." All this was very gratifying indeed, and the solicitor was there, seated in his easy-chair, looking as full of serenity as possible, and as if the least affair in the world was en tapis. Scarcely had the usual salutations passed, when the clerk announced Mrs. Lake and a young lady. "My wife with Annetta!" exclaimed Lake, and in a moment his words were verified by the appearance of the parties he had named. "Tell me at once," said Annetta, "why am I brought here?" "My dear young lady," said Mr. Miller, "if you will condescend to take a seat, I will explain." "Be brief, sir." The party was seated, and then Mr. Miller, clearing his throat, said, "Ahem! You are of course aware, miss, that great doubt arose in the mind of Lord Lake with regard to your proper identity, and he sent you over to this country from Italy with his brother and family to have those doubts resolved. Ahem! They are resolved, and you are found to be the daughter of a gentleman now in London." "The proofs, sir," said Annetta, with a dignity and a calmness that surprised the whole party. Ah, the proofs. Let me see. Oh, yes. There are the papers. Number 1, copy of a confession made by—" "Stop, sir," said young Lake. "Stop. It must be painful to the feelings of this young lady, and very, very painful is it to my feelings, for I have been long fervently attached to her, and let her be whose daughter she may, she is to me all perfection. I love her, and would gladly make her my wife, let her be named whatever she may." "But she is destitute, quite destitute," said Miller. "It don't matter to me," cried young Lake. He was playing his part famously. "It don't matter to me. I love her, and will work for her. She shall never want while I have life blood in my veins." "If this now were sincere," said Annetta, "I should begin for the first time to respect you. But you will excuse me for doubting it very much. I likewise doubt much the pretended evidence that you bring forward regarding my birth." A tremendous knock at the outer door of the chambers now disturbed the party. An altercation was heard with the clerk. Then a shout for police, and a heavy fall as if somebody had been knocked down, and in another moment the door of Mr. Miller's private room was dashed open, and Lieutenant Rankin, in his undressed military uniform, stood upon the threshold. "Annetta!" he cried. "Rankin! Oh, George, George!" shrieked Annetta, and in another moment she was in his arms. "Here's a go!" cried young Lake. "I say, young fellow, this won't do." "Oh, George, George!" said Annetta. "They will have it that I am not my own father's child, that I am some nameless, houseless thing." "They lie, Annetta, who say so," replied the young soldier. "You shall be mine, and the proudest that ever stepped shall treat you with becoming respect, or shall rue the consequences." "Well, I think it's time," cried Mr. Miller, in a marked manner, and throwing open the door of an inner room, he added, "My Lord Lake, come forth. No doubt you have heard all." Lord Lake himself, the Mr. Blue of the London Hotel, the sham confidential clerk of Miller, made his appearance, to the utter confusion of the Lakes. "My father," said Annetta, "my dear father." "Hold," said Lord Lake, gravely. "I suspected, Annetta, from the first, that your birth was impugned by my brother from the most interested motives, and I followed you from Italy. Mr. Miller disclosed all to me, and the infamous plot is discovered." "Then I am your child?" "Confusion," muttered Lake. "Death and the devil, what a contretemps!" "Stop," added Lord Lake. "The strangest thing of all has yet to be told. This plot to make out that you are not my child is but a plot, but it is not baseless as to the fact. You are not my daughter. I have by mere chance found out that lately, and I cannot provide for you, as the resources I have must go to him who will inherit my title. What say you, Master Lake? This girl with all her beauty is destitute. Her name is Smith. Will you have her?" "Not I, in faith. Thank you for nothing." "Will you, young soldier, knowing what she is?" "Aye, will I with all my heart. She is the highest, brightest treasure this world can offer me. Any name or no name, poor or rich, noble or commoner, she is still my own dear girl, and her resting place shall be my heart. The whole world shall not tear her from it." "God's blessings on you!" cried Lord Lake, grasping his hands. "I did but this to give yon shrinking coward a chance of creeping into favor with me because he boasted so of his disinterested affection a while ago. She is my child, the Lady Annetta Lake. I never doubted it, and she is yours, George Rankin, and you shall be the dear son of my adoption." "I say, father," said young Lake, I think we had better go." "Curse you all!" cried Lake, "and doubly curse you, Lawyer Miller. You have betrayed me, but I'll be avenged." "Through the bars of a prison," said the lawyer. "An officer is downstairs to arrest you for £2,000. Ha 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 ha!" Thus then it was that this episode in the life of Varney the Vampire terminated. But still he lived, and still there existed all the strange and fearful mixture of good and evil that was in his disposition. There he was yet upon the earth's surface, looking like one of the great world, and yet possessing so few feelings in common with its inhabitants. Surely to him there must have been periods of acute suffering, of intense misery, such as would have sufficed to drive any ordinary mind to distraction, and yet he lived, although one cannot, upon reviewing his career, and considering what he was, consider that death would have been other than a grateful release to him from intense suffering. Perhaps, of all the suffering that, in consequence of his most awful and singular existence, was inflicted upon human nature, he suffered the most, for that he was a man of good intellect no one who has followed us thus far can doubt, and one cannot help giving in almost at times to as strange and fanciful theory of his own, namely, that this world was to him the place of perdition for crimes done in some other sphere. "It must be so," he would say, "but as the Almighty Master of all things is all merciful, as he is all powerful, the period of my redemption will surely come at last." This was the most consolate thought that Varney could have, and it showed that even yet there was a something akin to humanity lingering in his heart. This showed that despite the dreadful power he had, a power as well as an awful propensity, he had some yearnings after a better state. What had he been? How did he become a vampire? Did the voice of fond affection ever thrill in his ears? Had little children ever climbed the knees of that wretched man? Fearful questions, if he could have answered them the affirmative, if he bore about with him deep in his memory a remembrance of such joys gone by. End of chapter 194. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 7 April 2010.
#195 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3 by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 195. The Vampire has serious thoughts. The dream, the resolution. The next day after the events that we have detailed, Varney found himself in a hotel in London. He did not even make the effort to inquire how the affair connected with the Lady Annetta, in which towards the last he had played a generous part, prospered. He was too spirit-broken himself to do so. For nearly the whole day he remained in a room by himself, and although to avoid uncomfortable and ungracious remarks being made by the people of the house, he ordered from time to time food and wine, he, in accordance with his horrible nature, which forbade him any nourishment but human blood, touched neither. During that day he seemed to be suffering acutely, for now and then, as the waiters of the hotel passed the door of the private room he occupied, they heard deep agonizing groans, and when once or twice they went in, fancying that he must be very ill or dying, they found him seated at a table on which his head was resting. He would start up on these occasions, and sternly question them for interrupting him, so at last they left him alone. Let us look at him in his solitude. It is getting towards the dim and dusky hours of late twilight, and he can only barely be descried, as he sits bolt upright in a high-backed arm-chair, looking at vacancy, while his lips move, and he appears to be conversing with the spirits of another world, that in their dim untangibility are not visible to mortal eyes. Now and then he would strike his breast, and utter a dull groan, as if some sudden recollection of the dreadful past had come over him, with such a full tide of horror that it could not be resisted. It was not until a considerable time had elapsed, and the darkness had greatly increased, that he at length spoke. "And I was once happy," he said mournfully, "once happy because I was innocent. Oh, gracious Heaven, how long am I to suffer?" A spasmodic kind of movement of his whole features ensued, that was quite dreadful to look upon, and would have terrified any one who could have seen them. Then he spoke again. "I was happy 180 years ago," he said, "for that has been the awful duration of my life as yet. Yes, 180 years have, with their sunshine of summer and their winter storms, passed over my head, and I had a wife and children, who, with the innocent and gladsome prattle, would climb my knee and nestle in my bosom. Oh, where are they all now?" He wrung his hands, but he did not weep the fount of tears that had dried up for 100 years in his bosom. "Yes, yes, the grave holds them." "Holds them?" said I. "No, no, long since have they crumbled into dust, and nothing of them remains as a faint indication even of who once was human. I it was who listened to the counsels of a fiend, and destroyed her who had given up home, kindred, associations, all for me." He rose up from the chair, and seemed to think that he would find some relief in pacing the room to and fro, but he soon threw himself again into the seat. "No, no," he said, "no peace for me, and I cannot sleep. I have never slept what mortals call sleep, the sleep of rest and freedom from care. For many a long year, when I do seem to repose, then what dreadful images awake to my senses! Better, far better, than my glaring eyeballs should crack with weariness, than that I should taste such repose." The sympathetic shudder with which he uttered these words was quite proof sufficient of his deep and earnest sincerity. He must indeed have suffered much before he could have give such a sentiment such an utterance. We pity thee, Varney. "And when, oh, when will my weary pilgrimage be over?" he ejaculated. "Oh, when will the crime of murder be cleansed from my soul? I killed her. Yes, I killed her who loved me. A fiend, I know it was a fiend, whispered suspicion in my ear, suspicion of her who was as pure as the first ray of sunlight that from heaven shows itself to chase away the night. But I listened, and then created from my own fevered brain the circumstances that gave suspicion strength and horrible consistency, and I killed her." After the utterance of these words, he was silent for a time, and then in heart-rending accents he again repeated them. "I killed her, and she was innocent. Then I became what I am. There was a period of madness, I think, but I became a vampire. I have died many deaths, but recovered from them all. Forever, by some strange accident or combination of circumstances, the cold moonbeams have had access to my lifeless form, and I have recovered." By this time the landlord of the hotel in which Varney was staying had got in a fearful fidget, for he began to think that he had a madman in his house, and that it would turn out that his guest had made his escape from some lunatic asylum. "I wonder now," he thought, "if a little soothing civility would do any good. I will try it. It can't surely do any harm." With this intent, the landlord went upstairs to the room in which Varney the Vampire was, and he tapped gently at the door. There was no reply, and after a few moments' consideration, the landlord opened the door and peeped in, when he saw his customer sitting in an armchair in the manner in which we have described him to sit. "If you please, sir," said the landlord, "would you not like—" "Blood!" said Varney, rising. The landlord did not wait for any more, but bustled downstairs again with all the promptitude in his power. It was a bedroom and sitting room that Varney occupied at the hotel, the one adjoining the other, and now, although he groaned and sighed at the idea of repose, he flung himself upon the bed, full dressed as he was, and there he laid, as still as death itself. One of those strange, fitful kind of slumbers, such as he had himself described as being so full of dread, came over him. For a time he was still, as we have said, but then, as various images of agony began to chase each other through his brain, he tossed about his arms, and more than once the word "mercy" came from his lips in accents of the most soul-harrowing nature. This state of things continued for some considerable time, and then in his sleep a great change came over him, and he fancied he was walking in a garden replete with all the varied beauties of a southern clime, and through the centre of which meandered a stream, the crystal music of which was delightfully calming and soothing to his senses. All around seemed to speak of the peace and loveliness of an Eden. As he wandered on, he fancied that some form was walking by his side, and that he heard the gentle fall of its feet and the flutter of its garments. "Varney," it said, "you have suffered much. I have. Oh, God knows I have. You would die, Varney, if the moonbeams could be prevented from reaching you. Yes, yes, but how? How? The ocean, the deep, deep sea, hides many a worse secret than the corpse of a vampire." It might have been that, after all, his sleep was to some extent refreshing to him, or that the dream he had instilled a hope into him of a release from what, in his case, might truly be called the bondage of existence. But he certainly arose more calm, cool, and collected than he had been for some time past. "Yes," he said, "the deep sea holds a secret well, and if I could but be washed into some of its caverns, I might lie there and rot until the great world itself had run its course." This idea took great possession of him. He thought over various modes of carrying it out. At one time he thought that if he bought a boat on the sea-coast and went out alone, sailing away as far from land as he could, he might be able to accomplish his object. But then he might not be able to get far enough. At length he thought of a more feasible and a better plan than that, and it was to take his passage in some ship for any port, and watch his opportunity some night when far from land to steal upon the deck and plunge in the waves. The more he considered of this plan, the better he liked it, and the more it wore an appearance of probability and an aspect of success. So at length the thought grew into a resolution. "Yes, yes," he muttered, "who knows but that some friendly spirit, for the mid-air that floats twixt earth and heaven is peopled with such, may have whispered such counsel in my ears. It shall be done. I will no longer hesitate, but make this attempt to shake off the dreadful weight which mere existence is to me." End of chapter 195. 196 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 196. The Scotch Packet Ship. The Suicide. It was in pursuance of this resolution, so strangely and suddenly formed, that the unhappy Varney rose on the following morning, and went to that region of pitch, slop clothing, red herrings, and dirt, the docks. But yet, somehow, although the docks may not be the cleanest or the most refined part of the vast city of London, the coarseness and litter there, for after all it is more litter than dirt, are by no means so repulsive as those bad addenda to other localities. There is a kind of rough freshness induced by the proximity of the water which has a physical and moral effect. We are inclined to think upon the place and the people, and which takes off much of what would otherwise wear the aspect of what is called low life. But this is all by the way, and we will at once proceed to follow the fortunes of Varney in carrying out his plan of self-annihilation. The hour was an early one, and many a curious glance was cast at him. For although he had humanized and modernized his apparel to a great extent, he could not get rid of the strange, unworldlike, if we may use the phrase, look of his face. He was very pale, too, and jaded-looking, for the thoughts that had recently occupied him were not such as to do good to the looks of anyone. He cared little in what vessel he embarked. He had but one object in embarking at all, and that was to get out to sea, so that the ultimate destination of the ship that should receive so very odd and equivocal a passenger was a matter of no moment. Stopping a personage who had about him a seafaring look, Varney, pointing to a bustling place of embarkation, said, "Does any vessel start from here to-day?" "Yes, there's one going now, or as soon as the tide serves her. She is for Leith." "On the coast of Scotland, I think?" "Yes, to be sure." Varney walked on until he came to a kind of counting-house, where sat a man with books before him, and not to take up more valuable space, he secured what was called a berth on board the Ocean, a small, dirty, ill-convenient ship bound for the port near the Scotch metropolis of Edinburgh. Not wishing to be himself much noticed, and having no desire to notice anybody, Varney went down below and seated himself in a dark corner of the generally dingy cabin, and there, amid all the noise, bawling, abuse, and bustle contingent upon getting the ill-conditioned bark under way, he never moved or uttered a word to anyone, although the cabin was frequently visited. But Varney had no idea of the amount of annoyance to which he was likely, in the course of the evening, to be subjected. The vessel got under way, and as both wind and tide happened to be favorable, she dropped down the river rapidly, and soon was clear of the Nore light, and holding on her course northward. The cabin now began to fill with the passengers, and, extraordinary as the fact may appear, there were many Scotchmen actually going back again. They were, however, only going to pay visits, for it is one of the popular delusions that Scotchmen try to keep up in this country, that they have left something dear and delightful behind them in Scotland, and that, take it altogether, it is one of the most desirable spots in the whole world. It becomes, therefore, quite necessary for them to go back now and then in order to keep up that delusion. Personal vanity, too, is one of the great characteristics of the nation, and many a Scotchman goes back to Edinburgh, for example, to make an appearance among his old friends and family connections, totally incompatible with his real position in London. By about 9 o'clock at night, when the shore to the west could only be discovered as a dim grey line on the horizon, the cabin of the Ocean Packet was crammed. Whisky was produced, and a drink that the Scotch call bottled yell, meaning ale, and as these two heady liquids began to take effect, Auld Lang Syne was chanted in the vernacular by the whole party. At length a feeling of annoyance began to grow up from the fact of the isolated aspect of Varney, and the quiet, unobtrusive manner in which he looked on at the proceedings, appearing not in the smallest degree enthusiastic, even when the most uproarious Scotch songs, in the most unintelligible of all jargons, were sung, for, strange to say, the authors of that nation take a pride in slaughtering the English language. At length a Scotchman approached Varney, and said, "Ye'll take a glass of old Reekie, mon?" Edinburgh is called Reekie in consequence of the absence of drainage, giving it a horrible fetid smell, a reeky atmosphere in a manner of speaking, which may be illustrated by the Scotchman who was returning to that place from England on the top of a stage-coach, when within about 50 miles he began sniffing and working his nose in an extraordinary manner. "What are you doing that for?" said an Englishman. "Mon, I can smell the good old tone." "I do not understand your language," said Varney, and he walked from the cabin to the deck of the vessel. He recoiled an instant, for the moon was rising. "Ever thus, even thus," he said. "How strange it is that I never dream of ridding myself of the suffering of living, but the moon is shining brightly. Can its rays penetrate the ocean?" The deck was very still, and silent indeed. The man at the helm, and one other pacing to and fro, were all that occupied it, save Varney himself, and he stood by the side, gazing in the direction where he had last seen the dim grey speck of land. "A pleasant run, sir, we shall have of it," said the man who had been pacing the deck, "if this kindly wind continues. It blows from the west." "Yes, nearly due west, but that suits us. We keep her head a few points inshore, and do well with such a wind, although a south-west by south is our choice." "How far are we from land?" "It's the coast of Suffolk that is to our left, but we are, I hope, a good 30 miles or more from it." "You hope?" "Yes, sir. Perhaps you are not sufficient of a sailor to know that we never hug the shore if we can possibly help it." "I understand. And there?" "Oh, there lies the German Ocean." "How deep, now, should you say the sea was here?" "Can't say, sir, but it's blue water." That was not much information to Varney, but he bowed his head and walked forward, as much as to say that he had had enough of the information and conversation of the man, who was the mate of the vessel, and quite disposed to be communicative. Perhaps in the very dim light he did not see exactly what a strange-looking personage he was talking to. 30 miles from land, thought Varney. Surely that is far enough, and I need have no dread of floating to the shore through such a mass of water as that 30 miles. The distance is very great. I can tonight, in another hour, make the attempt. To his great joy, some heavy clouds climbed up the sky along with the moon, and congregating around the beautiful satellite, effectually obscured the greater number of its beams. There was, in fact, no absolute moonlight, but a soft, reflected kind of twilight coming through the clouds, and dispersed far and wide. "This will do," muttered Varney. "All I have to fear are the direct moonbeams. It is they that have the effect of revivifying such as I am." The man who had been pacing the deck finally sat down, and appeared to drop off to sleep, so that all was still; and as Varney kept to the head of the vessel, the man at the wheel could see nothing of him, there being many intervening obstacles. He was perfectly alone. Now and then, with a loud roaring about, he heard some boisterous drinking chorus come from the cabin, and then a rattle of glasses as fists were thumped upon the tables in token of boisterous approbation, and then all would be still again. Varney looked up to the sky, and his lips moved, but he uttered no sound. He went closer to the vessel's side, and gazed upon the water as it lazily rippled past. How calm and peaceful, he thought, he ought to be, far beneath that tide. A sudden plunge into the sea would have made a splash that would have been heard, and that he wished of all things to avoid. He clambered slowly over the side, and only held on by his hands for a moment. Cool night air tossed about his long elfin locks, and in another moment he was gone. End of chapter 196. (197) of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 197. The Old Manor House, the Rescue, Varney's Despair. At about 10 o'clock on that same night on which Varney the Vampire plunged into the sea with hopes of getting rid of the world of troubles that oppressed him, a small fishing boat might have been seen a distance of about 25 miles from the Suffolk coast, trying to make for land and baffled continually by the wind that blew offshore. In this boat were two young men, and from their appearance they evidently belonged to the wealthier class of society. They were brothers. From their conversation we shall gather the circumstances that threw them into such situation, not by any means divested of peril as it was. "Well, Edwin," said one, "here we have been beating about for 5 hours, trying to get inshore, and all our little bark permits us to do is, I think, not materially to increase our distance from home." "That is about the truth, Charles," said the other, "and it was my fault." "Come, Edwin, don't talk in that way. There is no fault in the matter. How could you know that the wind would stiffen into such a breeze as it has, so that we cannot fight out against it? Or, if there be fault, of course it's as much mine as yours, for am I not here, and do I not know full well what an amount of consternation there will be at the Grange?" "There will, indeed." "Well, their joy when we get back will be all the greater. Shall we get back? Can you ask? Look at our little boat. Is she not seaworthy? Does she not dance on the waves merrily? It is only the wind, after all, that baffles us. If it would drop a little, we could, I think, make head against it with the oars." The brothers were silent now for a few moments, for they were each looking at the weather. At length Edwin spoke, saying, "We shall have the moon up, and that may make a change." "Very likely, very likely. There is not, I think, quite so much sea as there was. Suppose we try the oars again?" The other assented, and the two young men exerted themselves very much to decrease their distance from the Suffolk coast by pulling away right manfully; but it was quite evident to them that they did no good, and that they had just as well dropped westward as they had been doing by keeping the sail set and steering as near as possible to the wind. "Why, if this goes on, Charles, where shall we get to by the morning?" "To Northumberland, perhaps, or further." Well, if we go far enough, what say you to attempting the vexata quaestio of the North-West Passage? Nay, I cannot jest. It's a sad thing, this. More sad a good deal for those who are at home than for us. To-morrow is Clara's wedding day, and what a damper it will be upon all to suppose that we have perished at sea. They will never suppose that we would do anything so ridiculous. Why, at the worst, you know, we could go before the wind and run on to Holland. Yes, if no storm arises, or such a gale as might founder our boat. There is the moon. Yes, and she will soon be overtaken by yon bank of clouds that seem to be scudding after her in the blue heavens. Ha! A sail, by Jove! Where? Where? Not, I think, above 4 miles there to the east, by our little compass, which it is a good 1,000 mercies we have with us. Look, you may see her sails against that light cloud there. I see her. Think you she will see us? There is every chance, for her swell of canvas will be all the other way. Fire your fowling piece, and the sound may reach her. The wind is good for carrying it. Charles took a fowling piece from the bottom of the boat. The brothers had merely gone out at sunset, or a little before it, to shoot gulls, and he tried to discharge the piece, but several seas that they had shipped, while they were thinking of other things than keeping the gun dry, had, for the time being, most effectively prevented it from being discharged. "Ah!" said Edwin, as he heard the click of the lock, "that hope is lost." "It is indeed, and to my thinking the ship is distancing us rapidly. You see our mast and sail will, at even this distance, lie so low in the horizon that they will hardly see us unless they are sweeping the sky with a night glass. And that is not likely. Certainly not, so we have nothing for it but to hold on our way. I am getting hungry, if you are not." "I certainly am not getting hungry, for I have felt famished these last 2 hours. But I suppose we may hold out against the fiend hunger some hours yet. What are you looking at so earnestly, eh?" "I hardly know." "You hardly know? Let me see. Why, what is it?" "There seems to be something now, and that much darker than the waves, tiding on their tops. There, do you not see it? There it is again, there." "Yes, yes. What on earth can it be? A dead body." "Indeed! Ah, it drifts towards us. There is some current hereabouts, for you see it comes to us against the wind. Don't deceive yourself, brother. It is we who are going with the wind towards it. And now you can see there is no doubt about what it is. Some poor fellow who has been drowned. Get out the boat hook. Get it out." "Why, you would not take in such a cargo, Edwin?" "God forbid! But I feel some curiosity to see who and what sort of a personage it is. Here we have him. What a length he is, to be sure!" The body was nearly alongside the boat, and one of the brothers detained it with a boat hook, while they both looked earnestly at it. It was the body of a man, remarkably well dressed, and had no appearance of having been under the water long. The features, as far as they could see them, were calm and composed. The hands were clenched, and some costly-looking rings glittered on the fingers through the salt spray that foamed and curled around the insensible form. "Charles," said Edwin, "what we shall do?" Edwin shook his head. I don't like—" "Like what?" "I don't like to cast it adrift again, and not take it ashore, where it can rest in an honest man's groan, if he be one. Fancy it being one of us! Would it not be a consolation to those who love us to know that we rested in peace among our ancestors, in preference to rotting in the sea, tossed and mangled by every storm that blows? I do not like to cast the body adrift again. It's a ghastly passenger. It is, but that ghastliness is only an idea, and we should remember that we ourselves— Stop, brother, stop! Do not fancy that I oppose your wish to convey this body to the shore, and place it in some sanctified spot. What I expressed concerning it was merely the natural feeling that must arise on such an occasion, nothing more." "Then you are willing?" "I am." The two brothers now, without further doubts or remarks upon the subject, got the body into the boat and laid it carefully down. Then Edwin folded and tied a handkerchief over the face, for, as he truly enough said, there is no occasion to have to encounter that dead face each moment that one turns one's eyes in that direction. It is sufficient that we have, by taking the body in at all, done all that humanity can dictate to us. To this Charles agreed, and it was remarked by them both as a strange thing that from the moment of their taking in the dead body to the boat the wind dropped, and finally there was almost a calm, after which there came a soft gentle air from the south-east, which enabled them with scarcely any exertion on their own parts to make great progress toward their own home, from which they found they had not by any means been driven so far northward as they had at first thought. The brothers looked at each other, and it was Edwin who broke the silence and put into words what they both thought by saying, "Charles, there is something more in this whole affair than what lies just upon its surface. Yes, it seems as if we were driven out to sea by some special providence to do this piece of work, and that having done it, the winds and the waves obeyed the hand of their mighty master and allowed our return." "It does seem so," said the other. End of chapter 197. 198 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 198. A Family Scene. The Sisters. The Horrible Alarm. In the course of 2 hours more, the young men were so close inshore that they could see the lights flashing along the coast, and they even fancied they could catch a glimpse of human forms moving along with torches, and if such were the case, they doubted not but that these people were sent to serve as a guide to them, should they, with their little bark, be hovering near the coast. "Look, Edwin," said Charles, "we are expected, are we not?" "Yes, yes. I am certain that those lights are meant as guides for us. They may spare themselves the trouble, for do you not see that the clouds are wearing away, and that in a few minutes more we shall have the undimmed lustre of a full moon looking down upon us? It will be so." The boat had now got so far within a large natural inlet of the ocean that but very little wind caught its gently flapping sail, so that the brothers bent manfully to their oars and got the boat through the water at a rapid rate. Oh, how very different their sensations were now to what they had been when they were beating about at the mercy of the winds and waves, but a few short hours since, and when it certainly was but an even chance with death whether they would ever see their home again. If a gale had sprung up, accompanied by anything in the shape of a very heavy sea, they must have been lost. Soon they saw that their boat was descried, and at a particular portion of the coast there stood a complete cluster of men with torches, inviting them there to land, and they knew that such a landing-place was upon their father's property, and that in a few minutes they would be safe on shore. Neither of them spoke, but reflection was busy in the hearts of both. There was a loud and thoroughly English shout as the boat grated upon the sandy beach, and Edwin and Charles jumped on shore. They were, in another moment, pressed in their father's arms. Why, boys," he said, "what a fright you have given us all! There's Clara and Emma have been forced, I say forced, for nothing but force would do it, to go home. And the whole country has been in an uproar. You were blown out to sea, I suppose?" "Yes, father, but we have not been in any danger." "Not in any danger, with such a cockle-shell of a boat fairly out into the German Ocean! But we will say no more about it, lads. Not another word. Come home at once, and make all hearts glad at the old Grange house." "There's something in the boat!" cried one of the men who held a light. "Good God, yes!" exclaimed Charles. "We had forgotten," said Edwin. "We met with a little adventure at sea, and picked up a dead body." "A dead body?" "Yes, father. We could not find it in our hearts to let it be, so we brought it on shore that it might have the rites of a Christian burial in the village churchyard. Somebody who loved the man may yet thank us for it, and feel a consolation to know that such had been done." "You are right, boys, you are right," said the father. "You have done in that matter just as I would wish you. I will give orders for the body to be taken to the dead house by Will Stevens, and tomorrow it shall be decently interred." This being settled, the father, accompanied by his two sons, who were not a little pleased to be safe upon terra firma again, walked together up a sloping pathway, which led to the Grange house, as it was called. The joy that the return of the brothers caused in the family, our readers may well imagine. The sisters, Clara and Emma, wept abundantly, and the mother, who had let her fears go further than any one else, was deeply affected. But it is time that we should inform the reader who these people were, whom we have introduced upon the scene of our eventful history. Sir George Crofton, for such was the name of the father of Edwin and Charles, was a wealthy, warm-hearted country gentleman, and constantly resided upon his own estate all the year round, being a good landlord to his tenantry, and a good father to his 4 children, who have already been to some extent presented to the reader. The mother was a kind-hearted but rather weak woman, with an evangelical bias that at times was rather annoying to the family. This, however, was perhaps the good lady's only fault, for with that one exception she was fond of her children to excess notwithstanding, as Sir George sometimes jestingly said he verily believed she in her heart considered they were all on the high road to a nameless abode. The night was so far advanced when the young men got home, that of course not much was said or done, and among other things that were put off until the following morning was the story of the finding of the body. "There is no occasion," whispered Sir George, "to say anything to your mother about it." "Certainly not, father. At least not till to-morrow, for if you do, I shall not get a wink of sleep for her reflections on the subject." The 2 young men knew very well that this was no exaggeration, and that their mother would, like any divine, eagerly seize the opportunity of what is called improving the occasion by indulging in a long discourse upon the most dismal of all subjects that the mind of any human being can conceive, namely, the probability of everybody going to eternal perdition unless they believe in a particular set of doctrines that to her seem orthodox. The consequence of this was that the dead body was quietly taken out of the boat by men who did not possess the most refined feelings in the world, and carried to the bone-house. "He seems a decent sort of chap," said one, as he looked at the very respectable habiliments of the corpse. "Ah, look at the gold rings! Yes, you may look, Abel, but eyes on, hands off. Why? Why, you gawk, do you think as young Master Charles and Edwin don't know of 'em? And more besides, who would touch dead man's gold off of his fingers? Is it unlucky? Horrid! Then I'll have naught to do with 'un." The body was placed on the ground, for there was no coffin of any sort to put it in, and the door was shut upon it in the dead-house, and then the party who had brought it there thought it a part of their duty to wake up Will Stevens the sexton, and to tell him there was such a thing as a dead body placed in his custody, as it were, by being put into the dead-house, which was not above 100 yards from the cottage occupied by Will. They hammered away rather furiously at his door, and no wonder that he felt a little, or perhaps not a little, alarmed upon the occasion. In a few moments a casement was opened, and out popped a head. "Hilloa, you ragamuffins! What do you mean by hammering away at an honest man's door at this rate, eh? Am I to have any sleep?" "Ragamuffin yourself!" cried one. "There's a dead body of a drowned man in the bone-house. All you have got to do is look after it, and there's a lot of gold rings on its fingers, with diamonds in 'em, for all we know, worth God knows how much. You may make the most of it now that you know of it." "A dead man? Who is he?" "Ah, that's more than we can tell. Good night, or rather good morning, old crusty." "Stop, stop! Tell me—" The men only laughed, for they had no desire to protract a conversation with the sexton, and he called in vain after them to give him some further information upon the subject of this rather mysterious information. A drowned man, he pondered to himself, a drowned man, and with fingers loaded with gems, and brought to the bone-house. Oh, foh! It's a hoax. That's what it is, and I won't believe it. It's done to get me up in the cold, that's all, and then there will be some trick played upon me safe, and I shall be only laughed at for my pains." Full of this idea, the sexton turned into his bed again, and hoped that by speedily going to sleep he should get the laugh of his tormentors, instead of they getting it of him, as well as lose the shivering that had come on him through standing at the open window, exposed to the night air, so indifferently clad. End of chapter 198. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 199. The Sexton's Avarice, the Dead and the Living, the Ring. It was all very well for the sexton to wish and to try to get to sleep, but actually to succeed in procuring nature's sweet oblivion was quite another matter. In vain he tossed and turned about. There was no rest for him of any kind or description, dreamless or dreamful, and still he kept repeating to himself, "A dead body with gold and diamond rings in the bone house." These were the magic words which, like a spell that he was compelled by some malign influence continually to repeat, kept Will Stevens awake, until at last he seemed to lose entirely his first perception of the fact that he might be only hoaxed, and all his imagination became concentrated on the idea of how came the dead body in the bone house, and how was it that gold and diamond rings were left on its fingers in such a place. These were mental ruminations, the result of which was transparent from the first, for that result, in the natural order of things, was sure to be that the passion of curiosity would get the better of all other considerations, and he, Will Stevens, would rise to ascertain if such were really the state of things. "It ain't far off morning now," he reasoned with himself, "so I may as well get up at once as lie here tossing and tumbling about, and certainly unable to get another wink of sleep. And besides, after all, I may be wrong in thinking this is a hoax. There may really be such a dead body as those fellows mentioned in the bone house, and if there be, I ought certainly to go and look after it." We easily reason ourselves into what is our pleasure, and so while these cogitory remarks were uttered by the sexton, he rose. He found that if he drew back the blind from before his window, the moon, which was now sailing through a nearly cloudless sky, would give him amply sufficient light to enable him to go through the process of dressing, so he at once began that operation. "Yes," he said, "I ought to go. It's my positive duty to do so, after getting the information I have, and if that information be untrue, let it recoil on the heads of those who invented the falsehood. I shall go, that's settled. What a sweet moonlight!" It was a sweet moonlight indeed. The floods of soft silvery light fell with an uncommon radiance upon all objects, and the minutest thing could have been seen upon the ground with the same clearness and distinctness as at midday. The only difference was that a soft, preternatural looking atmosphere seemed to be around everything, and a kind of marble-like look was imparted to all objects far and near, on which those soft silvery rays rested in beauty and sublimity. The sexton was full dressed, and although the moonlight guided him well, he thought that he might in the bone house require another mode of illumination, and he lighted and took with him a small lantern, which had a darkening shade to it. Thus prepared, he walked at a rapid pace from his own house towards the small shed-like building which served as a receptacle for the unowned dead, and for such human remains as were from time to time cast ashore by the waves, or flung up from new graves by the spade and the mattock. Familiar as he was, and had been for many a year with that bone house, and often in contact with the dead, he yet on this occasion felt as if a strange fear was creeping over him, and then a flutter of his heart and the fiery feel that was in his brain were circumstances quite novel to him. "Well, this is odd," he said, "and I suppose it is what they call being nervous. I can't make it out to be anything else, I'm sure." Thus reasoning with himself upon his own unwonted timidity, he reached the bone house. The door of the dilapidated building, which was known by that name, was only secured by a latch, for it was not considered that the contents of the place were sufficiently interesting for any one's cupidity to be excited by it. The sexton paused a moment before he lifted the latch, and glanced around him. Even then he half expected to hear a loud laugh expressive of the triumph of those who had combined to play him the trick, if it were one, of getting him out of bed on a bootless errand. But all was still around him, still as the very grave itself, and muttering then in a hurried tone, "It is true, there is no trick," he hastily opened the door and went into the bone house. All was darkness save one broad beam of moonlight that came in at the doorway, but the sexton closed the entrance and applied to his lantern for a light. He slid the darkening piece of metal from before the magnifying glass, and then a rather sickly ray of light fell for a moment upon the corpse that lay then upon its back, a ray only sufficiently strong and sufficiently enduring to enable the sexton to make quite sure that there was a body before him, and then his lantern went out. "Confound the lantern!" he said. "I ought to have looked to it before I started, instead of lighting it on the mere hazard of its going on comfortably. What's to be done? Ah, I have it! I remember." What the sexton remembered was that on the same wall in which the door was situated there was a large square aperture only covered by a kind of shutter of wood, the withdrawal of a bolt from which would cause it to fall in a moment on its hinges. The sexton knew the place well, and drawing back on the somewhat rusty bolt, down went the shutter, and a broad flood of moonlight fell at once upon the corpse. "Ah!" said Will Stevens, "there it is, sure enough. What a long, odd-looking fellow, to be sure, and what a face! How thin and careworn looking! I do very much wonder now who he really is." As he continued to gaze upon the dead body, his eyes wandered to the hands, and then, sure enough, he saw the bright and glittering gems the men had spoken of, and which the salt water had not been able to tarnish into dimness. Perceiving that the setting was gold, and the stones real, "Ahem!" said Stephen softly. "They will not bury the corpse with those rings on his fingers." "Why, he must have half a dozen on at least. They will be somebody's perquisite, of course, and that somebody won't be me. The idea of leaving such property unprotected in a bone house!" Will Stevens remained now silent for a short time, moving his head about in different directions, so that he caught the bright colors of the jewels that adorned the dead man's hands, and then he spoke again. "What's more easy," said he, "than for some of the very fellows who brought him here to slip back quietly and take away every one of those rings?" After this much he went to the door of the bone house and listened, but all was perfectly still, and then his cogitations assumed another shape. "Who saw me come from my house?" he said. "Nobody. Who will see me go back to it? Nobody. Then what is to hinder me from taking the rings and letting the blame lie on someone else's shoulders, I should like to know? Nothing will be easier than for me to say in the morning that, owing to the strange and insolent manner in which the information was given me of the arrival of the dead body in the bone house, I did not believe it, and therefore did not rise, and so I think I may as well, eh?" He thought he heard something like a faint sigh, and the teeth chattered in his head, and he shook in every limb as he bent all his energies to the task of listening if there were really any one in or at hand playing the spy upon him. All was as before profoundly still, and with a long breath of relief he cast off his terror. "What a fool I am, to be sure!" he said. "It was but the wind, after all, no doubt, making its way through some one of the numerous chinks and crevices in the shed. It did sound like a sigh from some human lips, but it wasn't." The propriety of making short work of the affair, if he wished to do it at all, now came forcibly to the mind of the sexton, and arming himself with all the courage he could just then summon to his aid, he advanced close to the corpse. Kneeling on one knee, he took up one of the hands from which he wished to take the rings, and when he saw them closer, he felt convinced that they did not belie their appearance, but were in reality what they seemed to be, jewels of rarity and price. The hand was cold and clammy and damp to the touch, and the knuckles were swollen, so that there was great difficulty in getting the rings over them, and the sexton was full 5 minutes getting one of them off. When he had done so, he wiped the perspiration of fear and excitement from his brow, as he muttered, "That's always the case with your drowned folks. They are so swelled when they first come out of the water, and so I shall have quite a job, I suppose." The sexton's cupidity was, however, now sufficiently awakened to make him persevere, despite any such obstacles in what he was about, and accordingly, kneeling on both knees, he clasped the wrist of the dead man in one hand, and with the other strove to coax off, by twisting the hoop of gold round and round, a ring that had one diamond, apparently of great value, set in it, and which the robber of the dead thought was a prize worth some trouble in the obtaining. In an instant the dead hand clasped him tight. End of chapter 199. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 200. The Recovery. The Sexton's Fright. The Compact. What pen shall describe the abject fright of Master Will Stevens, the sexton, as the cold, clammy fingers of the supposed corpse closed upon his hand? The blood seemed to curdle at his very heart, a film spread itself before his eyes. He tried to scream, but his tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, and he could utter no sound. In good truth, he was within an ace of fainting, and it was rather a wonder that he did not go clean off. Power to withdraw his hand from the horrible grasp he had not, and there he knelt, shivering and shaking, and with his mouth wide open and the hair literally bristling upon his head. How long he and the dead man remained in this way together in silence, he knew not, but he was aroused from the state of almost frenzy in which he was by a deep sepulchral voice, the voice of the apparently dead. "What has happened?" it said. "What has happened? Is this the world which was to come?" "Mercy, help!" stammered the sexton. I am a poor man. I don't want your rings, good Mr. Ghost. Oh, 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 have mercy upon me. I implore you." The only reply was a frightful groan. The perspiration rolled down the sexton's face. "Oh, don't! Oh, pray don't! Hold me so tight!" "Now," said the dead man, "I know all. The die is cast. My fate has again spoken. Steel shall not slay me, the bullet shall kill me not, fire shall not burn me, and water will not drown, while yon bright satellite sails on twixt earth and heaven. Yes, yes, sir. Thefy At has gone forth, and I am wretched, oh, heaven, so unutterably wretched. Perhaps, good Mr. Ghost, you will let me go now? Here's your ring. I don't want to keep it. Here's the only one I took off your worshipful fingers, good Mr. Ghost." A very thin, filmy sort of cloud had been going over the moon's disk, but now had passed completely away, and such a flood of unchecked, untempered brilliancy poured in at the open window, if it might be so called of the dead house, that it became quite radiant with the silvery beams. The drowned man rose with a wild, howling cry of rage, and springing at the throat of the sexton, bore him down to the earth in an instant, and placed his knee upon his chest. "Villain!" he groaned out between clenched teeth, "you shall die, although you have made me live. There shall be one victim to the fell destroyer." The sexton thought his hour was come. "Wretch!" pursued the revived corpse, "wretch! What devil prompted you to do this most damnable deed? Speak! Speak, I say! Who are you?" What deed?" gasped the sexton. "The deed of restoring me to life, of dragging me from the ocean, and forcing me to live again. Oh dear! Speak! Go on!" "I didn't do anything of the sort. The truth is, I only came to what?" "To borrow a ring of you, that's all. And the greatest calamity that has ever happened to me is your coming to life." "How came I here?" "That I can't tell, your worship. I am the sexton of this place. It's called Colburn, and is in Suffolk, and they picked your worship up at sea, and brought you here. That's all I know about it, as I hope for mercy. It can't do you any good to kill a poor fellow like me. I don't think you are a ghost now, but some handsome fellow, supposed only to be drowned." "Do you tell me the truth?" "As I live, and I hope your worship will let me live, I do. And here's the ring I came to borrow of you, sir, as a proof." "Of what?" "Of of of I hardly know what to say to you, sir." "If you are not the great enemy to me that I had thought you, you are a mere thief. You came to steal the jewels I had upon my fingers. Is that not the truth?" I rather think it is, sir." "You may save your wretched life, if you like. if you promise me that you will keep all that has happened a secret, except so much of it as I shall empower you to reveal, I will spare you. But if after having so promised you break faith with me, and let your tongue wag further than I wish it, you will not live 24 hours afterwards, be assured, for I will find you out, and twist your head from your shoulders. Anything, sir! I will promise anything! I will swear, if you like!" "I heed no oaths. Consideration for your own safety will keep you silent. Rise." He took his knee off the chest of the sexton, and his hand off his throat, and then Will Stevens tremblingly rose to his feet. The idea did cross him for a moment of measuring his strength with the resuscitated man, but when he beheld the tall, bony, gaunt figure before him, he saw that he had not the shadow of a chance in a personal struggle. Moreover, he had a lively remembrance of a most vice-like pressure upon his throat, which seemed to say that the ugly stranger was by no means in an exhausted state. Upon the whole, then, the sexton was glad to have escaped so well. "You have only to say, sir, what you would have me do," he said. "Answer me first. Have you always lived here? Is this your native place?" "Oh, no, sir, I came from London. But then it's years ago." "Very well. You must say that you remember me in London, as a gentleman of good repute, and you must add that you came to the bone house here, and found me reviving, and that you took measures to complete my recovery." "Yes, sir, and here is your ring. Keep it as a memento of this affair." "Many thanks, sir. Will it please you to tell me your name and condition?" "John Smith, a foreign merchant. And now tell me, minutely, how I was rescued from the ocean, or did the waves themselves give up their dead?" The sexton, who was now assured in his own mind that it was no ghost he was speaking to, entered, as far as he knew, into the story of the finding of the body, and bringing it to the bone house; but as that information was not great, he volunteered, if Mr. Smith would go with him to his cottage, to get him all the particulars. To this the other consented, and they both left the bone house together. On the short bit of road, the sexton began to think that his companion must be some madman, for ever and anon, when the moon was brightest, he saw him lift up both his arms to it, as if he were worshipping it, and at those times, too, he heard him mutter some words in a language that he did not comprehend. At length the singular being spoke in English. "Henceforth," he cried, as if quite forgetful of the presence of another, "henceforth, begone remorse, begone despair! The great sea has rejected me, and not again will I seek destruction. I will live, and I will live to be the bane and curse of the beautiful." "Sir," said the sexton, "here is my house, sir. If you will step in, I will soon dish you up a little something in the way of refreshment. You see, sir, I live alone. That is to say, an old woman who keeps my cottage in order, and waits upon me, goes away at night, and comes again in the morning. But as it is not her time yet, I will get you anything you like to eat or to drink." "I never eat nor drink." "Not eat nor drink, never, sir?" "Never. I shall cost you nothing to entertain me. I want some rest, and while I am taking it, do you go and get me such information as you can regarding me. Make no concealment that I am alive, but go at once, and return with what expedition you may, and remember that your fate is in my hands." "I will, sir." The sexton was quite terrified enough to do what he was bidden, and perhaps the consciousness that the strange and mysterious man whom he had for a guest might accuse him of the projected robbery of the jewelry he had about his person influenced him more than the rather obscure threat of personal vengeance by the promised screwing his head off. But the matter, take it for all in all, was anything but an agreeable one for Master Will Stevens, and most heartily did he wish he had remained in his bed, and left the stranger to recover, if it was to recover, by himself. Will did not attribute that recovery to the moonlight he had himself let in. End of chapter 200. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 201. The Night Alarm. The Vampire's Attack upon the Bride. The particulars concerning the bringing of the body that had been picked up at sea by the brothers Edwin and Charles Crofton were to be learnt from many mouths so soon as the sexton evinced a disposition to know them, and in a very short time, and as the daylight was making the fainter and more spiritual light of the moon fade away, he again reached his own abode, where he had left a guest of whom the reader knows much, but of whom Will Stevens knew but little. He found the self-christened Mr. Smith waiting for him rather impatiently. "Well," he cried, "your news, your news!" "May be told, sir, in a few words," replied the sexton, and then he made his new friend acquainted with the whole story, just as he had heard it of the fisherman on the coast. Mr. Smith, or as we may well call him at once the Vampire, hesitated for a few moments, as if he had not exactly and accurately made up his mind what to do, and then he said, "You will go to the Grange house, and tell the story that I have before informed you I would have told. Be sure that you expatiate upon my gentility and respectability, for I want to be upon good terms with the Crofton family." "Well, but, sir, I'm a tenant of Sir George Crofton's, and so you see—" "What?" said the Vampire, his eyes flashing with indignation as he spoke. "Dare you dispute my positive commands?" "No, sir. I only—" "Peace, caitiff, and know that I hold thy life in my hands for your attempted robbery of me." The sexton trembled. That was indeed the weak point now of all his defences against whatever commands might be put upon him by his master, as we may now call the Vampire, although after all it was but the usual dominion of a strong mind over a weak one, for there was not so much in reality for the sexton to be afraid of as his own guilty conscience dictated to him. It were easy enough for the Vampire to charge him with robbery, but not at all so easy for him to prove such a charge, and at the same time to substantiate, as by some inquisitive counsel he might be called upon to do, his own position in society. But it is most true. Conscience doth make cowards of us all, and feeling that his intention regarding the rings of the supposed drowned man had been of a dishonest character, he could not summon courage sufficient to defy him now. "I will go," he said. "I am going. 'Tis well." In far from the pleasantest train of thought, the sexton went to the Grange and asked to see Mr. Charles Crofton, and to him he related the version of the resuscitating of the supposed drowned man. It was heard with, as might be expected, the most profound astonishment, and the sexton soon found himself confronted with the whole assembled family, and forced to repeat the wonderful facts over again. It seemed, as indeed it might well do, a something quite beyond belief. "Why, Edwin," said Charles, "he must have been in the water far beyond the length of time that it mostly takes to drown any one before we saw him." "I think so too." "It must be so, for this reason, that he was a considerable distance from land, and there was no vessel near enough for him to have come from." "Hold," said Sir George Crofton, "my dear boys, you are forgetting the most important fact of all." "Are we, father?" "Yes, and that is that the gentleman is alive. You cannot get over that, you know, and as I have often heard that whatever is natural, why, there's no disputing any more about it. And besides, how do we know but that he was in some boat which was swamped a few minutes before you saw him?" "That is a most rational supposition," said Edwin. "And that we can say nothing against," added Charles. "What is to be done, father?" "Why, do not let us do good by inches. We know that this is the only decent house within a considerable distance for a gentleman to remain in, if he have the habits of comfort about him. So, Master Stephen, if you will go and give our compliments to the stranger, and ask him to come here, I shall be much obliged to you." "I will, Sir George. And you can tell him that we are plain folks, but assure him of a hearty welcome." Will Stevens made his bow and exit. "Well," said Edwin, "it's very odd, although of course it must be all right, and I am the last person who would wish to make anything out of a commonplace event, but to all appearances dead he was when we took him into the boat, and I never before heard of a spontaneous recovery like this from such a state." "Then you have added to your stock of experience," said his father, laughing, "and I must own for my own part that I am rather curious to see this person, who was a curiosity in appearance, according to your accounts, when he was dead, or supposed to be dead." "He was so," remarked Charles, "for I am certain you might travel the world over without meeting a more singular looking man than he was. In the first place, he looked particularly tall, but that might have arisen from the fact that we only saw him in a horizontal position. And then there was something about the expression of his face which was perfectly indescribable, and yet at the same time filled you with feelings of curiosity and dread. The sisters heard this account of the mysterious stranger with feelings of great interest. "Why," said Emma, "we have all of us often complained of being dull here, but such an animal as this will be quite an acquisition." "And just as Clara is going, too! What a pity!" laughed Edwin. "I shall endeavour to survive the horrid disappointment," said Clara, for she was to be married on that day, to one who had been the chosen companion of her heart for many a day, and was to leave the home of her childhood to proceed far away to his house in Wales, where she was to be the light of joy to another admiring and loving circle. "Ah, well, I pity you," said Emma. "Then you had better at once," remarked Clara, "forbid the occasional visits here of a certain young officer who, I'm afraid, has some audacious intentions." The ready color flushed to the cheek of the younger sister, who had scarcely expected such a retort, although she had fairly provoked it. "Come, girls," said the father, "we will have no more lance breaking between you about your lovers." "Certainly not, father," said Clara; "but then you know, unless Emma is made to see that she is vulnerable, she will go on tormenting me." "In other words, Emma," said Edwin, "you see that people who live in glass houses should not throw stones, a most useful maxim." "I don't care for any of you," said Emma, half crying, as she ran out of the room. Clara followed her, for there was really the very best understanding and the kindest feeling between the two young girls, although occasionally a smart repartee would be uttered upon some such occasion as the present, but all that was soon forgotten. The sexton, who was getting each moment more and more uneasy about the share he had in the affair of the resuscitated man of the bone house, went back to the cottage, and there informed the self-named Mr. Smith of the success of his mission to the Grange house. "You think they will welcome me?" said the Vampire. "I am sure of it, sir. They are the frankest, freest family I ever knew, and they would not have asked you to go to the Grange if they did not mean to use you well." "And there are 2 daughters?" "Yes, sir." "And young and fair, you tell me?" "They are 2 as handsome girls as you will find in this part of the country, sir. They have always been much admired. One of them, as I before mentioned, is going to be married and taken away, but the other stays at home." "'Tis well. Not you will not fail to remember the awkward situation in which you are. Keep the ring which you took from my finger, and with it keep your own counsel, for any babbling upon your part will most assuredly lead to your destruction." "Yes, sir, I know." "And although that destruction might not be immediate, you would lead a life of trembling terror until your doom was accomplished, and that doom should be a dreadful one in its manner. Now farewell, farewell, and remember me." "I shall never forget you the longest day I have got to live," said the sexton, with a shudder, as he saw the tall, angular, gaunt-looking form of his most mysterious new acquaintance leave his cottage, and make his way toward the Grange. End of chapter 201.
Chapter 202 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donald Finch. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 202. The Defile in the Rocks, the Horseman, and the Accident. The Grange house was visible from the cottage of the sexton, and so the vampire had declined the offer of Will Stevens to be his guide. As it happened, though, it would have been better regarded his reaching the Grange quickly that he should have taken the sexton with him, for the cliffs that were close at hand concealed to the eye many deep gullies and frightful precipices that had to be coasted round before anyone could reach the Grange house by that route. If he could have gone directly onward, about half a mile's walking would have sufficed to enable him to reach the place. But before he had proceeded a quarter of that distance, he came upon a deep ravine or splitting in the cliff, too wide to jump across, and with all the appearances of extending inland a considerable distance without narrowing. "I had indeed better have brought a guide with me," muttered Varney. He then paused for a few moments, as if he was debating with himself whether or not he should return back and get the sexton. But the mental hesitation did not last long, and accustomed as he was to trust to his own sagacity and his own resources more than to other people, he walked along by the side of the fissure in the cliff, muttering to himself, "Were all the guides in the country here, they could but do as I am doing, namely, walk on until the ravine closes." With this idea he pursued it, but to his mortification he found that it widened instead of presenting the least symptoms of closing, and suddenly it opened to his eyes to a width of about 50 feet, and he paused again, irresolute. "How am I to proceed?" he said. "This is a perplexity." He advanced close to the brink and looked down. The depth was very considerable, and at the bottom there was evidently a road made of sand and chalk, which wound down somewhere from the interior of the country to the sea beach. As he looked, he heard the rapid sound of a horse's feet. In another moment there dashed down the road towards the sea a horse bearing on his back a man, who was exerting himself in every possible way to stop the maddened, headlong career of the animal, but it would not be checked. With starting eyes and dilated nostrils, and with its flanks covered with foam, the frightened steed, which had evidently come some distance in that state, rushed on, but the broken nature of the ground made it almost impossible that it should make such great speed than as it had been making, at least with any degree of safety. This was what occurred to the thoughts of Varney, and it was sufficiently proved to be a correct idea by the horse stumbling the next moment, and throwing his rider heavily upon the sand and broken rock that was strewn around. The steed, now disencumbered of its load, recovered itself in a moment, and with a snort of rage, and probably of pain likewise, dashed and disappeared from sight, round the abrupt corner of the ravine, to the left hand of the beach. "So be it," said the vampire calmly. "Another being is snatched away from the muster roll of the living, one who perhaps would gladly have preserved his existence, while I remain and cannot. Let me do what I will to accomplish such a purpose, shake off the cumbrous load of life that will cling to me." Suddenly, quite a whirlwind of passion seemed to come on him, and, standing on the brink of the ravine with his arms extended, he cried, "Since death is denied me, I will henceforth shake off all human sympathies. Since I am compelled to be that which I am, I will not be that, and likewise suffer all the pangs of doing deeds at which a better nature that was within me revolted. No, I will from this time be the bane of all that is good and great and beautiful. If I am forced to wander upon the earth, a thing to be abhorred and accursed among men, I will perform my mission to the very letter, as well as the spirit, and henceforth adieu all regrets, adieu all feeling, all memory of goodness, of charity, to human nature, for I will be a dread and a desolation. Since blood is to be my only sustenance, and since death is denied to me, I will have abundance of it. I will revel in it, and no spark of human pity shall find a home in this once racked and tortured bosom. Fate, I thee defy!" He continued for some few moments after uttering this speech in the same attitude in which he had spoken the words. Then, suffering his hands slowly to fall, again he looked cold and passionless as he had been before. But his determination was made. By looking carefully about him, he saw that there was a kind of footpath down the side of the ravine, which an active person might descend by, although probably not altogether without some risk, for the least false step might precipitate him to the bottom. The vampire, however, had no such fears. He seemed to feel that he possessed a kind of charmed life, and that he might adventure to do what others might well shrink from. This feeling begot a confidence which was almost certain to be his protection, even if it had been only founded upon imagination, for it fortified his nerves, and when he began the descent down the side of the ravine, it was without the smallest terror. He found, however, that when he was fairly on the path, it was a better and a wider one than he had at first supposed it to be, and in the course of 5 minutes he had got completely down to the narrow road on which, apparently dead, lay the wounded man, for he was only grievously hurt by his fall, although he was quite insensible. The vampire strode up to him. "Ah," he said, "young and what the world would call handsome. Ha! ha! Heaven takes but little care sometimes of its handiwork." After a few moments' contemplation of the still form that lay at his feet, he knelt on one knee by its side, and placed his hand upon the region of the heart, after roughly tearing open the vest of the stranger. He lives. He lives. Well, shall I crush the fluttering spirit that now is hovering twixt life and death, or shall I let it linger while it may within its earthly prison? Let it stay. The worst harm that anyone can do another in this world is surely to preserve existence after once the pang of what would be all the agony of death is past. The vampire rose, and was moving away up the ravine, when a sudden thought seemed to strike him, and he turned back again. Gold, he said, is always useful to me, and I think with my new thoughts and feelings it will now be more so than ever. This insensible man may have some about him. Again he knelt by the side of the young man, and soon possessed himself of a tolerably well-stocked purse that he found upon him. Round his neck, too, by a thin chain of gold, hung a small portrait of a young and beautiful girl, upon which Varney gazed intently. "She is fair," he said, "very fair. She would make a fit victim for me. I will take this portrait. It might stand me in some stead should I encounter the original." He placed the portrait in his pocket, and was in the act of rising when he heard the sound of a footstep. "Ah, someone comes. It will be no part of my plan to have been seen by the body." He darted forth down the narrow gorge or ravine, and was soon sufficiently hidden from the sight of those who were advancing. They proved to be some fishermen going to spread their nets upon the beach, which just below the spot where the seemingly fatal accident had taken place was as level as a carpet, screened from the wind, and composed of the finest sand. Of course it was impossible to avoid seeing the body that lay in their path, and Varney had no need to be fearful that he would be seen, when an object of so much greater and more absorbing interest lay in their direct and unavoidable path. He heard from the sudden exclamations that fell from them that they had seen the body, and upon advancing a step or two he found that they were collected round it in a dense throng, for there were about a dozen men in all. "'Tis well," said Varney. "It matters not to me if he be living or dead. I can doubtless find my way to the Grange house by this path along the shore. I will pursue it at all events, and see whither it will lead me." He did so, and after going about half a mile he found another ravine, which, upon entering and ascending for a time, led him quite close to one of the entrances of the Grange house, as it was called, and which he was so anxious to reach. End of chapter 202. Recording by Donald Finch. dafinch.com. Chapter 203 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donald Finch. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Peckett, Prest. Chapter 203. The disappointment at the Grange, the news of despair, the finding of the body. It was a fine old place, the Grange, viewed from what aspect you might, and had not the mind of Varney the Vampire been so fearfully irritated by the circumstances of his horrible existence, he must have paused to admire it. It was one of those ancient English edifices, which, alas, are fast disappearing from the face of once merry England. Railways have gone tearing and screaming through the old parks and shady glens. Alas, all is altered now, and for the sake of getting to some abominable place such as Manchester or Birmingham in a very short space of time, many a lonely spot of nature's own creating is marred by noise and smoke. "So," said Varney, "this then is the home of these young men who have done me such an injury as to rescue me from the sea." He ground his teeth together as he spoke, and it was quite clear that he felt disposed to consider that a most deadly injury had been done to him by Edwin and Charles Crofton, who had only followed the proper dictates of humanity in rescuing him from the waves. "It shall go hard with me," added Varney, "but I will teach such meddling fools to leave the great sea in charge of its dead. Oh, had I but been allowed to remain until now, which but for these officious persons might still have been the case, I should have sunk deep, deep into the yellow sands, and there rotted." His passion as he uttered these words had in it something fearful, but in a few moments the external symptoms of it passed away, and he walked slowly and to all appearance calmly enough towards the Grange. distance he had to go was still as before a deceiving one, for he had to wind round a clump of trees before he really got to the gate, which appeared to be just in sight, but at length he reached it, and paused as he saw an old man who was a kind of boarder there. "Is this Sir George Crofton's?" he said, and he threw into his voice all that silvery softness which at times had been so fascinating to the Bannerworth family. "It is, sir." "Will you announce me?" "I do not leave this gate, sir, but if you go down this avenue you will reach the mansion, and some of the servants will attend to you." Varney walked on. The avenue was one formed by two stately rows of chestnuts, the spreading branches of which met overhead, forming a beautiful canopy, and notwithstanding that they were so near the sea, that foe to vegetation, these trees were in good truth most luxuriantly beautiful. "There was a time," muttered Varney, "when I should have admired such a spot as this, but all that has long since passed away. I am that which I am." He now arrived in front of the house itself, and being perceived by one of the domestics, he was politely asked what he wanted. "Say that Mr. Smith is here," was the message that Varney gave. The servant had already heard that such was the name of the person who had been rescued from the sea by his young masters, Edwin and Charles. He now hastened with the information to the drawing-room, where the family was assembled. "Oh, if you please, sir, he has come." "Who has come?" "The drowned man, Mr. Smith." "Admit him instantly." The servant ran back to Varney, and then politely ushered him into the large, really handsome room, in which the family sat awaiting his arrival, with no small share of curiosity. What the sexton had said of him had excited much speculation, and the eagerness to see a man who was, as it were, a present from the sea was extreme. "Mr. Smith," announced the servant, and Varney, with one of his courtly bows, and a smile that was half hideous, half charming, entered. There was a decided effect produced by his appearance, and perhaps that effect is best described by the word awe. They all seemed as if they were in the presence of something very peculiar, if not something very superior. Sir George Crofton broke the rather awkward silence that ensued by addressing his visitor with all the frankness that was part of his nature. "Sir," he said, "I am glad to see you, and hope you will make yourself as much at home as if you were in a house of your own." "Sir," said Varney, "you know how much I owe your family already, and I fear to increase the heavy debt of gratitude." "Oh, you are welcome, most welcome. Stay here as long as you like. We are rather dull at times in this isolated house, and the arrival of an intelligent guest is always an event." Varney bowed, and Edwin advanced. "Mr. Smith," he said, "I suppose I may almost call myself an old acquaintance." "And I," said Charles. "Gentlemen, if you be those to whom I am indebted for my preservation, I owe you my warmest thanks." "Oh, think nothing of it," said Sir George. "It was not at all likely that my two boys would see a fellow creature in such a situation, and not, dead or alive, take possession of him. Your recovery is the only remarkable thing in the whole affair." "Very remarkable," said Varney. They waited a moment, as if he was expected to make some sort of explanation of that part of the business, but as he did not, Sir George said, "You have no idea how you became resuscitated?" "Not the least." "Well, that is strange indeed." "Perhaps the good fellow who afforded me immediate shelter applied before that some means of recovering suspended vitality." "Oh no, Will Stevens is to the full as much surprised as anyone. But however, I dare say to you, sir, that is not the most entertaining subject in the world, so we will say no more about it, except that we are very glad to have a living guest instead of a dead one." "I much fear, from what I have heard," said Varney, "that I shall be intruding at a time like this into your family circle." "Oh, you allude to the marriage today of one of my daughters, and that puts me in mind of really quite an omission on my part, Mr. Smith. My daughters, Clara and Emma." The vampire bowed low, and the young ladies went with established grace through the ceremony of the introduction to the remarkable personage before them. At this moment there came upon the ears of all assembled there the sound of hurried footsteps, and a servant without any ceremony burst into the apartment, exclaiming, "Oh, Sir George! Oh, sir!" "What is it? Speak." "Oh, they have found him, killed in the ravine." "Who? Who?" "Mr. Ringwood, as was to be married." "My daughter!" Clara uttered a cry of despair, and sank into a chair in a state of insensibility. The scene of confusion and general consternation that now ensued baffles all description, and the only person who looked calm and collected upon the occasion was Mr. Smith, although it was not the insulting calmness of seeming indifference. In a few minutes, however, Sir George himself recovered from the first shock which the intelligence had given to him, and he said, "Where is he? Where is he? Let me to the spot." "And allow me, sir, to accompany you," said Varney. "Believe me, I feel deeply for the family misfortune. Let me be useful." "Thank you, sir, thank you. Edwin, Charles, come with me and this gentleman, and we will see if this dreadful report be true. Let us hope that fear and ignorance have exaggerated a very simple affair into so seemingly dreadful a circumstance." Leaving Clara to the care of her sister and some of the female domestics of the Grange, who were hastily summoned to attend upon her, the little party, consisting of Sir George, his two sons, Varney, and several of the men servants, turned from the Grange in the direction of the ravine. Their intimate acquaintance with all the neighbourhood enabled them to reach the place much sooner than Varney thought it possible to do, and as they came within sight of the spot where the accident had occurred, they saw a crowd of villagers and fishermen assembled. They quickened their pace, and forcing through the throng, Sir George Crofton saw his intended son-in-law, to all appearance, lying dead and bleeding on the sands. Such a sight was enough for a moment to paralyze every faculty, and it really had for a time that effect upon Sir George. End of chapter 203. Recording by Donald Finch. dafinch.com. 204 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donald Finch. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 204. The Sick Chamber at the Grange, the Night. "Is he dead? Is he dead?" cried Sir George. "We don't know, sir," replied one of the fishermen. "Some of us think he is, and some of us think he is not." "What is to be done?" "Have him taken at once to the Grange, father," said Charles, "and let us get medical assistance. Who knows but the affair may turn out in reality very different from what it first appeared. He may only be stunned by a fall. I hope to heaven it may be so. Can you, among you, my men, make anything like a litter to carry him on?" This was soon done. Some of the loose seats from some boats close at hand, and a rough cloak or two, made a capital couch for the dead or wounded man, as the case might be. They lifted him carefully into it, and then 4 of them lifted the rude but easy and appropriate conveyance, and carried him towards the hall. "How could this have happened?" said Sir George. "Perhaps I may be able to throw some light upon it," said Varney. "As I came here to your hospitable house, a horse without a rider, but caparisoned for one, passed me furiously." "That must have been his horse, then," said Charles. "You may depend, father, he was riding on to see Clara before the hour appointed for their marriage, and he has met with this accident. Come, there is some consolation in that. A fall from his horse is not likely to kill him. Where is Edwin?" "Oh, he went off at once for Dr. North, and no doubt he will get to the Grange about as soon as we shall." "That was right, that was right. I really have been taken so much by surprise that I hardly know what I am about. It was very right of Edwin." Nothing of any importance now passed in the way of conversation, nor did any incident worth recording take place until the melancholy little procession reached the Grange, and by the advice of Varney the young bridegroom was carried direct to a bedchamber before he was removed from the litter on which he had been carried. The operation was scarcely performed, and he laid upon a bed, when Dr. North came, having mounted his horse upon hearing the information from Edwin that he was wanted in a case of such great emergency at the Grange, and ridden hard all the way. He was at once introduced to his patient, and upon a cursory examination he said, "This is a concussion of the brain, but don't let that alarm you. It may be very slight, although it certainly has an awkward sound, and a little rest and bloodletting may put him all to rights." This was to some extent cheering, and the doctor at once proceeded to bleed his patient. As the ruddy stream fell into a crystal goblet, the young man gradually opened his eyes, and looked round him with a bewildered glare. "Darken the room," said Dr. North. "He is right enough, but he must be kept quiet for a day or two, at all events." "What has happened?" said the wounded man. "Nothing particular," replied Dr. North, "nothing particular. You have had a fall from your horse." "Clara!" "Ah, I know, and now listen to me. If you remain quiet and don't speak, you will see Clara soon, but if you are wilful and disobey orders, you will bring on a brain fever, and you won't see her at all in this world. So now you can judge for yourself." "You are rather harsh," said Sir George. "Pardon me, sir, I am not. There is nothing like making a patient thoroughly understand his own position, and I give this young gentleman credit for sufficient wisdom to enable him to profit by what I say to him." Mr. Ringwood nodded. "There, you see, all's right. Now he will go to sleep, and as all will depend upon the state in which he awakens, I will, if you please, wait here, unless I should be urgently sent for from home, for I have left word where I am. Pardon me, doctor, for finding any fault with you. Don't mention it. What I said did sound harsh." Sir George went now at once to the room where his daughter Clara had been taken to, for the purpose of informing her of the hopeful state of affairs. He found her just recovered from her swoon, so that recollection had not yet sufficiently returned to give her all the agony of thinking that the news, so heedlessly and so suddenly communicated by the servant, might be true in its full intensity. "My dear, you must not distress yourself," said Sir George. "Ringwood is riding over here, it seems, to see you, and his horse, getting restive, has thrown him. Dr. North says there is nothing particular the matter, and that after a little rest he will recover." Clara tried to speak, but she could not. She burst into tears. "Ah," said the old nurse who was attending her, and who had been in her family many years. "Ah, poor dear, she will be all right now. I was just wishing that she would have a good cry. It does anyone a world of good, it does." "What an agitating night and day this has been, to be sure," said Sir George. "First the terror of losing both my boys, then the return with the dead man, who so oddly comes to life again. Then this dreadful accident to Ringwood. Upon my word, the incidents of a whole year have been crammed into a few hours. I only hope this is the last of it." "And I shall see him again, father," sobbed Clara. "Of course you will." You have sent him home very carefully?" "Home? No. He is here under this roof, and here he shall stay till he recovers, poor lad. Oh dear no, I never thought of sending him home, but I must send someone, by the by, with the news of what has happened. This is well thought of." The knowledge that her lover and her affianced husband was doing well, and that he was under the same roof with her, gave Clara the most unalloyed satisfaction, and she recovered rapidly her good and healthful looks. It was duly explained to her that she must not go near Ringwood to disturb him, as rest was so very essential to his recovery, so she did not attempt it. The whole household was commanded to be unusually quiet, and never had the Grange before presented such a collection of creeping domestics, for they went up and down stairs like so many cats. Clara did not omit to thank Mr. Smith for the assistance he had rendered them in this evil emergency, and Dr. North stood with the family in the dining room waiting, perhaps with greater anxiety than he chose to express, the awaking of his patient. A servant was left in the adjoining chamber to that occupied by Ringwood, who was told to bring to the dining room the first intimation that the wounded man was living. About 2 hours elapsed when the servant came in with an air of affright. Dr. North sprang to his feet in a moment. "What is it? Is he awake?" "Not exactly awake, sir, but he is speaking in his sleep, and it's all about a what?" "A vampire." "Stuff." "Well, sir, he's having some horrid dream, I can tell you, and he said, 'Keep off the vampire, save her, oh, save her from the vampire.'" "How singular," said Varney. "What an absurd belief that is. A vampire! What on earth could have put such a thing in his head, I wonder?" "I will go to him," said Dr. North. "If he should be very much disturbed, perhaps I shall think it preferable to awake him, but I can inform you all that such dreams show that there is much excitement going on in the brain." "Then you do not consider the symptom favorable, doctor?" "Certainly not. Quite the reverse of favorable." Dr. North rose, and as Varney offered very politely to accompany him, he made no sort of objection, and they proceeded to the chamber of the bridegroom. During the time that the doctor had been in the society of Varney, he had been much pleased with him, for he found that he possessed a vast store of knowledge upon almost any subject that could be touched upon, besides no small amount of skill and theoretical information upon medical matters. So he let him come with him, when perhaps he would have objected to any one else. Varney the Vampire could fascinate when he liked. When they reached the chamber, the young man was quiet, but in a few minutes he began to toss about his head and mutter in his sleep. "The vampire! The dreadful vampire! Oh, save her! Help! Help! Help!" "This won't do," said the doctor. He went to the toilette table, and procuring a large towel, he soaked it well in cold water, and then wrapped it round the head of Ringwood, and so carefully as not to arouse him. The effect was almost instantaneous. The vexed sleeper relapsed into a much easier attitude. The breathing was more regular, and the distressing fancies that had tortured his fevered brain were chased away. "A simple plan," said Varney. "Yes, but a most efficacious one." End of chapter 204. Recording by Donald Finch. dafinch.com.
205 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 205. A Midnight Alarm, the Chase, the Mystery. Young Ringwood did awaken about 2 hours afterwards, and the state he was in, although not such as to create alarm, was not pleasing to Dr. North. That gentleman desired that he should be carefully watched and kept quiet, while he went to his own house for some medicines. He returned as soon as he possibly could, and administered such remedies as he considered the urgency of the case required, and having, as he always made a practice of doing, left word at his own house where he was, he offered to remain at the Grange the whole of the night. It was scarcely necessary to say that such an offer was most gratefully accepted. Clara was profuse in her acknowledgments of the doctor's kindness, and they all passed the evening together in the large dining room, to which Varney was first introduced. Not, however, for a long time had so gloomy an evening been passed at the Grange as that. Nobody was in spirits, and although there was a great deal of conversation, it somehow assumed always a very sombre shape, let it commence on what subject it might. 10:30 o'clock was the usual hour at which the family retired for the night, and it was quite a relief to everyone when that hour came, and Sir George ordered lights for the bedchambers. Clara, indeed, being much oppressed, had retired some time before, and so had Emma, so that there were none but gentlemen in the dining room at 10:30. "I have ordered a bed to be prepared for you close to your patients," said Sir George to Dr. North. "Oh, thank you, but I shall only lie down in my clothes, a couch would have done just as well, I am used to sitting up all night upon occasion." "No doubt, but I hope you will not be disturbed, and that tomorrow morning we shall have a better account of your patient." "I hope so too. A good calm night's rest may do much." "You speak doubtingly." "Why, in these cases it is difficult to know the extent of injury. There is no fracture of the skull, but it is as yet impossible to say what amount of shaking he has had." "Well, we can but hope for the best. Mr. Smith, although we retire at this early hour, there is no sort of occasion for you to do so. Order what wines you please, and sit as long as you please." "By no means, Sir George. I am a great patron of early hours myself." Varney was shown into a bedroom which was upon the same floor with those of the family, and which formed one of a range of chambers, all opening from a corridor that ran the entire length of the house, and which in the daytime was lighted by a very large, handsome window at one end, while at the other was a broad flight of stairs ascending from the lower part of the house. The sisters occupied contiguous chambers, and then there was an empty room, and next to that again was the bedroom in which was Ringwood, and then Dr. North's. Exactly opposite was Varney's room, and close at hand slept the sons, while Sir George himself occupied a room at the furthest corner of the corridor. Emma made Clara an offer to sleep with her that night, as she was in grief and anxiety, but this Clara would not permit, for she could not think of sacrificing her sister's repose to attend upon her. "No, Emma," she said, "I will hope for the best, and strive to rest." They bade each other affectionately good night, and shortly afterwards retired to their separate apartments. By 11 o'clock all was still in the house. Dr. North had begged a book from the library, for he thought it likely enough that he should not be able to get much repose, and with that he sat in his room, the only one, as he thought, in all the house who was not in bed. He continued reading for about an hour, and then, after visiting his patient, and finding him asleep, he thought it would be just as well for him to pull off his boots and his coat, and lie down on the bed to snatch a few hours' sleep. He performed all the operations but the final one, the sleeping, for scarcely had he lain down, when he heard a soft sliding sort of noise close to the room door, he thought, and he sprung up in a sitting posture to listen to it. "Who's there?" he cried. There was no answer, and jumping off his bed, he took the light which he had not put out, and opened his door. All was deserted and still in the corridor. "Imagination, or some accidental noise that I am not familiar with," said the doctor as he closed his door again. Down he laid himself, and he was just upon the point of getting to sleep, when he heard a scratching sound, as he thought, upon the very panel of the door of his room. Up he sprang again, and this time without the delay of asking who was there. He opened his door, and looked out into the corridor, holding the light above his head so as to diffuse its rays as much as possible, but he saw no one, and all the other doors were close shut. "A plague take it," he said. "I may keep myself at this sort of thing all night, if I am foolish enough. It is a cat, perhaps, for all I know. However it may scratch away, I won't move again." Shutting the door, he lay down, now fully determined that he would not move, unless something very much out of the common way, indeed, should take place. Again he started. There was a curious sound about the lock of his door, and he listened intently. "Now, what on earth can that be?" All was still, and he nearly dropped asleep. Twice, however, he thought he heard the sound again, but he would not move, and in a few minutes more he was enjoying a sound repose. How long this repose lasted he had no means of telling, for he was suddenly awakened by such a cry, that at first he lay overpowered completely by it, and unable to move. It was a loud shrieking cry, such as might come from any one in a most dreadful agony. "Good heaven!" he cried. "What's that?" Now, Dr. North was not a fearful man, nor a nervous one, and he soon recovered. Besides, such a cry as that, he knew very well, must have the effect of arousing everybody in the house, so he sprung out of his bed and rushed to the door. It was fast. In vain he tried the lock, and hammered at it and pushed. The door was a thick and heavy one, and it was quite clear he was a prisoner. This was serious, and he cried out, "Help! Help! Here, undo the door! Undo the door! Who has locked me in?" He heard the scraping of feet, the sound of voices, the ringing of bells, and all the symptoms of a suddenly disturbed and alarmed household, but nobody paid any attention to him. He dragged on his boots, in order that he might be able to keep up a constant kicking on the lower part of his door, and he did keep it up with a vengeance. At length he heard voices close to his door, and someone cried, "Open the door, sir! Open the door!" "Open it yourself," said Dr. North. "You have fastened it on the outside, I suppose." There was some further running about, and then with a crash the door was forced open with a crowbar, and upon emerging from the apartment, the doctor found assembled in the corridor the whole family, with the exception of the 2 girls, and several servants half dressed bearing lights. "What's the matter?" cried Sir George. "What's the matter?" "Ah," the doctor said, "that's what I want to know." "Yes, why, you made all the disturbance." "I beg your pardon, there was a scream came from somewhere, and when I tried to come out to find what it was, my room door was fast. That's all I know about it." Bang, 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 came now a sound. Bang, 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 and all eyes were turned in the direction of the chamber occupied by Mr. Smith, and they heard his voice from within, shouting in loud and frightened tones, "Help! Help! Is it fire? Open my door! Help! Help! Do you lock in your guests here? Help!" "Why, God bless me," said Dr. North, "that gentleman is locked in likewise." "But it can't be," said Sir George, "for all the keys of these doors are in the library in a drawer. The fact is, we none of us fasten up our bedrooms, and the keys were all removed years ago." "Help! Help! Help!" cried Mr. Smith. "Break the door open," said Sir George. This is inexplicable to me. I cannot make it out in the least." The same crowbar that had been brought by one of the servants to bear upon the door of Dr. North's room was now applied to that of Mr. Smith, and it soon yielded to the force of the lever that was used with strength and judgment. Mr. Smith, partially dressed and with a rather terrified look, emerged. "Good God!" he said. "I wish you wouldn't lock me in. What has happened? I heard a shriek that woke me up, as if the last trumpet had sounded." "My daughters. Are they safe?" cried Sir George. He flew to the door of Clara's room. It yielded to his touch. "Clara! Clara!" he called. "I am paralyzed," said Dr. North, "and so are you, sir. Come in." He seized a light from one of the servants, and with a presentiment that there was to be found a solution of, at all events, the mystery of the dreadful shriek that had alarmed all the house, he dashed into the chamber of the young girl, followed by the father. Chapter 205. 206 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 206. The Sight of Terror, the Doctor's Suspicions, the Night Watch. The sight that met the eyes of the father in his daughter's chamber was, indeed, one calculated in every respect to strike him with horror and misery. Emma was lying insensible at the side of the bed, and Clara seemed to be dead, for she was ghastly pale, and there was blood upon her neck. The father staggered to a seat, but Dr. North at once rushed forward, and held the light to the eyes of Clara, at the same time that he placed his finger on her wrist to note if there was any pulsation. "Only a fainting fit," he said. "But the blood, the blood!" cried Sir George. "That I know nothing about just at present, but let us see what's the matter here." He raised Emma from the floor, and found that she too had fainted, but as she appeared to be perfectly uninjured. She slightly recovered as he lifted her up, and he resigned her at once to the care of some of the female servants, who now made their appearance in the chamber, all terribly alarmed at the shriek that had awakened them. "This is strange," said Dr. North. "Here is a small puncture upon the throat of your daughter Clara, that almost looks like the mark of a tooth." "A tooth!" "Yes, but of course that cannot be." "Hear me, oh, hear me!" cried Emma at this moment. "Horror! Horror!" "What would you say? Speak at once, and clear up this mystery if you can. What has happened?" "I heard a noise, and came from my own chamber to this. There was someone bending over the bed. 'Twas I who shrieked." "You?" "Yes, oh yes, 'twas I. I know not what then happened, for I either fell or was struck down, and I felt that my senses left me. What has happened? I too ask. Oh, Clara, what was it? What was it?" "Imagination, most likely," said the doctor. "You had better go to your room again, Miss Emma, for you are trembling with cold and apprehension. Perhaps in the morning all this affair will assume a different shape. At present we are all too much flurried to take proper cognizance of it. There, your sister is rapidly recovering. How do you feel now, Miss Clara?" I am mad." "Oh, fo, nonsense." "Oh, God help me! How horrifying! How more than dreadful! That awful face! Those hideous teeth! I am mad! I am mad!" "Why, my dear child, you will drive me mad," cried Sir George, "if you talk in such a strain. Oh, let me beg of you not." "Don't heed her," said Dr. North. "This will soon pass away. Come, Miss Clara, you must tell me freely, as your medical man, what has happened. Let us hear the full particulars, and then you know well that if any human means can aid you, you shall be aided." This calm mode of discourse had evidently a great effect upon her, and after the silence of a few moments, she spoke much more collectedly than before, saying, "Oh, no, no, I cannot think it was a dream. What a dream? You shall hear. But do not drag me from my home, and from all I love, if I am mad. I pray you do not. I implore you. You are quite safe. Why, what a ridiculous girl you are, to be sure. Nobody wants to drag you from your home, and nobody will attempt such a thing, I assure you. You have only to tell us all unreservedly, and you will then be quite safe. If you refuse us your confidence, how can we act for you in any way?" This argument seemed to be effective, and to reach her understanding quite, so that after a shudder and a glance around her of great dread and dismay, she spoke, saying in a low, faltering voice, "Something came, something not quite human, yet having the aspect of a man, something that flew at me, and fastened its teeth upon my neck." "Teeth! Everybody says teeth!" exclaimed the father. "Hush!" said the doctor, with an admonitory wave of his hand. "Keep that a secret from her, whatever you do. I implore you, keep quiet on that head. Well, is that all, Clara?" "Yes, yes." "Then it was a dream, and nothing else, I can assure you. Nothing but a dream. Make yourself comfortable, and think no more of it. I dare say you will have a quiet sleep now, after this. But you had better let your sister Emma lay with you, as your nerves are a little shattered." "Oh, yes, yes." Emma, who, truth to tell, was very little better than her sister, professed her readiness to stay, and the doctor giving Sir George a nod, as much to say, let no more be said about it just now, led the way from the room at once. When he reached the corridor, where Varney and the two sons were waiting, he said, "We shall none of us after this, I am certain, feel inclined to sleep. Suppose we go downstairs at once, and think and talk this matter over together. There is more in it, perhaps, than meets the eye. I will follow you in a moment, when I have just seen that my patient is all right." They all proceeded downstairs to the dining room, and in a few minutes the doctor followed. Lights were procured, and they sat down, all looking at the doctor, who had taken the lead in the affair, and who evidently had some very disagreeable, if not very true, ideas upon the subject matter of the evening's disturbance. "Well, doctor," said Sir George, "we rely upon you to give us your opinion upon this business, and some insight into its meaning." "In the first place, then," said the doctor, "I don't understand it." "Well, that's coming to the point." "Stop a bit, it was no dream." "You think not." "Certainly not a dream. Two people don't dream of the same thing at the same time. I don't of course deny the possibility of such a thing, but it is too remarkable a coincidence to believe all at once. But Emma avows that she saw a somebody in her sister's room." "Ah," said Sir George, "she did. I had in my confusion forgotten that horrible confirmation of Clara's story. She did so, and before Clara was well recovered, too, so that she could not have put the idea into her head. Good God, what am I to think? For the love of heaven, some of you tell me what are your opinions upon this horrible affair, which looks so romantically unreal, and yet so horribly real." All except the doctor looked at each other in surprise. "Well," he said, "I will tell you what the thing suggests. Not what it is, mind you, for the affair to me is too out of the way of natural causes to induce me to come to a positive conclusion. Before I speak, however, I should like to have your opinion, Mr. Smith. I am convinced it will be valuable." "Really, I have formed none," replied Varney. "I am only exceedingly surprised that somebody should have fastened me in my bedroom. I know that circumstance gave me a terrible fright, for when I heard all the outcry and confusion, I thought the house was on fire." "Ah, the locking of us in our rooms, too," said the doctor. "There's another bit of reality. Who did that?" "It puzzles me beyond all comprehension," said Sir George. "How the doors could be locked I cannot imagine, for as I told you, the keys are in a drawer in my library." "At all events, the doors could not lock themselves, with or without keys," said Charles, "and that circumstance shows sufficiently evidently that someone has been at work in the business whom we have still to discover." "True," said Mr. Smith. "Well, gentlemen," added the doctor, I will tell you what I suggest, and that is contained in a letter, written a long while ago by a distant relation of mine, likewise a surgeon. Mind, I do not of course pledge myself at the present time for the truth and accuracy of a man who was dead long before I was born. He might, too, have been a very superstitious man. But what did he suggest? He did more than suggest. He wrote for a medical publication of that day an account, only of course suppressing names, of the appearance of a vampire. A what? A vampire? I have heard of such horrors, said Mr. Smith, but really at the present day no one can think of believing such things. Vampires indeed! No, that is too great a claim upon one's credulity. These existences, or supposed existences, have gone the same way as the ghosts, and so on. One would think so, but you shall hear. Sir George Crofton and his sons looked curious, and thought that the doctor was going to draw upon his memory in the matter to which he alluded, but he took from his pocket a memorandum book, and from it extracted some printed papers. The communication was so curious, he said, that I cut it out of the old volume in which it appeared, and kept it ever since. Pray, said Mr. Smith, what was the name of your distant relation, the medical man? Chillingworth. Oh, indeed, an odd name rather. I don't recollect ever hearing of it. No, sir, it is not likely you should. Dr. Chillingworth has been dead many years, and no one else of his name is at present in the medical profession to my knowledge. But you shall hear, at all events, what he says about it. The doctor then opened the folded paper and read as follows. Notwithstanding the incredulity that has been shown regarding vampires, I am in a condition from my own knowledge to own the existence of one. I think he is dead now. His name was Varney, at least that was the name he went by, and he came strangely enough under my observation in connection with some dear friends of mine named B. Is that all? Said Mr. Smith. Not quite, replied Dr. North. He goes on to say that but for touching the feeling of living persons, he could and would unfold some curious particulars respecting vampires, and that if he lived long enough, he would perhaps do so, by which I suppose he meant if he outlived the parties whose feelings he was afraid of hurting by any premature disclosures. And, faltered Sir George, do you draw a conclusion from all that my daughter has been visited by one of these persons? Surely not. Maybe, Sir George. I draw no conclusions at all. I merely throw out the matter for your consideration. It is always worthwhile considering these matters in every possible aspect. That is all. A most horrible aspect, said Sir George. Truly dreadful, said Mr. Smith. This shall be settled, said Charles. Edwin and I will take upon ourselves tomorrow night to set this question completely at rest. At this moment there was a loud cry of, Help! 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 in the voice of Emma, and they all rushed upstairs with great speed. Oh, this way, she cried, meeting them at the head of the stairs. Come to Clara! They followed her, and when they reached the room, they found to their horror and surprise that Clara was dead. End of chapter 206. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 207. Family Troubles, the House of Mourning. It was too true. It was not the mere appearance of death, but the reality of the fell destroyer that the Crofton family had to mourn. She who, but a few short hours since, was in all the bloom of apparent health and youth and beauty, was now no more. The poor father, the sisterless sister, the astonished, indignant, and agonized brothers formed a group that was too sad to contemplate. As they gazed upon the wreck of her whom they had all loved so fondly, they could scarcely believe that death had indeed claimed her as her own. They thought her more beautiful than death, and could not, as they gazed tremblingly upon her still form, bring themselves to believe that she had indeed gone from them forever. Dr. North, however, soon put all doubt upon the subject to rest by an announcement that her spirit had really fled. In vain he tried all the means that his art suggested. That mysterious and mighty something which we call life, which we miss and yet see no loss, which is so great, yet so evanescent and impalpable, was gone. "Come away," he said. "We can do no good here now. Come away, all of you." "Oh, no, no," cried Sir George. "Why should we leave my child?" "That," said the doctor as he pointed to the corpse, "is not your child." The old man shuddered, and with an aspect upon his face as if 10 years of added age had at least passed over him in those few moments, he suffered them to lead him from the room. They all passed downstairs again, leaving Emma in her own chamber along with the female servants, so hastily again called up to remain with her. When the dining room was reached once more, Mr. Smith, who bore all the appearance of being quite thunderstruck by what had passed, spoke in the most feeling manner, saying, "This is truly one of the most affecting circumstances I ever remember. It is dreadful. A young girl to be at once snatched from a circle of admiring and loving friends in this manner, is too sad a picture for anyone with a heart to feel for the distresses of others to contemplate. What, sir, is your opinion," to Dr. North, "of the actual cause of death?" "The shock to the nervous system I suspect has induced some sudden action of the heart which has been too much for vitality." "Dreadful!" "Alas, alas!" sobbed Sir George. "What have I done, that heaven should thus launch against me the bolts of its bitterest vengeance? Why should I be robbed of my child? Surely there were angels enough in heaven without taking mine from me." "Hush, hush," said Dr. North. "You are in grief, sir, and know not what you say. These were not, else the words would fall from the lips of such a man as you are." The bereaved father was silent, and the sons looked at him with countenances in which dismay was most strongly pictured. They seemed as if as yet they had not become fully alive to the loss they had sustained, or of what had really happened within the once happy domestic circle, of which the fairest portion was now so ruthlessly dragged from them. "It is like a dream," said Edwin, addressing his brother Charles in a whisper. "It is much more like a dream than aught else in the world." "It is, it is. Oh, tell me that this is not real." "It is too real," said the doctor. "You must bow with what amount of resignation you can call to your aid to that stroke of destiny which you cannot control. You should consider that as regards her who has gone from you, that she is now no object of pity. Death is an evil to you in your loss, but it is the end of all evil and pain to her, and then again, she has but gone a few years, after all, earlier than usual, for how long shall we, I, the best and strongest of us, be behind her?" This was consolation of the right sort, and was sure to have its effect upon persons in the habit of conversing coolly and calmly upon general subjects, so that in a short time the father even felt much better, and although the sons were quite convinced of their loss, they no longer looked at each other with such bewildered aspects, but exhibited the rational grief of men. Charles spoke after a time with great energy, saying, "It is true that we may call our reason to our aid, and contrive to rid ourselves of our grief in a great measure. But there is another duty we have to perform, and that is, to diligently inquire why and how it was that our sister got this horrible fright that has had the effect of hurrying her into eternity." "Yes, brother," said Edwin, "you are right. Our sister's memory shall be vindicated, and woe be to him who has brought this desolation and grief upon us." Sir George looked from one of his sons to the other, but said nothing. He appeared to be prostrated too much by his feelings, and the doctor strongly urging him to retire to rest, he shortly did so, where we will leave him for a time, hoping that he will find the oblivion of sleep creep over him, and knit up the ravelled sleeve of care. "Now," said Dr. North, "here we are 4 men with cool heads, and active enough judgments. For God's sake, let us try to come to some sort of conclusion about this dreadful affair. What do you say, Charles?" "In the first place, I should recommend that the house be searched diligently, in order that we may see if any stranger is in it, or discover any means by which an entrance to the premises has been effected. We don't know but that after all some robbery may be the aim, and that the fright of our sister, which has had so fatal an effect, may be the consequence merely of the appearance of a thief in her room." "Agreed," said Edwin. "Let the search of the house be our first step." 2 of the new servants were summoned with lights, and the party of 4 proceeded to an examination of the house, which on account of its size was not a very short process, for there was so many staircases and rooms opening the one into the other that the hiding places were numerous enough. At length, however, they were not only satisfied that no one was concealed on the premises, but likewise that all the fastenings were quite secure, and had been made so before the servants retired to rest. The mystery therefore was rather increased. Had there not been the collateral evidence of Emma, and the singular fact of the fastening up of the doors of the doctor's and Mr. Smith's bedchambers, no doubt the whole affair would have rested where it was, and have been put down as a remarkable death arising from the influence of a dream. But that was out of the question. Somebody had been seen, and whether that somebody was really not an inhabitant of this world was the question. In the midst of all this, the day began to dawn. Sir George had had no sleep, but he had done himself some good in the solitude of his own chamber. He had prayed long and earnestly, and his prayers had had the effect which they almost invariably have upon all imaginative persons, namely, of bringing him an amount of mental calmness, peace, and resignation, highly desirable in his circumstances. The breakfast table was laid in silence by the servants, and when Sir George met his sons and his guests, he spoke calmly enough, saying to them, "You will no more hear from me the accents of grief or of despair. I accept what consolation I can find, but as a man and a father I will have justice. My child has been terrified to death, and I will find who has done the deed, for let him be whom he may, he is as much her murderer as though he had plunged a dagger in her heart." "It is so," said Mr. Smith. "Being so, then let him beware." Varney thought that as the father uttered these last words, he glanced in a peculiar manner at him, but he was not quite sure that such was the case. Had he been sure, perhaps, he would have taken other steps than he did. Little more passed during the breakfast, but when the meal was over, Sir George said, "Edwin, we are but dull and poor company to Mr. Smith. It will amuse him, perhaps, if you take him through the grounds and show him the estate." Edwin made no objection, and as the thing was put in the shape of an amusement to him, Varney could only say some civil things and rise to go. "I regret," he said, "to be of so much trouble." "Not at all," said Edwin. "No trouble, sir. My own mind, God knows, wants something to distract it from too close a contemplation of its own thoughts. If you will accompany me in a walk over the estate, it will, perhaps, put me into better spirits." They left the room, and when they were gone, Sir George Crofton rose and shut the door, fastening it on the inside carefully, rather to the surprise of the doctor and his son Charles, who looked at him in silence. "Charles," he then said, "and you, doctor, I have something particular to say to you." "What is it? What is it?" "God forgive me if I am wrong, but I suspect our guest." "Mr. Smith?" "Yes, I don't like his looks at all. Now we know nothing of him but from his own report. We have searched the house right through, or at least you have, you tell me, and found nothing. He is the only stranger within our doors. Perhaps it is uncharitable to suspect him, but I cannot help it, the thought came too strongly upon me last night, as I was alone in my chamber, for me to overcome it. I have now spoken to you both frankly, and tell me what are your thoughts." "I don't like him," said Charles. "He is a singular man," said Dr. North. What now, if he were... Why do you hesitate, father? What would you say?" "Go on, sir," said Dr. North with a nod that signified, "I know very well what you are going to say." Go on, sir. What, then, if it were really true, that there were such things, and he is a vampire? Charles sprang to his feet in surprise, and said, Good God, you put a frightful idea into my brain that will now never leave it. A vampire? Heaven forbid, said Sir George, that I should say such a thing heedlessly, or that I should take upon myself to assert that such is the case. I merely throw it out as a supposition, a horrible one, I grant, but yet one that perhaps deserves some consideration. Get rid of him, said Dr. North. It is difficult after telling him that he is welcome to stay, to now tell him that we want him to go. I would much prefer watching him closely, and endeavoring by such means either to confirm or do away entirely with my suspicions. And you can take an opportunity of speaking to Edwin upon the subject, quietly and carefully. I will, father. Then we can be all upon the alert. But above all things, I charge you to say nothing to Emma of the really terrific idea. Only I should say that tonight it is in the direction of her chamber that I would wish to keep the closest watch. And that, too, without her knowing it, said the doctor. If she is aware of anything of the sort, there is no knowing what tricks her imagination might play her. And now, Sir George, I must say that I take the greatest interest in the matter, and will, with your permission, remain here until I am sent for. Poor Ringwood still remains insensible, and I take it that under the circumstances that is really a mercy, for what a sad communication has to be made to him when he does recover sufficiently to hear it. Sad indeed. It was now finally agreed among them that there was to be no variation whatever in their conduct towards Mr. Smith, but that after they had taken leave of him for the night, and had all gone to bed, they should each glide out of his chamber, and wait at the extreme end of the corridor in silence, to mark if anything should happen. This was duly announced to Edwin, who, with a shudder, announced that he had his suspicions too of Mr. Smith, so he of course came into the scheme at once. And now they waited rather anxiously for the night to come again. End of chapter 207. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Peckett, Prest. Chapter 208. The Night Watch, the Surprise, the Chase. Everything was now said and done that could induce a feeling in the mind of Varney that he was perfectly welcome at the Grange, and to dispel the least idea of anything in the shape of supposition that he might have had, that he was suspected, although he had not himself by word or look betrayed such a feeling. The day to all parties seemed a frightfully long one. Ringwood remained in the same state of unconsciousness as he had been in the day previous, and the only circumstance that served to break the monotony of the time was the arrival of some of his friends to see him. It is not essential to our story that we should take up space in detailing what they said and what they did. Suffice it that all the grief was exhibited that was to be expected, and that finally they left the Grange with a conviction that the wounded man was in as kind hands as they could possibly wish him, and everything would be done that kindness and skill could suggest to recover him and preserve his life. Probably the dreadful catastrophe that had happened in the family of the Croftons had an effect in reconciling the Ringwoods to the lesser calamity, for Dr. North gave them strong hopes of his ultimate recovery. And so the time passed on, until the dim shadows of the evening began to creep over the landscape, and the distant trees imperceptibly mingled together in a chaotic mass. The song of the birds was over. The herds and flocks had sought their shelter for the night, and a solemn and beautiful stillness was upon the face of nature. Assembled once more in the dining room of the Grange were the Croftons, but not Emma, she was in her chamber, the doctor, and Mr. Smith. Varney had exerted himself much to be entertaining, and yet not obtrusively so, as under the calamitous and extraordinary circumstances in which the family was placed, that would have been bad taste. But he led the conversation into the most interesting channels, and he charmed those who listened to him in spite of themselves. Dr. North was peculiarly pleased with so scientific a companion, and one who had traveled so much, for Varney spoke of almost every portion of the globe as familiar to him. In this kind of way the evening sped on, and more than once, as Varney was giving some eloquent and comprehensive description of some natural phenomenon that he had witnessed in some other clime, not only were the suspicions entertained against him forgotten, but even the grief of the family faded away for a brief space before the charm of his discourse. At length the time for rest came. Sir George rose, and bowing to Varney, said, "Do not let our example influence you, sir. We retire now." "I shall be glad to do so," said Varney, "likewise. Last night was a disturbed as well as a melancholy one for all in this house." It was indeed. In another 5 minutes the dining room was vacant, and all that could be heard in the house was the noise of putting up extra bars and shooting into their places long unused bolts in order that it should be quite beyond all doubt that no one could get into the premises. After that all was still. The moon was in her last quarter now, but only at the commencement of it, so if the night proved not to be cloudy, it would be rather a brilliant one, which might or might not be of service to those who were going to watch in the corridor the proceedings of Mr. Smith. An hour elapsed before there was any movement whatever, and then it was Dr. North who first, with great care, emerged from his room. He had drawn on his stockings over his shoes, so that his footsteps might not be heard, and he took his station in a dark corner by the large window we have before spoken of as lighting the corridor. The moon was up, but it only shone in obliquely at the window, so that one side of the corridor was enveloped in the deepest gloom, while on the other the pale rays fell. A few minutes more, for 11:30 was the hour on which they had all agreed, and Sir George, with Edwin and Charles, joined the doctor, who merely nodded to them, as they could faintly see him. Sir George spoke in a very faint whisper, saying, "We are well armed." "Good," replied the doctor, in a similar cautious tone, "but let me implore you to be careful how you use your arms. Do nothing hastily, I beg of you. You don't know what cause of regret the imprudence of a moment may give rise to." "Depend upon us, we will be very careful indeed." "That is right." "We had better not talk," said Charles. "These corridors carry sound sometimes too well. If we are to do any good, it must be by preserving the profoundest silence." This advice was too practical and evidently good to be neglected, and consequently they were all as still as they could be, and stood like so many statues for the next half hour. They heard a clock that hung in the hall below strike the hour of 12, and when the reverberations of sound were over, a stillness even more profound than before seemed to pervade the whole house. The half hour they had waited in such silence appeared to them to be of 4 times the usual length, and they were glad to hear 12 strike. Still they said nothing, for if silence before 12 o'clock was a thing to be desired, it was much more so after that hour, for it was then that the alarm of the preceding evening had taken place. Their watchfulness and their anxiety momentarily increased. The old clock in the hall chimed the 12:15, and yet all was as still as the grave. Not the smallest sound disturbed the repose of the house. The moon had shifted round a little, so that the gloom of the corridor was not so complete as it had been, and Dr. North was aware that in another hour the spot where they all stood would be visited by some rays which would render their concealment out of the question. But as yet all was right, and there was no need to shift their position in the least. Suddenly Sir George Crofton laid his hand upon the arm of the doctor, and an exclamation involuntarily escaped him, but not in a loud tone. "Hush, for God's sake!" whispered the doctor. They had all heard a slight noise, like a cautious opening of a door. They looked eagerly in the direction from whence it came, and to their surprise they found it proceeded from the chamber of the dead. Yes, the door of the room in which lay the corpse of Clara slowly opened. "God of heaven!" said Sir George. "Hush, hush!" again whispered the doctor. and he held him by the arm compulsively. All was still. The door creaked upon its hinges a little, that was all. A quarter of an hour passed, and then Sir George was about to say something, when he started as if a shock of electricity had been applied to him, for the door of Varney's room was swung wide open, and he appeared fully dressed. All the doors opening from the corridor creaked unless they were flung open smartly and quickly, and there could be no doubt but that Varney knew this, and hence the apparent precipitancy of his appearance. There he stood in the moonlight, close by the threshold of his room, gazing about him. He bent himself into an attitude of intense listening, and remained in it for some time, and then he with slow, sliding steps made his way towards the door of Emma's room. His hand was actually upon the lock, when Sir George, who could stand the scene no longer, levelled a pistol he had taken from his pocket, and without giving any intimation to those who were with him of what he was going to do, he pulled the trigger. The pistol only flashed without being fully discharged. "How imprudent," said the doctor. "You've done it now. Follow me." He rushed forward, but he was too late. Varney had taken the alarm, and in a moment he regained his own room and fastened it securely on the inside. "We must have him," cried Charles. "He cannot escape from that room. There is no other door, and the window is a good 30 feet from the garden below. Alarm the servants. We will soon open his door. It can't be very secure, for the lock was broken last night." As he spoke, Charles made a vigorous effort to open the door, but it resisted as if it had been a part of the solid wall, while within the chamber all was perfectly still, as if Mr. Smith had quite satisfied himself by shutting out his assailants, and meant to take no further notice of them. "This is strange," said the doctor, "but we shall soon find out what he means by it. The door must be forced as quickly as possible." Edwin ran downstairs by his father's orders to arouse some of the men servants, besides getting some weapon or tool by the assistance of which the door might be forced, and he soon returned with several of the men, and one armed with the identical crowbar that had been used with such effect on the preceding evening. They brought lights with them too, so that the capture of Mr. Smith appeared to be no longer a matter of doubt, with such a force opposed to him. "Now," cried Sir George, "do not mind what mischief you do, my men, so that you break open the door of that room, and quickly too." People somehow are always glad to be engaged in anything that has a destructive look about it, and when the servants heard that they might break away at the door as much as they liked, they set about it with a vengeance that promised soon to succeed in the object. The door yielded with a crash. Come on, yield yourself," cried Sir George, and he rushed into the room, followed by his sons and by Dr. North. There was no Mr. Smith there. "Escaped," said Dr. North. "Impossible, impossible! And yet this open window. He must be lying dashed to pieces below, for no one could with safety drop or jump such a height. Run round to the garden some of you at once." "Stop," said Charles. "There is no occasion. He has had ample time to escape. Look here." Charles pointed out the end of a thick rope, firmly fastened to the ledge of the window, and by which it was quite clear anyone could safely descend into the garden, it only requiring a little nerve to do so with perfect ease. "This has all been prepared," said Dr. North. "Still," cried Sir George, "we will not give the affair up. Mind, I offer a reward of 20 guineas to any one of my household who succeeds in catching Mr. Smith." "Lor, sir, what has he done?" said a groom. "Never you mind what he has done. Bring him in, and you shall have the reward." "Very good, sir. Come on, Dick, and you, Harry. Let's all go, and you know it will be all the pleasanter to share the reward among us. Come on." Thus stimulated by their companion, the servants ran out of the house into the moonlit park in search of Varney the Vampire. Chapter 208. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. By Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 209. The Funeral, a Strange Incident. It was all very well for Sir George Crofton to offer his 20 guineas for the taking of Mr. Smith, and nothing could be more legitimate than his servants making active exertions to endeavour to earn that amount of money, but the really succeeding in doing so was quite another thing. To be sure, they went out into the park and did the best to catch him, and being well acquainted with every turn and every pathway within it, they considered they had a fair chance of succeeding. But after their pains they were at length obliged to give up the affair as a bad job, after an hour or two's most active search. While they were away, though, there was something that occurred at the Grange which gave a great additional shock to Sir George and his sons. It will not fail to be remembered that the first door they saw move while they were keeping watch and ward in the moonlit gallery was the door of the chamber in which lay the corpse of Clara, who had met with so melancholy an end. This circumstance recurred to them all with fearful force, when they felt convinced that the now more suspected Mr. Smith had really and truly made his escape. Upon proceeding to that room of the dead, Dr. North being first, they found some difficulty in opening the door, but upon using force they succeeded, when to their absolute horror they saw that the dead body was lying upon the floor close to the door, and that it had been the obstruction to moving it. Dr. North would fain have spared the feelings of Sir George this affecting sight, but the baronet was so close behind him that he could not do so. "O God!" cried the father, "my child, my child!" "Take your father away, boys, for heaven's sake," said Dr. North to the 2 young men. "This is no sight for him to see." It appeared, too, as if it was no sight for any one to see unmoved, for both Charles and Edwin stood like statues gazing at it, and for a time incapable of motion. "My sister! Is it indeed my sister?" said Charles. The doctor fairly closed the door upon them all, and turned them so out of the room. Then he, having professionally lost all dread of the dead, lifted the body upon the bed again, and disposed of it properly, after which, without saying a word, he walked down to the dining-room. Tell me, said Sir George, what does all this mean?" "Do not ask me," replied Dr. North. "I cannot tell you. I confess I do not know what advice to give you, or indeed what to say to you." The old man rested his head upon his hands and wept bitterly, while his 2 sons sat looking at each other perfectly aghast, and unable to think anything of a rational import concerning the most mysterious proceedings that had taken place. Let our readers then suppose that a week has passed by, and that the morning has arrived when the body of Clara is to be placed in a vault appropriated as the resting place of the Croftons, beneath the church that was close at hand. During that time nothing whatever had been heard of Mr. Smith. He seemed to have completely disappeared from the neighbourhood, as well as from the Grange house. Fortunately, although Sir George had offered 20 guineas for the apprehension of Mr. Smith to his servants, he had said nothing of the cause why he offered such a reward, and the neighbourhood was left to its own conjectures upon the subject. Those conjectures were of course sufficiently numerous, but it was quite agreed between Sir George, Dr. North, and the 2 sons, that nothing more should be said upon the subject. They of course did not wish to fill the ear of idle curiosity with such a tale as they might tell, but had 1,000 reasons, each good and substantial of its kind, for withholding. Young Ringwood was sufficiently recovered to be about, and to have told him the story that widowed his heart. He fell into a profound melancholy which nothing could alleviate, and as his recovery went on, he asked permission to remain at the Grange. Sir George, and indeed all the Crofton family, gladly pressed him to remain with them as long as he would do so, for it was some alleviation of their own distress to have him about them. He begged permission to be present at the funeral, and it is of that funeral we have now to speak, for it took place on that day week in which the vampire had first taken up his dreadful residence at the old Grange house, where all before had been so happy. The church, as we have remarked, was not very distant, and a mournful procession it was, consisting of the funeral equipages, followed by Sir George Crofton's carriage, that at 12 o'clock in the day started to place the youngest and the fairest of the name of Crofton that had ever reposed in the family vault. The whole neighborhood was in a state of commotion, and by the time the funeral cortege reached the churchyard, there was not a person capable of being out, for some miles around, that was not congregated about the spot. The old church bell tolled a melancholy welcome to the procession, and the clergyman met the corpse at the entrance of the graveyard, and preceded it to the church, where it was placed by the altar while he made an impressive prayer. This brief ceremony over, the coffin was carried to the part of one of the aisles, where upon the removal of a large stone slab, the resting place of the Croftons was visible. "I have not looked upon these stone steps," said Sir George, "since my poor wife went down there in the sleep of death." "Compose yourself," whispered Dr. North, who was present. "You ought not, sir, to have been present at such a scene as this." "Nay, it surely was my duty to follow my own child to her last resting place." The body was lowered into the vault, and the funeral service was read impressively over the cold and still remains of Clara. "All is over," said the doctor. "Yes," faltered Sir George, "all is over. Farewell, my dear child, but not a long farewell to thee. This blow has nearly stricken me into the grave." Leaning on the arm of his son Charles, who as well as Edwin was deeply affected, the old man now allowed himself to be led from the church. He met at the door Will Stevens, the sexton, who seemed desirous of speaking to him. "What is it, Will?" "Will your honor have some fresh sawdust put down in the vault? It wants it, Sir George. There ain't been any put in for many a long day." "Very well. It will be ready for me when I go. It won't be long before the vault is again opened." "Oh, do not say that, father," said Edwin. "Do not leave us. Think that if you have lost one child who loved you, you have others who ought to be as dear to you." "That's right, Edwin," said the doctor. Sir George made no distinct reply to this, but he pressed the hand of his son, and looked kindly upon him, to signify that he felt the full justice of what he had just said, so they had hopes that time would soon produce its usual effects upon that feeling which of all others is, while it lasts, the most poignant, at the same time that it is the most evanescent, grief for the dead. And well it is that it should be so, otherwise we should be a world of weepers and mourners, for who is there that has not felt the pang of losing some fond heart, in which we have garnered up the best affections of human nature? Emma, since her sister's death, had been terribly broken down in spirit, and when they all got home to the Grange, they found her looking so ill, that the old baronet took Dr. North on one side, and said to him in tones expressive of the deepest anguish, "Am I to lose both my girls?" "Oh, no, no, certainly not," was the decided reply. "Why, my old friend, you used to be a man of great moral courage. Where has it all gone to now?" "It is in the grave of my child." "Come, come, you must for your own sake, as well as for the sake of others who are near and dear to you, rouse yourself from this state of mental torpor, as I may call it. You can do so, and it is worthy of you to make the effort. Only think what would have been your situation if you had but one child, and that had been snatched away from you. But you have yet 3 to comfort you, and yet you talk despairingly, as if every tie that bound you to the world had been suddenly burst asunder." After this, Sir George Crofton was almost ashamed to make such an exhibition of his grief, and whatever his thoughts were he kept them to himself, as well as exercising a much greater control over his voice, and the external expression of his feelings, which were still busy at his heart. The despondency of Ringwood was great. He could not help fancy that if he had not met with the unlucky accident in the ravine, Clara would have been saved, and in some obscure way to his mind, the circumstances seemed to be connected together. He could not account either for the loss of her miniature, which he had been in the habit of wearing, but which he missed upon his convalescence, so that he was irresistibly led to the conclusion that some unfriendly hands had been about him during his insensibility. So highly did he prize the miniature, that he offered a sum of money, exceeding its intrinsic value by 20 times, for its recovery, and pledged himself to make no inquiry as to how it came into the possession of the party who should restore it to him. But for all that it was not forthcoming. The reader of this narrative knows very well in whose possession it was. Varney the Vampire had possessed himself of it in the ravine, when he saw the young bridegroom lying insensible at his feet, and he kept it, although why he did so does not as yet appear, for surely the sight of it could only remind him of one of his victims. But then Varney had other thoughts and feelings than he used to have. Alas, what a thousand pities it was that the ocean had presented him to the two brothers! Why did he not sink? Why did not some wave hide him from their observation? What misery would have been spared to them, and to all dear to them? And what misery could have been spared to the wretched Varney himself? It is true that he had given expression to sentiments, and declared intentions which would go far to prove that he had forever given up and got rid of all human feelings and influences, but has he really so got rid of such feelings? It is a question which time alone can answer. We shall soon see in his now very short career whether he is most to suffer or to inflict suffering, and what will be the result of his new principles of action, those principles which he had in the despair and the agony of his heart painted to himself as the main springs of a combined existence, he had with such vain and such fruitless perseverance strove to rid himself of. It was sad, very sad indeed, that such a being could not die when he chose, the poor privilege of all. End of chapter 209.
Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Priest, Chapter 210. The Strange Visitor to the Old Church at Night. The request of Will Stevens to be allowed to put some sawdust in the vault of the Croftons was one of those regular things that he always propounded to any one who had a vault open beneath the old church, and he generally made a very good thing of it. People were always too much taken up with thinking of the loss of the relation who had just been placed in that dismal respiratory, to think much of a guinea to Will for a shilling's worth of sawdust. And if they did ever intimate that they thought it rather too much, he always had his answer ready at the tip of his tongue. How should you like, sir, or madam, as the case may be, to go into a vault among the dead, to lay the sawdust for him? That argument was generally conclusive, and Will would get his guinea. With Sir George Crofton, he was quite sure and safe, so he had no scruples upon the subject, and the little bit of sawdust he meant to carry in, when he had time, was more for the say of the thing than for any utility it was at all likely to be of. But then, as he said, where's the odds the dead urns can't see it, and living urns won't go to see it? So it does very well, and I pockets my guinea, which does better still, for after all the sexton's ain't the most agreeable life in the world, and he ought to be paid well. Not that I care much about it, being used to it, but there was a time when I had my qualms, and I've had get over them the best way I could, somehow, if I am now all right. These were Will's arguments and reflections to himself before night, when he meant to go and place the little bag of sawdust in the Croftons' family vault. But before we follow Will Stevens on his sawdust expedition, as we intend to do, we wish first to draw the attention of the reader to another circumstance, the relation of which to Will Stevens' proceedings will very shortly appear indeed. As the night came on, there was some appearance of stormy weather. The wind blew in a strange gusty and uncertain manner, shifting about from point to point of the compass in an odd way. as though it had not made up its mind from whence to blow, the most weather-wise personage of the neighborhood were puzzled. For just as they prognosticated one species of weather from the particular direction whence the wind came, it shifted and came from some other quarter, very nearly directly opposite. This was extremely provoking, but at all events it was generally agreed that the moon would not on that night shed its soft light upon the earth. How far they were mistaken in the surmise we shall presently see. Will Stevens had an opinion from certain admonitory symptoms arriving from his corns, that it would rain, so he delayed going to the church until he should see what sort of weather it was going to be, inwardly deciding that it would be a capital excuse not to go at all that night if the rain should come down pretty sharply. This period of indecision he passed at a public house, known as the Blue Lion, the charms of the excellent ale of that establishment materially assisting him in coming to the conclusion that if it should rain ever so little, it would be better to put off his job until the morning. Now it was not Will was afraid that he hesitated. He was too used to death to feel now any terrors of fear. It was nothing but the ale. Why then was the hurry? Simply that the flat stone, which was over the vault of the Croftons, was left unfastened until the aforesaid sawdust was placed within the receptacle of the dead, and the next day was Sunday, so that the job must be finished before the service could commence. At night, therefore, or very early in the following morning, Will must seem to earn his guinea by going to the vault. He did not like to venture, saying he had been, and yet neglect going, for he knew there were too many gossips about the village to make that safe. While he is, however, regaling himself at the alehouse, another person totally, to all appearance, heedless of wind and threatening rain, is abroad in the neighborhood of the church. A tall figure, enveloped in a large musky-looking cloak, is moving slowly past a few cottages in the immediate vicinage of the church, and so noiselessly that it looks like a spirit of the dead rather than a living person. It was unseen by anyone, for it was a time of the night, 11:30, now at which few persons in that little quiet place were abroad. And as we have said, Will Stevens, perhaps the only inhabitant who had any real business to be abroad at such an hour, was still solacing himself at the Blue Lion with the ale that seemed to get better every glass he took. The figure moved on at a slow and steady pace among the old tombstones that lay so thick around in the circuit of this churchyard, until it reached the church itself, and then it walked slowly around the sacred edifice, looking with a curious eye at the windows that presented themselves to observation, and apparently scanning the height from the ground. Finally he paused at a rugged-looking part of the wall, and commenced with great muscular power and most wonderful agility climbing up to one of the windows. To look at that wall, it would have seemed that nothing human could possibly have succeeded in ascending it, and yet this stranger, catching at asperities, which scarcely seemed to be such, did, with a wonderful power and strength, dragged himself up until he grasped an iron bar close to the window immediately above him, and then he had a firm hold. After this, his progress was easy, assuming that his object was merely to get up to the window of the old church, for he stood upon the narrow ledge without in a few moments. There was a slight noise. It was of the breaking of a pane of glass, and then the stranger introduced his hand into the church, and succeeded in removing a rude primitive-looking fastening which held the window in its place. In another moment he disappeared from external observation within the sacred building. What could he want there at such an hour, and who is he? Did he contemplate disturbing the repose of the dead with some unhallowed purpose? Was robbery his aim? Let us be patient, and probably we shall soon enough perceive that some affairs are in progress that require the closest attention, and which in the vaults are calculated to fill the reflecting mind with the most painful images, and awake sensations of horror at the idea that such things can really be and are permitted tacitly by heaven to take place on the beautiful earth destined for the dwelling place of man. End of chapter 210. 11 of Varney the Vampire Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. Varney the Vampire Volume 3 by Thomas Prescott Priest. Chapter 211. Will Stevens' visit to the family vault with the sawdust, and what he saw there. Will Stevens waited at the alehouse much longer than he intended to be sure the rain cleared off. But what of that? It was not a circumstance that made the ale anything worse, and so he waited to drink it with a gusto that improved each glass amazingly. And then some of those who were present, jolly toppers like himself, began to laugh and to say, "Ah, Will, you may as well poke that bag of sawdust into some corner. You won't do anything with it tonight, old fellow, we know." Now, some people get mood-tempered and complying when they have had the drop too much, and others again get particularly obstinate and contradictory. Will, of the two, certainly had more pretensions to belong to the latter class than the former. So when he heard such a prophecy concerning his movements and knew it was all an assumption based upon the ale he had drank, he felt indignant. "Now go," he cried. "Not go! You may fancy, if you please, that I will not go, but you will find yourself mistaken. I will go." "What, so late? What's the odds to me? Any of you now would be frightened out of your lives to set foot in the old church at such a time as this, I know, but I'm none of the timid sort. I'm afraid of nobody living, and it ain't likely that I am now going to be afraid of anybody dead." "Then you really will go?" The only reply that made to this was to finish off the glass of ale that was before him, shouldering the bag of sawdust, and sally out into the open air. Will Stevens felt highly indignant and touchy about his honor, and as he had said he would go, and then somebody chose to imply a doubt still, he was grievously offended. When he got out, he found that the night was anything but the inviting one. He was still sober enough to see that, and to feel that although the heavy rain had ceased, there were a little disagreeable sort of vapor in the air. He staggered at the first turning he came to, for rather an uncomfortable gust of wind blew in his face, carrying along with it such a shower of small cold rain that he was, or fancied himself to be, wet through in a moment. "Pleasant this," thought Will, "but I won't go back to be laughed at." As for the sawdust he was carrying, its weight was by no means any great consideration, for it was just as light as it could be. "No, I won't go back. Back indeed, not I. They would make me stand a pot of ale, too certainly, if I were to go back. And besides, it would be all over the parish tomorrow that Will Stevens, after he got halfway to the church, was afraid to go any further. Confound the small rain, it pricks like pins and needles." Nothing is more sobering than rain, and as he, Will, gradually got saturated with the small aqueous particles, the effect of the strong ale as gradually wore off, until by the time the dim, dusky outline of the church rose before him, he was almost as sober as need be. "Ah," he said, "here I am at last, at any rate. I do not hate this sort of rain. You can hardly make up your mind that it is raining at all, and yet somehow you get soaked before you know where you are. It's just like going through a damp cloud, that it is, and yet somehow or another, I don't much mind it. I am earning a guinea, easy enough. Ha ha!" This was by no means an unpleasant reflection. "Yes," he added, "I'm earning a guinea easily enough, that's quite clear. But it's not everybody who would, for a guinea, go into anybody's family vault at such a time. By the by, I wonder now what the time is exactly." Scarcely had Will spoken those words when the old church clock struck 12. It was a very serious, deliberate sort of clock that, and it took a long time to strike 12, and Will listened to the greatest attention with the hope of persuading himself that it was only 11. But there could be no mistake. 12 it was. "Really," he said, "is it so late? Well, I didn't think." Will stood within the porch of the church door, and he gave sort of a shiver, and then, with a bag of sawdust in his hand, he stopped to listen attentively, for he thought he heard a slight sound. "What was that, eh? What?" "I though nay, I'm sure I heard something. It's very odd indeed." As if then to afford Will an excuse for resolving the sound to something else. The wind at this moment came into such a golden gale around the ancient edifice that quite congratulated himself. He was within the porch and protected from its fury, and besides it to his mind was a sufficing explanation of the noise he had heard. "Some of the old doors," he muttered, "rattled by the wind, that's all. Now I suppose we shall have a clear night after all the rain. Such a gale will soon blow off the damp clouds." Will was right. The gale, for a gale it was, blew from the north, and away went the rain clouds as if certain had been drawn aside by some invisible hand. After some rummaging, Will found in his pocket the key of the church. It was not the key of the principal door, but of a smaller side entrance, at which the officials who required at all times free ingress and egress made application. The little arched door creaked upon its hinges, and then Will stood in a sort of vestibule, for another door that was never fast had to be opened before he could be verily said to be within the church. This second door was covered with green baize, and could be opened and shut very noiselessly indeed. Will Stephen stood in the vestibule until he had got a small lantern out of one pocket, and some matches from another. Then in a few moments he had a light, and once again shouldering the bag of sawdust, he pushed open the inner door and stood in the church. It might have been fancy, nay, he felt certain it could be nothing else, but he thought as he opened the door that a faint sort of sigh came upon his ears. Fancy or not, though, it was an uncomfortable thing at such an hour, and in such a place too, and he had never before heard anything of the sort upon his visits to the church. And he had visited it at all hours, many and many a time. "It's odd," he said. "It's uncommonly odd. I never felt so uncomfortable in the church before. I never used to mind coming to it in the middle of the night. But now What was that?" Again an odd sort of noise came upon his ears, and he dropped the bag of sawdust. All was still again, save the regular roar of wind as it swept around the sacred building. And although Will Stephen stood for nearly 10 minutes in an attitude of listening, he heard nothing to augment his terrors, but let an impulse once be given to fear, and it will go on accumulating material from every trivial circumstance. The courage of the sexton was broken down, and there was no knowing now what tricks his awakened imagination might play him. He began to wish he had not come, and from that wish to think that he might as well go back. Only shame forbade him, for it will easily be known on the morrow that he had not placed the sawdust in the vault, and lastly, he began to think that someone might be playing him a trick. This last supposition probably had more effect in raising his courage than any preceding one. Indignation took possession of him, and he no longer thought of retreating. He went forward at once and fell over the bag of sawdust. "Murder!" shouted Will. The moment he did so, he recollected what it was that had occasioned his fall, and being ashamed of himself, he called out impulsively, as if somebody was there to hear him. "No, no, it's the only sawdust. No, no!" He rose to his feet again, heartily ashamed of his own fears. Luckily his lantern had not been broken or extinguished in his fall. And now, without another word, he prepared himself to execute the work he came to do, and leave the church to its repose as quickly as possible. At one end of the church, the southern end, there was a large window, which might be said to light the whole of the interior, for the little windows at the sides were more ornamental than useful, being nothing but lattices, and across this window was drawn a heavy cloth curtain, so that when the sun shone too brightly upon the congregation on a summer's day, it could be wholly or partially excluded upon a sign from the clergyman. The curtain was drawn close on the window now, at night, and Will just glanced up to it. as he walked on towards the aisle where the opening to the family vault of the Crafton was situated. "All right," he said. "What a fool I have been, to be sure. Upon my word, I have saved frightening myself all night, and some people would too. But that's not my way of doing business. So here we are, all right. The door on one side, so that I have just room enough to go down into the vault. Oh, when one comes to think of it, it was rather a melancholy thing, the death of such a young girl as she was, going to be married too. Well, that's the way the world goes." The stone steps leading down to the vault were rather steep, and Will threw down the bag of sawdust first, in preference to carrying it, and then with his lantern in his hand, he commenced his own descent. "That'll do," said Will, when he felt his feet upon the soft old sawdust that was on the floor of the vault. "That'll do. Now for it. I shall soon have this job settled, and then I'll get home no faster than I can." Somehow or another, he felt very much inclined to talk. The sound of his own voice, conversing as he might be said to be with himself, gave him a sort of courage, and made the place not appear to be altogether so desperately lonely as it really was. That, no doubt, was the feeling that brought forth so many indifferent remarks from Will Stevens. He held up his light to look around him, and turned gradually upon his heels as he did so. The light shook in his hand, the hair almost stood on end of his head, his teeth chattered, and he tried to speak in vain, as he saw lying at his feet a coffin lid. It was new. The nails that held the blue cloth upon it were bright and fast. The plate shone like silver. Yes, it was the lid of the coffin of Miss Clara Crofton. But how it came off, unsecured and lying upon the floor of the vault, while the coffin was in its proper niche. "Gracious goodness!" gasped Will at length. "What does this mean?" The question was easy to ask, but most difficult to answer, and he stood trembling and turning over in his mind all the most frightful explanations of what he saw that could never occur to any one. "Has she been buried alive? Have the body snatchers been after her? How is it? What has happened?" Then it occurred to Will that it would be just as well to look into the coffin, and see if it was tenantless or not. If it were, it thought, he should know what to think. Or if the dead body was there, he could only conclude that she had been buried alive, and had just strength enough to force open the coffin, and cast the lid of it on the floor of the vault, and then to die in that horrible place. It required almost more courage than Will could muster to go and look into the coffin, for now that his usual indifference was completely broken down, he was as timid as any stranger to graves and vaults would have been. But curiosity is, after all, a most exciting passion, and that lent him power. "Yes," he said, I will look into the coffin. I shall have but a poor tale to tell to Sir George Crofton if I do not look into the coffin. I have nothing to be afraid of." He advanced with trembling steps, the light shaking in his hands as he did so. He reached the coffin, and with eyes unusually wide he looked in. It was empty. End of chapter 211. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Priest, Chapter 212. The Apparition in the Church. Will Stevens swoon. The Morning. For some minutes, Will Stevens continued to gaze in the empty coffin, as if there were something peculiarly fascinating in it, and most attractive, and yet nothing was in it, no vestige even of the vestments of the dead. If Clara Crofton had herself risen and left the vault, it was quite clear she had taken with her apparel of the grave. Will had thought that if he found the coffin empty, all his fears would vanish, and that he should be able to come at once to the conclusion that she had become the prey of resurrectionists. But new ideas, as he gazed at that abandoned receptacle of the dead, began to creep across him. I don't know, he muttered, but she may in a ghost-like kind of way be going about. I don't know whether ghosts is corpse or not. I wish I was out of this. The idea of spreading the sawdust in the vault now completely left him. All he thought of was to get away, and the dread that Clara Crofton was perhaps hiding somewhere and might come suddenly out upon him with a yell, got so firm a hold of him that several times he thought he should faint with excess of terror. That would be too horrible, he said. I am sure I should go mad, mad, mad. He retreated backward to the stairs, for the coffin, empty though it was, held his gaze with a strange kind of fascinating power. He thought that if he turned round something would be sure to lay hold of him. It was a most horrifying and distressing idea that, and yet he could not conquer it. Of course he must turn round. It would be an awkward thing to attempt descending the staircase short as it was, backward, so he felt the necessity of turning his back upon the vault. I will do so, he thought, and then make such a rush up the steps that I shall be in the church in a moment. I can surely do that, and after all, it's nothing really to be afraid of. It's only a matter of imagination after all. Oh yes, that's all. I will do that. He put his notable scheme into execution by turning suddenly round and making a dash at the stairs. But as people generally do things badly, when they do them in a hurry, he stumbled when about halfway and felt himself at the mercury of the whole of the supernatural world. Have mercy on me, he cried. I am going. Have mercy on me. He had struck the lantern so hard against the stone stairs that he had broken it into fragments, and now all was intense darkness around him. He gave himself up for lost. He lay, expecting each moment to feel some dead bony fingers clutching him, and he only groaned, thinking that surely now his last hour was come, and it is a wonder that his fancy, excited as it was, did not conjure up to him the very effect he dreaded. But it did not do so, strange to say, and he lay for full 5 minutes without anything occurring to add to his terrors. Then he began gradually to recover. If, he gasped, I could not reach the church. I think I should be safe. Yes, I should surely be safe in the body of the church. Have mercy on me, good ghosts. I never harmed any of you. I respect you very much, indeed I do. Let me go, and I'll never say a light word of any of you again. No, never, if I were to live for 1,000 years. As he uttered these words, he crawled up the remaining stairs, and to his great satisfaction made his way fairly to the church. But then a new surprise, if it was not exactly a new fright, perhaps it was something of both, awaited him. The curtain that had been, as he had observed when he was walking down the aisle, closely drawn across the large south window, was now drawn on one side, so that a large portion of that window was exposed, and the north wind having chased away by the time entirely the damp clouds, the moon was sailing in a cloudless sky, and sending into the old church a glorious flood of light. What a change, said Will Stevens. It was indeed a change. The church was alight as day, save in some places where shadows fell, and they, in contrast to the silvery lightness of the moonbeams, were of a jetty blackness. But still let the moon shine ever so brightly, there is not that distinctness and freshness of outline produced, as in the direct daylight. A strange kind of hazy vapor seems to float between the eye and all objects, an indistinctness and mysteriousness of aspect, which belongs not to the sun's unreflected rays. Thus it was that although the church was illuminated by the moon, it had a singular aspect, and would scarcely have been recognized by any one who had only seen it by the mild searching light of day. But of course Will Stevens, the sexton, knew it well, and as he wiped the perspiration from his face, he said, "What a relief to get out of that vault, and to find now that the night has turned out so fair and beautiful. I begin to think I have frightened myself more than I need have done. But it was that coffin lid that did the business. I wasn't my own man after that. But now that I have got out of the vault, I feel quite different. Oh, quite another thing." Suddenly then it occurred to him that the curtain had been close on the window when he came into the church, and following upon that thought came another, namely that it could not very well remove itself before the casement, and that consequently some hands, mortal or ghostly, must have done that part of the business. Here there was ample food again for all his fears, and Will Stevens almost on the instant relapsed into his former trembling and nerveless state. "What shall I do?" he said. "It ain't all over yet. What will become of me? There's something horrid going to happen, I feel certain, and that curtain has only been drawn aside to let the moonlight come in for me to see it." With the painful expectation of his eyes being blasted by some horrible sight, he glared round him, but he saw nothing, although the dense little mass of pews before him might have hidden many a horror. His next movement was to turn his eyes to the gallery, and all around it he carried them until he came to the window again, but he saw nothing. "Who knows," he muttered, "who knows after all but that the wind, in some odd sort of way, may have blown the curtain on one side. I wish I had the courage to go up to the gallery and see, but I don't think I should like to do that." He hesitated. He knew that it would sound well on the morrow for him to be able to say that he went up, and yet it was rather a fearful thing. "Ahem," he said at length, "is anyone here?" As he made his inquiry, he took care to keep himself ready to make a dart out at the door into the churchyard, but as there was no response to it, he was a little encouraged. The gallery staircase was close to where he stood, and after the not unnatural hesitation of a few moments more, he approached him, and began slowly to ascend. Nothing interrupted him, all was profoundly still, and at length he did reach the south window, and he found that the curtain was most deliberately drawn on one side, and that the window was fast, so that no vagary of the wind could have accomplished the purpose. "Now I'll go at once," he said. "I can't stand this any longer. I'll go and alarm the village. I'll make a disturbance of some sort." "Awake," said a deep hollow voice. Will sunk upon his knees with a groan, and mechanically his eyes wandered to the direction from whence the sound came, and he saw in a pew just beneath him, and on which the moonlight now fell brightly, a human form. It was lying in a strange huddled up position in the pew, and a glance showed the experienced eyes of the sexton that it was arrayed in the vestments of the dead. He tried to speak, he tried to scream, he tried to pray, but all was in vain. Intense terror froze up every faculty of his body, and he could only kneel there with his face resting upon the front of the gallery, and glare with aching eyes that would not close for a moment upon the scene below. "Awake," said a deep strange voice again. "Awake." It was quite clear that the voice did not come from the figure in the pew, but from someone close at hand. The sexton soon saw another form in the adjoining pew, standing upright as a statue, with one hand pointing upwards to the window, where came in the moonlight was a tall figure, enveloped in a cloak. It was from the lips of that figure that the sound came so deeply and so solemnly. "Sister," it said, "be one of us. Let the cold chaste moonbeams endow thee with your new and strange and horrible existence. Be one of us. Be one of us. Hours must yet elapse, ere the faint flash of morning will kill the moonbeams. There is time, sister. Awake, be one of us." There was a passing cloud that swept for an instant over the face of the moon, obscuring its radiance, and the figure let its arm fall to its side. But when the silvery beams streamed into the church, it again pointed to the window. "'Tis done, she moves," he said. "I've fulfilled my mission. Ha ha ha!" The laugh was so terrific and unmirthful that it froze the very blood in the veins of Will, and he thought he was surely at the moment going mad. But still he did not close his eyes. Still he moved not from the position which he had first assumed when the horrible noise met his ears. "'Tis done," said the figure, and the arm that had been outstretched was let fall to his side. Will Stevens looked in the pew, where he had seen what appeared to be a corpse. It had altered its position. He saw it move and wave its arms about strangely, and deep sighs came from its lips. It was a dreadful sight to see, but at length it rose up in the grave clothes, and moved to the door of the pew. The figure in the adjoining pew opened the door and stood on one side, and the revivified corpse passed out. Slowly and solemnly it passed down the aisle. It reached the door at which Will Stevens had entered, and then it passed away from his sight. The tall figure followed closely, and Will Stevens was alone in the church. What could he do? How could he give such a sufficient alarm? Would the too horrible personage return or not? Alas, poor Will Stevens! Never was an unhappy mortal sexton in such a frightful tribulation before. He knelt and shook like an aspen. At length a lucky thought entered his head. "The bell! The bell!" he cried, all at once finding his voice. "To the bell!" He sprung to his feet, for what he was now about to do did not involve the necessity of going down again into the body of the church. There was a narrow staircase at the corner of the gallery, leading to the belfry. It was up that staircase that Will now struggled and tore. End of chapter 212. Chapter 213 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Priest. Chapter 213. The Alarm from the Belfry. The Beadle in a Quandary. "The belfry!" cried Will Stevens. "Oh, if I could reach the belfry!" He went stumbling on, now falling, then gathering himself up again to renewed exertions, for the stairs were steep and narrow, and although the little church tower was by no means very high, yet the place where the bell hung was not to be reached in a moment. Perseverance, however, will do wonders, and it was reached at last. Yes, he stood panting in a little square building, in the very center of which hung a thick rope. It was the means of tolling the bell. To seize it was the work of a moment. The bell swung around, and its iron tongue gave forth a loud and stunning sound. Again and again, bang, bang, bang went the bell, and then, feeling that at all events he had given an alarm, Will Stevens turned to retrace his steps. He was half stupefied by his previous fears. The noise of the bell, so close as he had been to it, had been stunning and bewildering, and Will Stevens reeled like a drunken man. The ale, too, might have a little to do with that, but certainly he made a false step, and down he went head foremost, from top to bottom of those old steep narrow belfry stairs. Will Stevens was right when he considered that the tolling of the bell would give an alarm. Most persons in the neighborhood were awakened by it, and they listened to the 7 or 8 pealing sounds in surprise. What could they mean? Who was doing it? It could not be fire. Oh dear, no. The alarm would not leave off it were somebody dead. Ah, yes. It was some great person in the state dead, and the news had been brought there. And so the bell was tolled, and we shall hear all about it in the morning. And so those who had been awakened went to sleep again, and the unhappy sexton was left to his fate at the foot of the little stairs leading up to the belfry, where he had gone with so much trouble and produced so little effect. The long weary hours of the night crept on, and at last the faint dawn of early morning showed itself upon the ocean, and in faint streaks of light in the glowing east. The fishermen began to ply their hazardous and hardy trade. The birds in the gardens and in the old lime and yew trees that shaded the churchyard shook off their slumbers. Gradually the light advanced, and a new day began. But there lay poor Stevens, the victim of what he had seen and heard in the old church, and he was doomed to lie some time longer yet. There was a Mr. Anthony Dory, who was a parish beadle, and he had awakened, and heard the sound of the tolling of the well-known bell. "I say, Mother Dory," he said to better half, "what's that?" "How should I know, idiot?" was the polite rejoinder. "Oh, very good. You had better get up and see." "Oh dear no, it's no business of mine. Master Wiggins is the bell-ringer. I dare say it's something, though." There is a wise conclusion for the beadle to come to, and he turned to go to sleep again, which was wise likewise, only more easy in the conception than in the execution, for his mind was more disturbed than he had thought it possible anything could disturb it, by the tolling of the bell. Whenever he found himself just going off to sleep, he jumped awake again quite wide, crying, "Eh, was that the bell?" This sort of thing, varied by a great number of punches in the ribs from Mrs. Dory, went on until the morning had sufficiently advanced to make it quite light enough to see objects with ordinary distinctness, and then, fancying that all his attempts to sleep would be futile, the vexed beadle rose. "I can't sleep. That's a clear case," he said, "so I will go and see what the bell was tolled for at such an odd time of the night. The more I think of it, the more I don't know what to think." Full of this resolution, he went post-haste to Mr. Wiggins, and knocked loudly at his cottage door. "Hello, Wiggins!" "Well," said Wiggins, looking out of his bedroom window with his head picturesquely adorned by a red nightcap. "Well, what's the matter now?" "That's what I want to know. Why did you toll the bell in the middle of the night?" "I toll the bell." "Yes, to be sure I heard it." "Yes, and I heard it too. But it was none of my tolling, and if I had not been rather indisposed, Mr. Dory, I should have got it myself and seen what it was all about. As it is you find me cleaning myself rather early." "I'll wait for you then," said Dory. Wiggins soon made his appearance, and he and Dory walked off together to the church, much pondering as they went on upon the mysterious circumstance that took them there. For if neither had rung the bell, they could not think who had, for although the name of Will Stevens certainly occurred to them both, they thought it about one of the most unlikely things in the world that he would take the trouble to perform upon the great bell in the middle of the night, when it was none of his business to do so under any circumstances whatever. "Nonsense," said the beadle. "I hardly ever knew him do a very civil thing." "Nor I either. So you may depend, neighbor Dory, it's not him." "It's a great mystery, neighbor Wiggins. That's what it is, and nothing else. I hope it don't bode none of us no harm, that's all. Times are quite bad enough, without anything happening to make 'em worse." This sentiment, as any grumbling one always is, was acceded to by the beadle, and so they went on conversing until they reached the church door, and then the surprise of finding the smaller entrance open struck them, and they stood staring at each other for some moments in profound silence. "There's somebody here," said Wiggins at last. "In course. What shall we do, Mr. Dory? Do you think it's our duty to go in and see who it is, or run away? You and I ain't a constable, but you are, so perhaps it alters the case so far as you are concerned, you see." "Not at all. You are a strong man, Mr. Wiggins, a very strong man. But suppose we try to make someone answer us. Here goes." The beadle advanced close to the threshold of the door, and in as loud a tone of voice as he could command, he said, "Ahem, ahem! Hilloa, hilloa! What are you at there? Come, come! I'm down upon you." "What do they say?" inquired Wiggins. "Nothing at all? Then perhaps it's nobody. Well, do you know, if I thought that, I'd go in at once, like a roaring lion. I would, and show 'em who I was. Ah! So would I, so would I." After listening for some short time longer, most intently, and hearing nothing, they came to the conclusion that although someone had evidently been there, there was no one there now, so it would be quite safe to go into the church, always taking care to leave the door open, so that in the event of any alarm they could run away again, with all the precipitation in the world. It certainly was not one of the most hazardous exploits in the whole history of chivalrous proceedings to enter a church in daylight, as it then was, in search of someone who it was very doubtful was there. But to have seen upon the beadle and Mr. Wiggins, anybody would have thought them bound upon an enterprise of life or death, and the latter the most likely of the two, by a great deal. "Ahem!" cried Mr. Jory again. "We are two strong, bold fellows, and we have left our 6 companions, all 6 feet high at the door. Ahem!" No effect was produced by this speech, which Mr. Jory fully intended should strike terror into somebody, and after a few minutes' search, they both felt convinced that there was no one hidden in the lower part of the church, and there was only the gallery to search. And yet that was a ticklish job, for the nearer they approached the belfry, of course the nearer they approached the spot from which the alarm had been given. It was therefore with rather a backwardness in going forward, that they both slowly proceeded up the staircase, and finally reached the gallery, where they saw no one, and much to their relief, the want of any discovery was. "It's all right," said the beadle. "There's nobody here. Oh, how I do wish the rascals had only stayed, that's all. I'd shown them what a beadle was. I'd a took 'em up in a twinklin'. I would. Lord bless you, Mr. Wiggins, you don't know what a desperate man I am. But when I'm put to it, that you don't." "Perhaps not, but there don't seem to be any danger." "Not the least, eh? Eh? Oh, the Lord have mercy upon us! I give in. What's that? Take my everything, but oh, spare my life. Oh, oh, oh!" This panic of the beadle's was all owing to hearing somebody give a horrible groan, such a groan that it was really dreadful to hear it. Mr. Wiggins, too, was much alarmed, and leant upon the front rail of the gallery, looking dreadfully pale and wan. The beadle's face looked quite of a purple hue, and he shook in every limb. I thought I saw a groan," he said. So did I." "Oh, look! Then don't you hear a horrible bundle up in that corner? Oh, mercy! I begin to think we are as good as dead men. That we are. Oh, that we are. What will become of us?" By this time Will Stevens, who the reader is aware, was there to make the groan, had got up from the foot of the belfry stairs, and he began to drag his bruised and stiffened frame towards the beadle and Mr. Wiggins, which they no sooner perceived than they set off as hard as they could scamper from the place, crying out for help as if they had been pursued by 1,000 devils. In vain Stevens called after them. They did not hear his voice, nor did they stop in their headlong flight until they reached the door of the clergyman, concerning whose power to banish all evil spirits into the Red Sea they had a strong belief. And as the reverend gentleman was at breakfast, the first thing they both did was to rush in, and upset the tea tray, which the servant had just brought in. End of chapter 213.
Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 214. The Clergyman's Visit to the Vault. Rescue of the Sexton. What the devil? Sounds? Yes, that was what the parson said. With all due respect for his cloth, we cannot help recording the fact that the words at the commencement of this chapter were precisely those that came from the lips of the reverend gentleman upon the occasion of the sudden and rather alarming irruption of the beadle and the bell-ringer into his breakfast parlour at the parsonage. "We beg your pardon, sir," said the beadle, "but—" "Yes, sir, we beg your pardon," added the bell-ringer, "but—" "What?" cried the parson, as he looked at the remains of his breakfast lying upon the hearth-rug in most admired disorder at his feet. "The bell, sir, the church, the gallery, a groan, a ghost, a lot of ghosts." Such were the incoherent words that came, thick as hail, from the beadle and the bell-ringer. In vain the clergyman strove to get to the rights of the story. He was compelled to wait until they were both very nearly tired out, and then he said, "Very well, I don't understand, so you may both go away again." "But, sir, but, sir—" "If one of you will speak while the other listens, I will attend, and not otherwise. This is Sunday morning, and I neither can nor will waste any more time upon you. Nothing is so terrible to a professed storyteller, and the beadle was something of that class, as to tell him that you won't listen to him. So Mr. Dorry at once begged that Wiggins would either allow him to tell what had happened, or tell it properly himself. Mr. Wiggins gave way, and the beadle, as diffusely as possible, told the tale of the bell tolling, and the visit to the church, with the awful adventure that there occurred. "What do you think of it, sir?" he concluded by asking. "I have no opinion formed as yet," replied the clergyman, "but I will step down to the church now, and see." "You'll take plenty of people with you, sir?" "Oh dear no, I shall go alone. I don't gather from what you have said that there is any danger. Your own fears, too, I am inclined to think, have much exaggerated the whole affair. I dare say it will turn out, as most of such alarms usually do, some very simple affair indeed." The parson took his hat and walked away to the church as coolly as possible, leaving Mr. Dorry and Mr. Wiggins to stare at each other, and to wonder at a temerity they could not have thought it possible for any human being to have practised. But the clergyman was supported by a power of which they knew little, the power of knowledge, which enabled him at once in his own mind to divide the probable from the impossible, and therefore was it that he walked down to the church fully prepared to hear from somebody a very natural explanation of the mysterious bell-ringing in the night, which was the only circumstance that made him think that there was anything to explain, for he had heard that himself. When he reached the sacred building he found the door open, as the beadle and the bell-ringer had left it, and the moment he got into the body of the church he heard a voice say, "Help! Help! Will nobody help me?" "Yes," he replied, "of course, I will." "Oh, thank heaven!" "Where are you?" "Here, sir. I think that's your voice, Mr. Bevan." "Ah, and I think that's your voice, Will Stevens. I thought this would turn out some very ordinary piece of business. So you are upstairs, and did you ring the bell in the night?" "I did, sir." "Just so. Come down, then." "I'm afraid I can't, sir, without some help. I have had a very bad fall, and although, thank God, no bones are broken, I am sadly shaken and bruised, so that it is with great pain, sir, I can crawl along, and as for getting down the stairs, why, I rather think I couldn't by myself, if there was £100 note waiting for me below, just for the trouble of fetching, sir." "Very well, I'm coming. Don't move." Mr. Bevan ascended the staircase, and without a bit of pride, as Will Stevens said afterwards in telling the story, helped the bruised sexton down the gallery steps to the body of the church, and then he made him sit down on one of the forms, and tell him all that had happened, which Will did from first to last, quite faithfully, not even omitting how he had stayed rather late at the ale-house, and how terrified he had been by the curious events that took place while he was in the church, ending by his fall from the stairs leading up to the belfry. "Will, Will," said Mr. Bevan, "the ringing of the bell is good proof that you have been in the belfry, but you will scarcely expect me to believe the remainder of your dream." "Dream, sir?" "Yes, to be sure. You surely don't think now, in broad daylight, that it is anything else, do you?" I don't know, sir. Of course, sir, if you say it's a dream, why— There, that will do. I will convince you that it was nothing more, or else you will go disturbing the whole neighbourhood with this story, that it is quite a mercy I have first heard." "Convince me, sir?" "Yes, come with me to the vault." Will Stevens shrunk from this proposal, and his fear was so manifest that Mr. Bevan was, at all events, convinced that he had told him nothing but what he himself believed, and accordingly he felt still more anxious to rid Will of his nervous terror. "You surely," he said, "cannot be timid while I am with you. Come at once, and if you do not find that the late Miss Crofton, poor girl, is quiet enough in her coffin, I promise you, upon my sacred word, that I will never cease investigating this affair, and bringing it to some conclusion. Come at once, before any curious persons arrive at the church." So urgent a request from the clergyman of the parish to Will Stevens, the sexton of the parish, almost might be said to amount to a command, so Will did not see how he could get out of it without confessing an amount of rank cowardice that even he shrunk from. "Well, sir," he said, "of course with you I can have no objection. That's right. Come along. There are means of getting a light into the vestry. Wait here a moment." Will would not wait. He stuck close by Mr. Bevan, who went into the vestry, and soon procured a candle, lighted from materials he kept there under lock and key, and they went together to the vault, the stone of which was just as it had been left when Will emerged with so much fright. "I will go first," said Mr. Bevan. "Thank you, sir." The clergyman descended, and Will Stevens followed, trembling, about 2 stairs behind him. Little did he expect when he emerged from that vault, previous to his adventures in the church, that he should revisit it again so quickly. Indeed, he had made a mental resolve that nothing should induce him to go down those stairs again, and yet there he was, actually descending them. So weak are the resolutions of mortals. Needs must, thought Will, when the parson, drives. "Come on, Will," said Mr. Bevan. Will looked about him, but no coffin lid was visible. There was Miss Crofton's coffin, in its proper niche, with the lid on, and looking as calm and undisturbed as any respectable coffin could look. Will was amazed. He looked at the coffin, and he looked at the parson, and then he looked uncommonly foolish. "Never mind it, Will," said Mr. Bevan. "Never mind it, I say. The story need go no further. You can keep your own counsel if you like. You have come here under the influence of strong ale, and you have gone to sleep most likely in this very vault, and in your sleep, having a very vivid dream, you have walked up into the gallery, and thence into the belfry, where no doubt you did ring the bell under the influence of your dream, and then you fell down the belfry stairs, I believe, as you say you did." "Ah," said Will, "bless you, sir, it may be so, but—" "You are not convinced?" "Not quite, sir." "Well, Will, you are quite right never to pretend to be convinced when you are not. I do not blame you for that. But in a short time, when the effect of the affair has worn off, you will entertain my opinion." "I hope, sir, I may." "That will do. Now the stone must be put over this vault." "Sir, if you wouldn't mind, sir—" "What, Will?" "Staying a moment or two, while I empty the bag of sawdust on the floor, sir. I shan't be a minute. No, not half a minute. And then I shall have done with the vault altogether, I hope, sir." "Very well." Will set to work, and although at any other time he would have been rather ashamed of letting Mr. Bevan see what a wonderfully small quantity of sawdust made up a guinea's worth, superior considerations now prevailed, and he would not have spared the clergyman's company on any account. "Now I've done, sir." "Very well, follow me." Will did not like to ask the clergyman to follow him, so in that difficulty, for as to his remaining behind it was out of the question, he made a rush and reached the church before Mr. Bevan could ascend 2 of the steps. When that gentleman did reach the church, he made no remark about the precipitancy and apparent disrespect of Will, for he put it down to its right cause, but he left the church in order to make the usual preparations for the morning service, which would now commence in an hour and a half. Will walked home with his empty bag, for the little exercise he had had sufficed to convince him that he was not so much hurt as he thought, and that the stiffness of his limbs would soon pass away. "It's all very well," he said to himself, "for Mr. Bevan to talk about dreams, but if that was one, nothing real has ever happened to me yet, that's all." End of chapter 214. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 215. The Young Lover's Midnight Watch. Did the clergyman really think what he said? Had he no suspicions that, after all, there was a something more even than he was quite willing to admit in the story told by Will Stevens? We shall see in good time, but at all events, one thing is evident, that the parson thought it good sound policy, and it was, to endeavour to nip the thing in the head, and by ascribing it to a dream, put it down as a subject of speculation in the place. He knew that nothing could be more dangerous than allowing any such story to pass current as a wonderful fact, and well he knew that in a short time, if such were the case, it would receive so many additions and so many embellishments that the mischief it might produce upon the mind of an ignorant population might be extreme, and of a most regretful character indeed. All this he felt hourly, and therefore Will Stevens' story was to be put down as a dream. Now Mr. Bevan, it will be recollected, had urged Will to keep his own counsel, and to say nothing of the affair to anyone, but he had faint hopes only that Will would do that, very faint hopes indeed, for after all he, Will, was the hero of the story, and there would be a something extremely gratifying in telling it, and in stating what he would have done had not his foot slipped as he came down the narrow stairs from the old belfry, and so completely stunned him by the fall. Mr. Bevan therefore had very few, if any, compunctions in adopting the course he did, which was in the evening, when there was no service at the church, to call at the Grange to see Sir George Crofton upon the subject. Mr. Bevan was always a welcome guest at the Grange, and he was on those intimate and good terms with the family that he could always call whenever he pleased, so that a mere announcement of his presence by no means had the effect of preparing Sir George for any communication. "Ah, Mr. Bevan," he said, when the clergyman entered the room, "I am glad to see you." "And I to see you, Sir George." "You come to a house of mourning, sir, but that will be the case here for a long, long time. Time may and will, no doubt, do much to assuage our grief, but the blow is as yet too recent." Tears started to the eyes of Sir George Crofton as he made this allusion to his daughter, and he turned his head aside to hide such evidences of emotion from the parson, from whom, however, he need have expected nothing but the most friendly sympathy that one human being could bestow upon another. Mr. Bevan was a man of refinement and consideration, and he let grief always have its way, seldom doing more than merely throw out, in the form of a suggestion for consideration, as it were, that death was not the great evil it was thought to be. In such a way he generally succeeded in bringing persons smarting under the infliction of the loss of dear friends and relations much sooner to proper sense of the subject, than if he had indulged in all the canting religious exhortations that some divines think applicable to such occasions. Sir George Crofton was alone, for his two sons had gone for a stroll in the grounds. Ringwood, who still remained with the family, was in the library, where now he passed most of his time, in trying, by reading, to withdraw his mind from a too painful and fixed contemplation of his loss. He was still weak, but might be considered now quite convalescent. "Pray be seated, Mr. Bevan," said Sir George. "Believe me, I take it very kindly of you to come so often." "Pray, dear sir, don't say another word about it. I am very sorry to feel myself obliged to allude to anything of an uncomfortable nature." "Think nothing of doing so, my friend. Think nothing of it. I have a master grief which drowns all others." "But it is concerning that master grief, sir, that I come to speak." "Indeed?" "Yes, sir. Will you kindly hear me?" "Certainly, certainly." "You told me on the day following the melancholy death of your daughter, as a friend, the peculiar circumstances attendant upon that death. Now I do not mean to say that what I am going to relate to you has any connection at all with those circumstances, nor would I tell you what I come to tell at all, were I not fearful that the same story, with some of the usual exaggerations of ignorance, would reach you from other quarters, for it is not a matter consigned to my bosom only, or there it should remain." "You alarm me." "That I feared, but deeply regret. Listen to me, and remember always as you do so, that I think the whole affair is a mere dream, a disturbed slumberer's vision, nothing more." Sir George Crofton did listen, with breathless eagerness, and Mr. Bevan, without detracting anything or adding anything to the narrative of Will Stevens, told him the whole story, just as Will had told it to him, concluding by saying, "That is all, my dear sir, and I felt that my duty powerfully called upon me to be your informant upon the subject, simply that we might be forewarned against any coarse version of the story." Sir George drew a long breath. "More horrors, more horrors." "Nay, why should you say that? Is it not so? Nay, I have already given my opinion, by saying that I look upon the whole affair as but the phantasma of dream. Oh, Mr. Bevan, do not trifle with me. Is that really and truly your opinion, sir, or only said from kindness to me? It is the best opinion that I can come to. I thank you, sir, I thank you. Clara, Clara, my child, my child. The old man was overcome with grief, and at the interesting moment Ringwood entered the room with a book in his hand. He was astonished, as well he might be, to see such a fearful relapse of grief on the part of Sir George Crofton, and he looked from him to Mr. Bevan, and from Mr. Bevan to him, for some few moments in silence, and then he said, "Surely all here have suffered enough, and there is no new calamity come upon this house." "Tell him all," cried Sir George. "Tell him all. It is fit that he should know. He is one of us now. He loved my child, and loves her memory still. I pray you, Mr. Bevan, to tell all to Ringwood, for I have not the heart to do so." "I wonder," said Ringwood, calmly, "to hear you speak thus. I wonder to see that any new grief can come so near to that which we have already suffered. The image of my lost one fills up each crevice of my heart. I shall listen to you, Mr. Bevan, with respect, but my grief, I fear, is selfish, and cannot feel more than its own miseries." Ringwood seemed to imagine what the parson had to say referred to something with which Clara had nothing to do, but when, as the story proceeded, he found how intimately connected she was with the affair, his cheek flushed for a moment, and then grew of a death-like paleness, and he sat trembling and looking in the face of Mr. Bevan as he proceeded with his most strange relation. When he had concluded, Ringwood gave a deep groan. "You are much affected, sir," said Mr. Bevan. "Crushed, crushed," was the reply. "Oh, God!" "Nay, now, this is not manly, sir. You feel this thing too much. If you are so crushed, how can anyone expect that from you is to proceed the necessary exertion to prove that the story in all its particulars is but a falsehood?" Ringwood caught at this idea in a moment. "Exertion from me?" he said. "What exertions would I not make to prove such a horror to be but a creation of the fancy? What would I not do? What would I not suffer? You have warned me, sir. Yes, I have a duty to do, a duty to Clara's memory, a duty to you, Sir George, and a duty to myself, for did I not love her, and does not her gentle image still sit in my inmost heart enshrined? I will prove that this most monstrous story is a delusion. Bear with me, gentlemen. I must think. Tomorrow you shall know more, but not until tomorrow." He rose and left the room. "What does he mean?" said Sir George vacantly. "I cannot tell you, sir, but wait until tomorrow. Perhaps by then he may have proposed some plan of action that you or I may not think of. You will use your own discretion about communicating the strange affair to your sons or not, sir. Upon such a point as family confidence, I never venture an opinion. Allow me to call upon you tomorrow morning, sir, when I hope to find you in better spirits." The clergyman would not have been in such haste to leave Sir George, but as he saw Ringwood leave the room, that young man made a sign to him that he wished to see him before he left, and accordingly Mr. Bevan was anxious to know what it was he had to say to him. When he left Sir George, he asked a servant where Mr. Ringwood was, and being told he was in the library, Mr. Bevan, being quite familiar with the house, followed him there at once, and found him pacing that apartment in great agitation, and with disordered steps. "Thank heaven you have come, sir," cried Ringwood. "Tell me, oh tell me, What would you advise me to do, Mr. Bevan?" "I think," replied the clergyman, "you have already half decided upon a course." I have. "Then follow it, if it be such a one as, in its result, will produce a conviction of the truth. Do not, Mr. Ringwood, allow anything to turn you aside from a course which you feel to be right. You will always find strength enough to persevere if you have that strong conviction upon you. What is your plan?" "It is this night to watch in the church." "Be it so. I will, if you like, keep watch with you." "Oh, no, no. Let me be alone. All I ask of you, sir, is to provide me with the means of getting into the sacred edifice at midnight." "That I will do. You shall have a private key that I have for my own use. You can let yourself in without anyone knowing of your presence. But do you think you have nerve enough to go alone? If you have the smallest doubt or hesitation, let me accompany you." "No, no, I thank you. But let me go alone, and say nothing of this to Sir George. I had it in my mind when I told him I would speak to him tomorrow about what you had communicated. I would fain, if these horrors be really true, keep him in ignorance that I have verified them. But if I keep my night watch quite undisturbed, then he shall have the satisfaction of knowing that it has been so kept." "You are right in that. I will send the key to you in the course of another hour, and remember I am at your service if you should alter your mind and wish for company. Do not hesitate about disturbing my rest." End of chapter 215. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest, Chapter 216. The Horrors of the Grave, A Frightful Adventure. One would have thought that young Ringwood might with effect and with discretion have disclosed his plan of watching in the old church to one of the brothers of Clara, but he shrunk from doing that. In the first place, he thought he should be put down as a visionary, and as one who was disposed to insult the memory of Clara by imagining that the story of the sexton could be true, and in the second place, if anything did happen, he was afraid that the feelings of the brother might clash with his. "No," he said, "I will go alone. I will not rest again until I have thoroughly satisfied myself that this tale is but a fabrication of the fancy." "Oh, Clara, can it be possible?" "No, no, the thought is by far too horrible. It may really be considered a fortunate thing that the communication of the clergyman was made in the evening, for had it been earlier in the day, the hours of frightful anxiety which Ringwood would have endured until the night came must have been most painful. As it was, however, the hours that would elapse ere he could venture to go to the church on his strange and melancholy errand were not many, and they passed the more quickly that during some of them he was making up his mind as to what he should do. "Yes, Clara, my best beloved Clara," he said, "I will rescue your sweet memory from this horrible doubt that is cast upon it, or I will join you in the tomb. Welcome, 1,000 times welcome, death, rather than that I should live to think that you are— God, no, no, I cannot pronounce the dreadful word. Oh, what evil times are these, and what a world of agony do I endure! But courage, courage, let fancy sleep. I must not allow my imagination to become sufficiently excited to play me any pranks tonight. Be still, my heart, and let me go upon this expedition as a spectator merely. Time enough will it be to become an actor when I know more, if indeed there be more to know." The clergyman sent the key according to his promise by a confidential servant, who had orders to ask for Mr. Ringwood, and to give it into his own hands, so that the young man was fully prepared to go when the proper time should arrive for him to start upon his expedition. He purposely kept very much out of the way of Sir George Crofton and his two sons during the remainder of the evening, for such was the ingenuous nature of young Ringwood, and so unused was he to place any curb upon his speech, that he dreaded letting slip some information regarding his intention to keep watch in the old church that night. In such a case it would have been difficult to refuse company. Sir George took the advice of the clergyman, and said nothing to anyone of the dreadful communication that had been made to him, but he could not conceal from the family and his servants that some unusual grief was preying upon him, beyond even the sadness that had remained after the death of his daughter. He retired to rest unusually early, that he might escape their curious and inquiring glances. The clock struck 11. "It is time," said Ringwood, as he sprung from his seat in his bedroom. "It is time. For the love of thee, my Clara, I go to brave this adventure. Mine are you, in death as in life. My heart is widowed, and can know no other love." He armed himself with a pair of loaded pistols, for he made up his mind that if any trickery was at the bottom of the proceeding, the authors of such a jest should pay dearly for their temerity, and then cautiously descending from his bedroom, he crossed the dining-room, and passing through a conservatory, easily made his way out of the house, and into a flower-garden that was beyond. He thought that if he went out of the grounds by the way of the porter's lodge, it might excite some remark, his not returning again, so he went to a part of the wall which he knew was low and rugged. "There," he said, "I can easily climb over, and by getting into the meadows make my way into the road." This, to a young man, was not by any means a difficult matter, and he in a few minutes more found himself quite free of the house and grounds, and making his way very rapidly towards the church, the tower of which he could just see. The night was again a cloudy one, although nothing had as yet fallen. The wind was uncertain, and no one could with any safety have ventured to predict whether it would be fair or rain. Of the two, certainly, Ringwood would have preferred moonlight, for he wished in the church to be able to see well about him without thinking of the necessity of light. "No," he said, as he pursued his way, "I must have no light. That would ruin all." By the time he reached the church, he had a better opinion of the weather, and from a faint sort of halo that was in the sky, he was led to believe that the moon's light would soon be visible, and enable him to see everything that might take place. The key that the parson had given him opened the same little door by which Will Stevens, the sexton, had entered, and there was no difficulty in turning the lock, for it was frequently used. The young man paused for a moment, debating with himself whether he should fasten the door securely on the inner side, or leave it open, and at last he thought that, considering all things, the latter was the best course to pursue. "I do not wish," he said, "to stop any proceedings, so much as I wish to see what they are. There shall therefore be every facility for any one coming into the church who may chance to have an intention so to do." He still, it will be seen, clung a little to the hope that it was a trick. When he pushed open the door that was covered with green baize, he found that in consequence of the cloth curtain being entirely drawn aside from before the south window, that there was not near the amount of darkness within the building that he had anticipated finding there. When his eyes got a little accustomed to it, he could even see, dimly to be sure, but still sufficiently to distinguish, the the several shapes of the well-known objects in the church, the pulpit, the communion table, the little rails before it, and some of the old monuments against the walls. The stone slab that covered the opening to the vault of the Crofton family had been before the commencement of the morning service properly secured, so that the entrance could be walked over with perfect safety, and Ringwood carefully ascertained that such was the fact. "Surely, surely," he said, "it is as Mr. Bevan says. That man must have come here half stupefied by ale, and have gone to sleep. The only thing that gives the slightest semblance to such a tale is the adventure of that most mysterious man who was reclaimed from the sea." Yes, Ringwood was right. That was the circumstance, full of dread and awful mystery as it was, which sufficed to make anything else probable and possible. And what had become of him? Since the time when he made his escape from the Grange, nothing had been seen or heard of him, unless that were he indeed who was in the church pointing to the moonlight when the terrified Will Stevens was there. And yet Stevens, although he might be supposed to be in a position to know him, did not recognize him, for we do not find in his account of the affair that he made any mention of him, or insinuated any opinion even that the Mr. Smith of the Bone House was the same person who had played so strange a part in the church. The reader will have his own opinion. "Where shall I bestow myself?" thought Ringwood. "I ought to be somewhere from whence I can get a good view of the whole church." After some little consideration, and looking about him as well as the semi-darkness would permit him, he thought that he could not by any possibility do better than get into the pulpit. From there he could readily turn about in any direction from whence any noise might proceed, at the same time that it was something like a position which could not be very well attacked, except with firearms, and if such weapons were used against him, he should have the great advantage of seeing who was his assailant. Accordingly, he ascended the pulpit stairs, and soon ensconced himself in that elevated place. There was something very awful and solemn and yet beautiful about the faint view he got of the old conventicle-looking church from its pulpit, and irresistible, had he chosen to resist it, there came to his lips a prayer to heaven for its aid, its protection, and its blessing upon his enterprise. How much calmer and happier he felt after that! How true it is, as Prospero says, that prayer pierces so that it assaults mercy itself and frees all faults. Who is there in the wide world that has not felt the benign influence of an appeal to the great Creator of all things, under circumstances of difficulty and of distress? Let us pity the heart, if there be such a one in existence, that is callous to such a feeling. But there are none. A reliance upon divine mercy is one of the attributes of humanity, and may not be turned aside by even all the wickedness and the infidelity that may be arrayed against it. "All is still," murmured Ringwood. "The stillness of the very grave is here. O my Clara, methinks without a pang of mortal fear I could converse in such an hour as this with thy pure and unsullied spirit." In the enthusiasm of the moment, no doubt, Ringwood could have done so, and it is a wonder that his most excited imagination did not conjure up some apparent semblance of the being whom he loved so devotedly, and whose image he so fondly cherished, even although she had gone from him. "Yes, my Clara," he cried, in tones of enthusiasm, come to me, and you will not find that in life or in death the heart that is all your own will shrink from you." This species of mental exaltation was sure soon to pass away, and it did so. The sound of his own voice convinced him of the impropriety of such speeches, when he came there as an observer. "Hush, hush," he said. "Be still, be still." It was evident to him that many clouds were careering over the face of the moon, for at times the church would get very dark indeed, and everything assumed a pitchy blackness, and then again a soft kind of light would steal in, and give the whole place a different aspect. This continued for a long time, as he thought, and more than once he tried to ascertain the progress of the hours by looking at his watch, but the dim light baffled him. "How long have I been here?" he asked himself. "I must not measure the time by my feelings, else I should call it an age." At that moment the old church clock began to chime, and having proclaimed the 4 quarters past 11, it, with its deep-toned, solemn bell, struck the hour of 12. Ringwood carefully counted the strokes, so that, although it was too dark to see his watch, he could not be deceived. End of chapter 216. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Peckett, Prest. Chapter 217. The Midnight Hour, the Stone Slab, the Vampire. Yes, it was 12 o'clock, that mysterious hour at which it is believed by many that graves give up their dead, and many a ghost in churchyard decay rise from their cold, cold bed to make night horrible with wild vagary. 12, that hour when all that is human feels a sort of irksome dread, as if the spirits of those who have gone from the great world were too near, loading the still night air with the murky vapours of the grave. A chilliness came over Ringwood, and he fancied a strange kind of light was in the church, making objects more visible than in their dim and dusky outlines they had been before. "Why do I tremble?" he said. "Why do I tremble? Clouds pass away from before the moon, that is all. Soon there may be a bright light here, and lo, all is still. I hear nothing but my own breathing. I see nothing but what is common and natural. Thank heaven, all will pass away in quiet. There will be no horror to recount, no terrific sight to chill my blood. Rest, Clara, rest in heaven." 10 minutes passed away, and there was no alarm. How wonderfully relieved was Ringwood. Tears came to his eyes, but these were the natural tears of regret, such as he had shed before for her who had gone from him to the tomb, and left no trace behind, but in the hearts of those who loved her. "Yes," he said mournfully, "she has gone from me, but I love her still. Still does the fond remembrance of all that she was to me linger at my heart. She is my own, my beautiful Clara, as she ever was, and as, while life remains, to me she ever will be." At the moment that he uttered these words, a slight noise met his ears. In an instant he sprung to his feet in the pulpit and looked anxiously around him. "What was that?" he said. "What was that?" All was still again, and he was upon the point of convincing himself that the noise was either some accidental one or the creation of his own fancy, when it came again. He had no doubt this time. It was a perceptible, scraping, strange sort of sound, and he turned his whole attention to the direction from whence it came. With a cold, creeping chill through his frame, he saw that that direction was the one where was the family vault of the Croftons, the last home of her whom he held still in remembrance and whose memory was so dear to him. He felt the perspiration standing upon his brow, and if the whole world had been the recompense to him for moving away from where he was, he could not have done so. All he could do was to gaze with bated breath and distended eyes upon the aisle of the church from whence the sound came. That something of a terrific nature was now about to exhibit itself, and that the night would not go off without some terrible and significant adventure to make it remembered, he felt convinced. All he dreaded was to think for a moment what it might be. His thoughts ran on Clara, and he murmured forth in the most agonizing accents, "Anything, any sight but the sight of her. Oh, no, no, no!" But it was not altogether the sight of her that he dreaded. Oh, no! It was the fact that the sight of her on such an occasion would bring the horrible conviction with it that there was some truth in the dreadful apprehension that he had of the new state of things that had ensued regarding the after-death condition of that fair girl. The noise increased each moment, and finally there was a sudden crash. "She comes! She comes!" gasped Ringwood. He grasped the front of the pulpit with a frantic violence, and then slowly and solemnly there crossed his excited vision a figure all clothed in white, yes, white flowing vestments, and he knew by their fashion that they were not worn by the living, and that it was some inhabitant of the tomb that he now looked upon. He did not see the face, no, that for a time was hidden from him, but his heart told him who it was. Yes, it was his Clara. It was no dream, it was no vision of a too excited fancy, for until those palpable sounds and that most fearfully palpable form crossed his sight, he was rather inclined to go the other way, and to fancy what the sexton had reported was nothing but a delusion of his overwrought brain. Oh, that he could but for one brief moment have found himself deceived! "Speak!" he gasped. "Speak! Speak!" There was no reply. "I conjure you, I pray you, though the sound of your voice should hurl me to perdition, I implore you, speak!" All was silent, and the figure in white moved on slowly but surely towards the door of the church, but ere it passed out it turned for a moment, as if for the very purpose of removing from the mind of Ringwood any lingering doubt as to its identity. He then saw the face, oh, so well known, but so pale. It was Clara Crofton. "'Tis she! 'Tis she!" was all he could say. It seemed, too, as if some crevice in the clouds had opened at the moment, in order that he should with an absolute certainty see the countenance of that solemn figure, and then all was more than usually silent again. The door closed, and the figure was gone. He rose in the pulpit and clasped his hands. Irresolution seemed for a few moments to sway him to and fro, and then he rushed down into the body of the church. "I'll follow it," he cried, "though it lead me to perdition. Yes, I'll follow it." He made his way to the door, and even as he went he shouted, "Clara! Clara! Clara!" He reached the threshold of the ancient church. He gazed around him distractedly, for he thought that he had lost all sight of the figure. No, no, even in the darkness and against the night sky he saw it once again, in its sad-looking death raiments. He dashed forward. The moonbeams at this instant being freed from some dense clouds that had interposed between them and this world, burst forth with resplendent beauty. There was not a tree, a shrub, nor a flower, but what was made distinct and manifest, and with the church, such was the almost unprecedented lustre of the beautiful planet, that even the inscriptions upon the old tablets and tombs were distinctly visible. Such a refulgence lasted not many minutes, but while it did, it was most beautiful, and the gloom that followed it seemed doubly black. "Stay, stay!" he shouted. "Yet a moment, Clara. I swear that what you are, that will I be. Take me over to the tomb with you. Say but that it is your dwelling place, and I will make it mine, and declare it a very palace of the affections." The figure glided on. It was in vain that he tried to keep up with it. It threaded the churchyard among the ancient tombs with a gliding speed that soon distanced him, impeded as he continually was by some obstacle or another, owing to looking at the apparition he followed instead of the ground before him. Still on he went, heedless whither he was conveyed, for he might be said to be dragged onward, so much were all his faculties both of mind and body intent upon following the apparition of his beloved. Once, and once only, the figure passed, and seemed to be aware that it was followed, for it flitted round an angle made by one of the walls of the church, and disappeared from his eyes. In another moment he had turned the same point. "Clara! Clara!" he shouted. "'Tis I! You know my voice! Clara! Clara!" She was not to be seen, and then the idea struck him that she must have re-entered the church, and he too turned and crossed the threshold. He lingered there for a moment or two, and the whole building echoed to the name of Clara, as with romantic eagerness he called upon her by name to come forth to him. Those echoes were the only reply. Maddened, rendered desperate beyond all endurance, he went some distance into the building in search of her, and again he called. It was in vain. She had eluded him, and with all the carefulness and all the energy and courage she had brought to bear upon that night's proceedings, he was foiled. Could anything be more agonizing than this to such a man as Ringwood, he who loved her so that he had not shrunk from her, even in death, although she had so shrunk from him? "I will find her. I will question her," he cried. "She shall not escape me, living or dead. She shall be mine. I will wait for her, even in the tomb." Before he carried out the intention of going actually into the vault to await her return, he thought he would take one more glance at the churchyard with the hope of seeing her there, as he could observe no indications of her presence in the church. With this view he proceeded to the door, and emerged into the dim light. He called upon her again by name, and he thought he heard some faint sound in the church behind him. To turn and make a rush into the building was the work of a moment. He saw something. It was black instead of white, a tall figure. It advanced towards him, and with great force, before he was aware that an attack was at all intended, it felled him to the ground. The blow was so sudden, so unexpected, and so severe, that it struck him down in a moment before he could be aware of it. To be sure he had arms with him, but the anxiety and agony of mind he endured that night, since seeing the apparition come from the tomb, had caused him to forget them. End of chapter 217. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest, Chapter 218, The Young Girl in the Village, and the Awful Visit. It is now necessary that we draw the reader's attention to a humbler place of residence than the Grange, with its spacious chambers and lordly halls. Situated not very far from the church, and almost close to the churchyard, upon which its little garden abutted, was a cottage, the picture of rural neatness and beauty. In the winter it was beautiful and picturesque, but in the summer-time, when its porch was overrun with the woodbine and the sweet clematis, it was one of the sweetest of abodes that content and happiness could ever live in. This cottage was inhabited by an old woman and her only child, a young girl of 16, beautiful as a rose, and as guileless as an angel. They contrived to live upon a small annuity that the mother had from a family in whose service she spent the best years of her life, and who, with a generosity that would be well to be abundantly and extensively imitated, would not see their old dependent want. These two innocent and blameless persons had retired to rest at 9 o'clock, their usual hour, and had slept the calm sleep of contentment until about 1:30, when the mother was awakened by a loud and piercing shriek from her daughter's chamber. To spring from her humble couch was the work of a moment. "Anna! Anna! My child! Anna!" she shrieked. As she did so, she rushed across the small stair landing, which separated the two and the only two upper rooms of the cottage, and was about to enter her daughter's room, when the door of it was opened from within, and the old dame's heart died within her, as she saw a figure upon the threshold, attired in the vestments of the grave, and opposing her entrance. Was it a dream, or did she really see such a sight? Aghast and trembling, the mother stood, unable for a moment or two to speak, and as she fell fainting upon the landing, she thought that something passed her, but she could not be quite sure, as it was at the instant her faculties were flitting from her. How long she lay in that seeming death she knew not, and when she recovered, it was some few minutes before recollection came back to her, and she really remembered what had so completely overpowered her. But when her reason did resume its sway, and she recollected that it was some danger to Anna which had first alarmed her, she called her loudly by her name. "Anna! Anna! Speak to me!" "Mother! Mother!" replied the young girl. "Oh, come to me!" These words supplied strength to the old woman, and rising she made her way immediately into the chamber of her daughter, whom she found in an agony of fear. A light was procured, and then Anna flung herself upon her mother's neck, and wept abundantly. "Oh, mother, tell me, convince me that it was only a dream." "What, my child? Oh, what?" The girl trembled so much that it was only by the utmost persuasion that the following account was got from her of the cause of her fright. She said that she had gone to sleep as usual within a very few minutes after going to bed, that she enjoyed a calm and uninterrupted slumber, the duration of which she had no means whatever of guessing, but she was partially awakened by a noise at the window of her room. She instantly rose and stood looking at the window, on which a sort of shadow seemed to pass without, which alarmed her exceedingly. Still, as it did not come again, and as she certainly had not been fully awake when she sprung from her bed, she had thought it quite possible that all might be a dream, and had forborne from making any alarm upon the subject. After some hesitation she had persuaded herself to go to bed again, and when there, although she sometimes started awake, fancying she heard something, she at length yielded to sleep, and again slept, soundly for a time, until a new circumstance awakened her. She thought she felt something touching her about the neck, and after opening her eyes, the moonlight, which at that moment happened to be very bright, disclosed to her a white figure standing by the side of her bed, the face of which figure was leaning over her, and within a very few inches of her own. Terror at first deprived her of all power of speech or motion, but as the figure did not move, she at length gave utterance to her fears in that shriek which had come from her lips, and so much alarmed the mother. This was all the young girl could say, with the exception that the figure, when she shrieked, appeared to glide away, but where to she had no means of telling, for some clouds at that moment came again over the face of the moon. The mother was much affected and terrified, and at first she thought of calling up her neighbours, but at length, as the night was considerably advanced, and the intruder gone, they agreed to let the matter rest till morning, and the mother retired to her room again. How long it was before the shriek from her daughter's room came again, she did not know, but come again it did. Yes, again came the dreadful shriek. It could be no delusion now, and the mother once more sprung from her couch to rush to the rescue of her child. Confused and bewildered, she darted onward to the chamber, but the door was fast, nor could all her exertions suffice to open it. "Anna, Anna," she shouted, "speak to me, one word only, my child, my child." All was still. The trembling mother placed her ear to the door, and she heard a strange sucking sound, as if an animal was drinking with labour and difficulty. Her head seemed to be on fire, and her senses were upon the point of leaving her, but she did manage to reach her own room. She flew to the little casement, she dashed it open. "Help! Help! Help! For the love of God, help!" There was no reply. Again she raised her voice in shrieking, wild accents. "Help! Murder! Help!" "What is it?" shouted a man's voice. It was one who was going some distance to take in his fishing nets. "Oh, thank God! Some human being hears me! Come in! Come in!" "How am I to get in?" "Stay a moment, and I will come down and open the cottage door for you. For the love of mercy, do not go away." Trembling and terrified to a dreadful excess, the old woman went downstairs and let the man into the cottage, whence they both proceeded up to the chamber of the daughter. "What do you suppose is the matter?" asked the fisherman. "Oh, I know not, but twice tonight, twice has this dreadful alarm happened. Do not leave us, oh, do not!" "I don't want, but I should hardly think thieves would find it worth their while to come here at all for what they would get. You must have been dreaming." "Oh, that I could think so!" Anna's chamber was reached, and there, to the horror of the mother, she was found lying perfectly insensible on her bed, with a quantity of blood smeared about her neck. "Why, it's a murder!" cried the fisherman, and firmly impressed with such a belief, he ran out of the house to spread an alarm. The window of the chamber was wide open, and from that the mother now cried aloud for help, so that between her and the fisherman such a disturbance was made all over the neighbourhood that they were soon likely to have more assistance than could be useful. The people living the nearest were soon roused, and they roused others, while the distracted woman, who believed Anna was dead, called for justice and for vengeance. The alarm spread from house to house, from cottage to hall, and in the course of half an hour most of the inhabitants of the village had risen to hear the old dame's account of the horrible proceeding that had taken place that night in the cottage. Exaggeration was out of the question. The fact itself was more than sufficient to induce the greatest amount of horror in the minds of all who heard it, and there was one, and only one, whose information enabled him to give a name to the apparition that had assaulted Anna. That one was the schoolmaster of the place, and he, after hearing the story, said, "If one could persuade oneself at all of the existence of such horrors, one would suppose that a vampire had visited the cottage." This was a theme that was likely to be popular. The schoolmaster foolishly gave way to the vanity, and explained what a vampire was, or was supposed and said to be, and soon the whole place was in a state of the most indescribable alarm upon the subject. As yet the horrible news had not reached the Grange, but it was destined soon to do so, and better would it have been that any one had at once plunged a dagger in the heart of poor Sir George Crofton, than that there should be thought to be such a horrible confirmation of his worst fears. To be sure, his daughter was not named, but he received the news with a scream of anguish, and fell insensible into the arms of his son. All was confusion. The servants ran hither and thither, not knowing what to do, and it was not until Mr. Bevan arrived that something like order was restored. He, as a privileged friend, assumed for the nonce a kind of dictatorship at the Grange, and gave orders which were cheerfully and promptly obeyed. Then he desired a strictly private interview with Sir George. It was, of course, granted to him, but the old baronet begged that Charles and Edwin might now know all. It was Emma alone from whom he wished to keep the awful truth. End of chapter 218. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 219. The Awful Supposition. A Resolution. It was with some reluctance that the clergyman spoke. "Sir," he said to the old baronet, "and you, my young gentleman, I am afraid, very much afraid, that I am doing anything but right in countenancing a supposition so utterly at variance with all my own notions and feelings, but my abhorrence of a secret impels me to speak." "Say on, sir, say on," cried Sir George. "Perhaps we are better prepared to hear what you have to tell than you imagine." After this Mr. Bevan had less reluctance to speak. He said, "I was aware, although you all were not, that Mr. Ringwood intended to keep watch last night in the church, in order to test the truth of what had been told by Will Stevens the sexton. I did all I could to persuade him from making the attempt, but when I found that nothing else would satisfy him, I thought it prudent to give him the means of carrying out what had become such a fixed intention with him, that to oppose it was to do far more mischief than to grant it all the aid I had in my power to do." Sir George gave a nod of assent. "He went there," continued Mr. Bevan, "with a private key of my own, and took his place in the church." "I wish, sir, you had been with him," said Edwin. "Yes," added Charles, "if you, with your cool, calm, unbiased judgment, had been there, we should have been much better able to come to a correct conclusion about what occurred, or that something did occur, or was supposed by Ringwood to do so, we can well guess." "I wish indeed I had been there," said Mr. Bevan, but he begged so earnestly to be allowed to go alone that I had not the heart to refuse him. "And what happened, sir?" "I will tell you. I gave him a key which admitted him to the church by the small private entrance at which I usually go in myself. In fact, it was my own private key, for I at times visit the church and wish to do so when I am not expected by those who have the ordinary charge of it." "We have heard as much." "No doubt. Well, then, I say I gave him that key, but it was my sympathy with his evident distress rather than my judgment which consented to do so, and I had hardly done it when I began to busy myself with conjectures, and to deeply regret that I had yielded to him so easily. What if he, in his excited and grief-stricken state of mind, should come to some serious mischief, I said to myself, should not I be very much to blame? Would not all prudent persons say that I did very wrong to send a man in such a condition of mind into a church at midnight, alone? "Your motives and your known character, sir, would protect you," said Charles. "I hope so," continued Mr. Bevan. "I think it would from all other charges but imprudence, and if any great mischance had befallen Ringwood, I should not so readily have forgiven myself as others might have been induced to forgive me." "I understand that feeling," said Sir George. "Well then, with such sensations tugging at my heart, no wonder I could not rest, and so at a little after 12 I rose, and hastily dressing myself, I left my house as noiselessly as possible, and made my way towards the church. The moon's light was at that time obscured, but every spot was so familiar to me that I was able to go with speed, and I soon reached the venerable building. I walked round it until I came to the door, the key of which I had given to Mr. Ringwood. It was open, but the moment I crossed the threshold, I stumbled on his insensible form. "Go on! Go on! He had seen something terrible," gasped Sir George. "I am nerved, I think, for the very worst. I pray you, sir, go on, and tell me all." "I will, Sir George, because I feel convinced it is my duty to conceal nothing in this transaction, and because I think you had better more calmly and dispassionately, and without exaggeration, hear from me all that is to be told." "That is a good reason, sir," said Edwin. "We should, of course, hear from all other sources, and probably with all the aids that a feeling for the marvellous could append to it." "That is my impression. When, then, I stumbled over a person lying just within the little private door of the church, I had no immediate means of knowing who it was. I tell you it was Ringwood, because I afterwards discovered as much. I had the means of getting a light. When I did so, I found Ringwood lying in a swoon, while at the same time I could not but notice a large bruise upon his forehead. Of course my first duty was to look after him, instead of troubling myself about his assailant, and having placed him in as convenient a posture as I could, I hurried home again and roused up my servants. With their assistance I got him to my house and placed him in bed." "And did you search the church, sir?" "I did. I went back and searched it thoroughly, but found nothing at all suspicious. Everything was in its right place, and I could not account for the affair at all, because of the wound that Ringwood had. I was most anxious to hear from him that he had had a fall." But, said Sir George falteringly, "he told a different story." "He did." "A story which you will not keep from us." "I do not feel myself justified, as I have said, in keeping it from you. This is it." The clergyman then related to the family of the Croftons what is already known to the reader concerning the adventures of Ringwood in the old church, and which that morning, upon his recovery, Ringwood had told to him most circumstantially. We need scarcely say that this recital was listened to with the most agonized feelings. Poor Sir George appeared to be most completely overcome by it. He trembled excessively, and could not command himself sufficiently to speak. The two brothers looked at each other in dismay. "Now I pray you all to consider this matter more calmly," said Mr. Bevan, "than you seem inclined to do." "Calmly!" gasped Sir George. "Calmly!" "Yes. What evidence have we, after all, that the whole affair is anything more than a dream of Mr. Ringwood's? Does he doubt it? No, I am bound to tell you that he does not, but we may well do so for all that. He is the last person who is likely to give in to the opinion that it is a mere vision, so strangely impressed as it is upon his imagination. Recollect always that he went to the church prepared to see something." "Oh, if we could but think it unreal," said Sir George, glancing at his sons, as if to gather their opinions of the matter from their countenances. "I will cling to such a thought," said Charles, "until I am convinced otherwise through the medium of my own senses." "And I," said Edwin. "You are right," added Mr. Bevan. "I never in the whole course of my experience heard of anything of which people should be so slow of believing in as this most uncomfortable affair. You now know all, and it is for yourselves, of course, to make whatever determination you think fit. If I might advise, it would be that you all take a short tour, perhaps on the Continent for a time." "Mr. Bevan," said Sir George in a kindly tone, "I am greatly obliged to you. The suggestion I know springs from the very best and friendly motives, but it carries with it a strong presumption that you really do think there is something in all this affair which it would be as well to have settled in my absence." The clergyman could not deny but that some such feeling was at the bottom of his advice, but still he would not admit that he was at all convinced of the reality of what was presumed to have happened, and a short pause in the conversation ensued, after which Sir George spoke with a solemn air of determination, saying to his sons as well as to his friend and pastor, Mr. Bevan, "When I tell you that I have made a determination from which nothing but the hand of heaven visiting me with death shall move me, I hope no one here will try to dissuade me from carrying it out." After such an exordium, it was a difficult thing to say anything to him, so he continued, "My child was dear, very dear to me in life, and I have no superstitious fears concerning one who held such a place in my affections. I am resolved that tonight I will watch her poor remains, and at once convince myself of a horror that may drive me mad, or take a mountain of grief and apprehension off my heart." "Father," cried Charles, "you will allow me to accompany you." "And me," added Edwin. "My sons, you are both deeply interested in this matter. You would be miserable while I was gone, if you were not with me. Moreover, I will not trust my own imagination entirely. We will all three go, and then we cannot be deceived. This is my most solemn resolution." "I have only one thing to say regarding it," said Mr. Bevan, "that is, to prefer an earnest request that you will allow me to be one of the party. You shall sit in a pew of the church that shall command a view of the whole building." "Accompany us, Mr. Bevan, if you will," said Sir George, "but I sit in no pew." "No pew?" "No, by my child's coffin, in the vault where repose the remains of more than one of my race, who had been dear to me in life, will I take my place." There was an earnest, resolved solemnity about Sir George's manner, which showed that he was not to be turned from his purpose, and Mr. Bevan accordingly did not attempt to do so. He had done what he scarcely expected, that is, got a consent to accompany him to the night vigil, and at all events, let what would happen, he, as a more disinterested party than the others, would be able, probably, to interfere and prevent any disastrous circumstances from arising. "Say nothing of what has been determined on to any one," said Sir George. "Keep it a profound secret, sir, and this night will put an end to the agony of doubt. Depend upon me. Will you come to my house at 11 o'clock, or shall I come here?" "We will come to you. It is in the way." Thus, then, the affair was settled, so far satisfactorily, that there was to be a watch actually now in the vault, so that there could be no delusion, no trick practised. What will be the result will be shown very shortly. In the meantime, we cannot but tremble at what that attached and nearly broken-hearted father may have still to go through. The excitement, too, in the village was immense, for the story of the vampire's attack upon the young girl was fresh in everybody's mouth, and it lost nothing of its real horrors by the frequency with which it was repeated, and the terror-stricken manner in which it was dilated upon. End of chapter 219.
And 20 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Peckett Prest, Chapter 220. The grand consultation at the alehouse. The awful suggestion. Sir George Crofton and his family could form no idea, owing to not being in a position to know, of the state of excitement produced in the village by the mysterious and frightful attack which had been made upon the widow's daughter. When people are very much absorbed with their own grief, they are apt to set a lighter value upon those of others, and thus it was that the family of the Croftons was so entirely taken up with what itself felt and had to do that there was little room for sympathy with others. Mr. Bevan likewise, from his peculiar and respectable position, was not likely to be made the depository of gossiping secrets. The inhabitants of that little place were in the habit of approaching him with respect, so that although, as we are aware, he had heard from Will Stevens, the sexton, a full and particular account of what had happened to him in the old church, and was likewise cognizant of the story of the midnight attack upon the widow's daughter, he was not fully aware of the effect which those circumstances had had upon the small population of that fishing village. We are bound to believe that if he had had any idea of the real result of those operations, or of what was contemplated as their result, he would have done his best to adopt some course to prevent any disastrous collision. We, however, with all the data and materials of this most singular narrative before us, are unable to detail to the readers facts and occurrences as they took place actually, without awaiting the arrival of those periods at which they reached the knowledge of those actors in the gloomy drama of real life. Our readers, then, will please to know that the excitement among the inhabitants of the place was of that violent and overbearing description that all the occupations of the villagers were abandoned, and a spirit of idleness, sadly suggestive of mischief, began to prevalent among them. This feeling was increased by frequent visits to the alehouse, the liquor of which was well esteemed by Will Stevens, as may be readily imagined, and towards evening the large old-fashioned parlour of that place of entertainment became crowded with a motley assemblage, whose sole purpose in meeting together was to drink strong ale, and to discuss the irritating and exciting subject of the appearance of a vampire in the village. This discussion, from being at first a sober, serious, and alarmed one, became noisy and violent, and at length the blacksmith, who was a great man in the politics of the place, and who, of all things in the world most admired to hear his own voice, rose and addressed his compeers in something of a set speech. "Listen to me," he said. "Are we to have the blood sucked out of our bodies by a lot of vampires? Is our wives and daughters to be murdered in the middle of night?" "No, no, no," cried many voices. "Certainly not." "Is we to be made into victims, or isn't we? What's Sir George Grafton and his family to us? To be sure, he's the landlord of some of us, and a very good landlord he is, too, as long as we pay our rent." "Hear, hear, hear!" "But there's no saying how long he might be so, if we didn't." "Bravo, Dick!" cried the master of the place, handing the orator a pot. "Bravo, Dick! Take a pull of that, old fellow." "Thank you, Muggins. Now what I propose is—" "Stand on a chair, and let's all hear you." "Thank you," said the blacksmith, and getting upon a chair, he was about to commence again, when some one advised him to get upon the table. But in the effort to accomplish that feat, he unfortunately trod upon what was a mere flap of the table, which had not sufficient power to support his weight, and down he came amid an assemblage of pots, jugs, and glasses, which made a most alarming crash. This roused the fury of the landlord, who had no idea of being made such a sufferer in the transaction, and he accordingly began to declaim heavily at his loss. A dispute arose as to how he was to be repaid, and it was finally settled that a general subscription would be the best mode of reimbursing him. If anything was wanting to work up the feelings of the topers at the public house to the highest pitch of aggravation, it certainly was the having to disburse the breakages a sum of money which, if liquefied, would have trickled most luxuriously down their throats. They were consequently ripe and ready for anything which promised vengeance upon anybody. The blacksmith was not discomforted by his fall. When is a man who is fond of hearing himself talk discomfited by anything? And he soon resumed his orating in the following words: "Is we to be put upon in this kind of way? Why, we shan't be able to sleep in our beds. All I ask is we to put up with it?" "But what are we to do?" said one. "Ah, there's the question," said the blacksmith. "I don't know exactly." "Let's ask old Timothy Brown," said the butcher. "He's the oldest man here." This was assented to, and accordingly the individual mentioned was questioned as to his ideas of the way of avoiding the alarming catastrophe which seemed to be impending over them. He advised him to wait patiently till the next night, and keep awake till the unwelcome nocturnal visitor made its appearance, when whoever it might visit was boldly to assail it, without any fear of the consequences to himself, till further assistance could be procured. After Timothy Brown had delivered himself of this piece of advice, a dead silence ensued among the late boisterous company. There were many dissentients, and a few who seemed in favor of the trial of the practicability of the plan. Both parties seemed to give some consideration to the proposition, and they were by far too much engaged in thinking of the advice which had been given them to pay much attention to the quarter from whence it had emanated, more particularly too as from his age and infirmities he was incapacitated from carrying it out, or from giving any active assistance to those who were disposed to do so. A great many efforts were made to get him to say more, particularly with reference to the case under consideration as being no common one, but the octogenarian had made his effort, and he only replied to the remonstrances of those who, alternately by coaxing or bullying, strove to get information from him by a vacant stare. "It is of no use," said the butcher. "You'll get nothing more from old Timothy. He's done up now, that's quite clear, and 10 to 1 if the excitement of tonight won't go a good way towards slaughtering him before his time." "Well, it may be so," cried the blacksmith, "but still it's good advice, and as I said before, it comes to this: is we to be afraid to lay down in our beds at night, or isn't we?" Before any reply could be made to this interrogatory, the old clock that was in the public-house parlour struck the hour 11, and another peal of thunder seemed to be answering the tinkling sounds. "It's a rough night," said one. "I thought there would be a storm before morning by the look of the sun at setting. It went down with a strange fiery redness behind the bank of clouds. I moved for going home." "Who talks of going home?" cried the blacksmith. "When vampires are abroad, hasn't old Timothy said that a stormy night was the very one to settle the thing in?" "No," cried another, He did not say night at all. I don't care whether he said night or day. I've made up my mind to do something. There's no doubt about it, but that a vampire is about the old church. Who'll come with me and ferret it out? It will be a good service done to everybody's fireside. End of chapter 220. Recording by Ellie, June 2009. 121 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. By Thomas Peckett, Prest. Chapter 221. The Night Watch, the Vault. It was each moment becoming a more difficult affair to carry on any conversation in the public-house parlour, for not only did the thunder each moment almost interrupt the speakers with its loud reverberations, but now and then such a tremendous gust of wind would sweep around the house that it would be quite impossible for anyone to make himself heard amidst its loud howling noise. These were circumstances, however, which greatly added, no doubt, in the getting up of a superstitious feeling in the minds of the people there assembled, which made them ripe for any proposition which perhaps in their soberer moments they would have regarded with considerable dismay. Hence, when the blacksmith rushed to the door, crying, "Who will follow me to the old church and lay hold of the vampire?" about half a dozen of the boldest and most reckless, and be it told to their honour, if there be any honour in such an enterprise, which after all was a grossly selfish one, they were the worst characters in the village, started to their feet to accompany him thither. There are many persons who waver about an enterprise, who will join it when it has a show of force, and thus was it with this affair. The moment it was found that the blacksmith's proposition had some half-dozen stout adherents, he got as many more, some of whom joined him from curiosity, and some from dread of being thought to lack courage by their companions if they held off. There was now a sufficiently large party to make a respectable demonstration, and quite elated with his success, and caring little for the landstorm that was raging, the blacksmith, closely followed by the butcher, who had no objection in life to the affair, especially as he was at variance with the parson concerning the tithes of a little farm he kept, called out, to the church, and followed by the rabble, rushed forward in the direction of the sacred edifice. As the hour of 11 was struck, and as the reader is aware that at that hour Sir George Crofton and his two sons, accompanied by Mr. Bevan, had agreed to go to the church on their melancholy errand, we will leave the noisy brawlers of the alehouse for the purpose of detailing the proceedings of those whose fortunes we feel more closely interested in. The baronet was by no means wavering in his determination, notwithstanding it had been made at the time of unusual excitement, when second thoughts might have been allowed to step in and suggest some other course of proceeding. Now Mr. Bevan was not without his own private hopes that such would be the case, for what he dreaded above all things was the truth of the affair, and that Sir George would have the horror of discovering that there was much more in the popular superstition than, without ocular demonstration, he would have been inclined to admit. Although a man of education and of refined abilities, the evidence that had already showed itself to him of the existence at all events of some supernatural being with powers analogous to those of the fabled vampire was such that he could not wholly deny, without stultifying his intellect, that there might be such things. It is a sad circumstance when the mind is, as it were, compelled to receive undeniable evidence of a something which the judgment has the strongest general reasons for disputing, and that was precisely the position of Mr. Bevan, and the most unenviable it was. That night's proceedings, however, in the vault, he felt must put an end to all doubts and perplexity upon the subject, and so with a fervent hope that, in some at the present inexplicable manner, the thing would be found to be a delusion, he waited more anxiously the arrival of the Croftons at the parsonage. At 10:30 o'clock instead of 11, for as the evening advanced, Sir George Crofton had shown such an amount of nervousness that his sons had thought it would be better to bring him to the parsonage. They arrived, and Mr. Bevan perceived at once what a remarkable effect grief and anxiety had already had upon the features of the baronet. He was a different man to what, but a few days since, he had been, and more than ever the kind clergyman felt inclined to doubt the the expediency of his being present on such an occasion, and yet how to prevent him, if he were really determined, was a matter of no small difficulty. "My dear friend," said Mr. Bevan, "will you pardon me if I make an effort now to persuade you to abandon this enterprise?" "I can pardon the effort easily," said Sir George Crofton, "because I know it is dictated by the best of motives, but I would fain be spared of it, for I am determined. I will say no more, but only with deep sincerity hope that you may return to your dwelling, each relieved from the load of anxiety that now oppresses you. I hope to heaven it may be so." "The night looks strange and still," said Charles, who wished to draw his father's attention as much as possible from too close a contemplation of the expedition on which they were bound. "It does," said Edwin. "I should not be surprised at a storm, for there is every indication of some disturbance of the elements." "Let it come," said Sir George, who fancied that in all those remarks he detected nothing but the wish to withdraw him from his enterprise. "Let it come. I have a duty to perform, and I will do it, though heaven's thunders should rock the very earth. The forked lightning is not launched at the father who goes to watch at the grave of his child." Charles and Edwin, upon finding that Sir George was in the mood to take a misapplication of whatever was said to him, desisted from further remarks, but left Mr. Bevan quietly to converse with him in a calm and unirritating manner. It was the object of the clergyman to put off as much time as possible before proceeding to the church, so that the period to be spent in the family vault of the Croftons should be lessened as much as possible, for he felt assured that each minute there wasted would be one of great agony to the bereaved father, who would feel himself once again in such close approximation to that daughter on whom he had placed some of his dearest affections. Sir George, however, defeated this intention by promptly rising when his watch told him that the hour of 11 had arrived, and it was in vain to attempt to stultify him into a belief that he was wrong as regarded the time, for the church was sufficiently near for him to hear the hour of 11 pealed forth from its ancient steeple. "Come," said Sir George, "the hour has arrived. I pray you do not delay. I know you are all anxious and fearful concerning me, but I have a spirit of resolution and firmness in this affair, which shall yet stand me in good stead. I shall not shrink as you imagine I shall shrink. Come, then, at once. It is suspense and delay which frets me, not action." These words enforced a better spirit into both his sons and Mr. Bevan, and in a few moments the party of four, surely sufficiently strong to overcome any unexpected obstacles, or to defeat any trickery that might be attempted to be passed off upon them, proceeded towards the church. It will be recollected that it was just a little after that time that the storm commenced, and, in fact, the first clap of thunder that seemed to shake the heavens took place just as they reached the old graveyard adjoining the sacred building. "There!" exclaimed Charles. "I thought that it would come." "What matter?" said Sir George. "Come on." "Humour him in everything," said Mr. Bevan. "It is madness now to contradict him. He will not recede under any circumstances." The natural senses of Sir George Crofton appeared to be preternaturally acute, for he turned sharply and said quickly but not unkindly, "No, he will not recede. Come on." After this, nothing was said until they reached the church door, and then, while Mr. Bevan was searching in his pockets for the little key which opened the small private entrance, some vivid flashes of lightning lit up with extraordinary brilliancy the old Gothic structure, the neighboring tombs, and the melancholy yew trees that waved their branches in the night air. Perhaps the delay which ensued before Mr. Bevan could find the key likewise arose from the wish to keep Sir George Crofton as short a time as possible within the vault. But he at length produced it, for any further delay could only be accounted for by saying that he had it not. The small arched doorway was speedily cleared, and as another peal of thunder broke overhead in an awful grandeur of sound, they entered the church. Mr. Bevan took the precaution this time to close the door, so that there could be no interruption from without. "Now, Sir George," he said, "remember your promise. You are to come away freely at the first dawn of day, and if nothing by then has occurred to strengthen this frightful supposition, which, I suppose I may say, we have all indulged in, I do hope that forever this subject will be erased from your recollection." "Be it so," said Sir George, "be it so." Mr. Bevan then busied himself in lighting a lantern, and from beneath one of the pews where they were hidden he procured a couple of crowbars, with which to raise the stone that covered the entrance of the vault. These preparations took up some little time, so that the old clock had chimed the 11:15 and must have been rapidly getting on to the half-hour, before they stood in the aisle close to the vault. "This marble slab," said Sir George, as he cast his eyes upon it, "always hitherto has been cemented in its place. Why is it not so now?" "Is it not?" said Mr. Bevan. "No. Lend me the light." Mr. Bevan was averse to lending him the light, but he could not very well refuse it. And when Sir George Crofton had looked more minutely at the marble slab, he saw that it had been cemented, but that the cement was torn and broken away, as if some violence had been used for the purpose of opening the vault. But whether that violence came from within or without was a matter of conjecture. End of chapter 221. Recording by Ellie, June 2009. 222 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Peckett Prest, Chapter 222. The Madman, the Vampire. "What does this mean?" cried Sir Crofton excitedly. "Hush!" said Mr. Bevan. "I pray you be calm, sir. If you are to make any discovery that will give you peace of mind, rest assured it will not be made by violence." "You do not answer my question." "I cannot answer it. Remember that I know no more than you do, and that, like yourselves, I am an adventurer here, in search of the truth." Sir George said no more upon that head, but with clasped hands and downcast eyes he stood in silence, while his two sons, armed with the crowbars that Mr. Bevan had provided for the occasion, proceeded to lift up the marble slab, which covered the vault where lay the sister's remains. The work was not one of great difficulty, for the slab was not very large, and as it was not cemented down, it yielded at once to the powerful leverage that was brought to play against it, and in a few minutes it was placed aside, and the yawning abyss appeared before them. "Oh, sir," said Mr. Bevan, "even now at this late hour, and when the proceedings have commenced, I pray you pause." "Pause?" cried Sir George Crofton passionately. "Pause for what?" "Disturb not the dead, and let them rest in peace. Absolve the mind from the dangerous and perhaps fatal fancies that possesses it. And let us say a prayer, and close again this entrance to the tomb." His sons hesitated, and they probably would have taken the clergyman's advice, but Sir George was firm. "No, sir," he said. "Already have I suffered much from coming thus far. I will not retreat until I have effected all my purpose. I swear it, by heaven, whose temple we are in now. You would not, Mr. Bevan, have me break such an oath?" "I would not, but I regret you made it. Since, however, it must be so, and this rash adventure is determined upon, follow me. I will lead you the way into these calm regions, where you can sleep, I trust, in peace." Sir George Crofton made a step forward, and as he would have arrested Mr. Bevan's progress and led the way himself, but already the clergyman had descended several steps, so he had nothing to do but follow him. This they all did, Sir George going immediately after him, and his two sons, with pale anxious faces, as if they had a suspicion about the adventure would end in something terrific, came last, and they glanced nervously and suspiciously about them, but they said not a word, nor if they had spoken, it would have been to express great apprehension, and that was what they were ashamed to do. Mr. Bevan carried the light, and when he felt that he was at the bottom of the stone steps, by finding that he was treading upon the sawdust that was strewn on the floor of the vault, he turned and held the lamp up at arm's length, so that his companions might see their way down the steps. In another minute they all stood on the floor of the vault. The light burned with rather a faint and sickly glare, for so rapidly were noxious gases evolved in that receptacle for the dead, that notwithstanding it had been so frequently opened as it had been lately, they had again accumulated. In a few moments, however, this was partially remedied by the air from the church above, and the light burned still more brilliantly, indeed quite sufficiently so to enable them to look around them in the vault. Sir George Crofton's feelings at that moment must have been of the most painful and harrowing description. He had lived long enough to be a witness of the death and obsequies of many members of his family, whom he had loved fondly, and there he stood in that chamber of death, surrounded by all remains of those beings, the memory of whose appearance and voices came now freshly upon his mind. Mr. Bevan could well guess the nature of the sad thoughts that transpired in the breast of the baronet, and the sons having by accident cast their eyes upon the coffin that contained the remains of the mother, regarded it in silence, while memory was busy too within them in conjuring up her image. "And it has come to this," said Sir George solemnly. "We all must come to this," interposed Mr. Bevan. "This is indeed a place for solemn and holy thoughts, for self-examination, for self-condemnation. But there is peace here, there is, the peace that shall be eternal." "What is that?" cried Charles. "The wind," said Mr. Bevan. "Nothing but the wind, howling around and through the old belfry. You will remember that it is a boisterous night." "Turn, turn, father." Sir George turned and looked at Charles, who pointed in silence to the coffin which contained the corpse of his mother. The light gleamed upon the plate on which was engraved her name. Sir George's features moved convulsively as he read it, and he turned aside to hide a sudden gush of emotion that came over him. After a few minutes he touched Mr. Bevan on the arm and said in a whisper, "Where did they place my child?" The clergyman pointed to the narrow shelf on which was the coffin of Clara Crofton, and then Sir George, making a great effort to overcome his feelings, said, "Mr. Bevan, our worthy minister and friend, and you likewise, my boys, hear me. You can guess to some extent, but not wholly, that can only be known by God, the agony that the sight of the poor remains of her who has gone from me in all the pride of her youth and beauty must be to me. Yet, now that I am here, I consider it to be my duty to look once again upon the face of my child, my lost Clara." "Oh, father, father," said Edwin, "forego this purpose." "You will spare us this," cried Charles. "Repent you, sir," said Mr. Bevan, "of the wish. Let her rest in peace. The dead are sanctified, but I am her father." "Nay, Sir George, let me implore you." "Implore me to what, sir? Not to look upon the face of my own child? Peace, it is no profanation for one who loved her as I loved her to look upon her once again. Urge me no more." "This is in vain," said Charles. "You are right, it is in vain." A shriek burst from the lips of Edwin at this moment, and flinging his arms around his father, he held him back. Mr. Bevan, too, gave a cry of terror, and Charles stood with his hands clasped, as if turned to stone. Their eyes were all bent upon Clara's coffin. The lid moved, and a strange sound was heard from within the receptacle for the dead. The clock of the old church struck 12. The coffin lid moved again, and then sliding on one side, it eventually fell upon the floor of the vault. The 4 spectators of this scene were struck speechless for the time with terror. Then they stood gazing at the coffin as if they were so many statues. And now the light, which Mr. Bevan still, for a miracle, held in his trembling grasp, shone on the mass of white clothing within the coffin, and in another moment that white clothing was observed to be in motion. Slowly the dead form that was there rose up, and they all saw the pale and ghastly face. A streak of blood was issuing from the mouth, and the eyes were open. Sir George Crofton lifted up both his hands and struck his head. Then he burst into a wild, frightful laugh. It was the laugh of insanity. Mr. Bevan dropped the light, and all was darkness. "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed Sir George Crofton. "Ha, ha, ha!" And the terrible laugh was taken up by many an echo in the old church, and responded to with strange and most unearthly reverberations. "Ha, ha, ha!" Oh, what a dreadful sound that was coming at such a time from the lips of the father! "Fly, Edwin, oh fly!" cried Charles. Edwin screamed twice, for he was full of horror, and then he fell on the floor of the vault in a state of insensibility. Charles had just sense left him to spring towards the steps, and made a frantic effort to reach the church. In his hurry he fell twice, but each time rising again with a shout of despair, he resumed his efforts, and all the while the horrible laugh of his maniac father sounded in his ears, a sound which he felt that he could never forget. By a great effort he reached the aisle of the church, and when there he called out, Mr. Bevan, help, oh help! For the love of God, speak! Help, help! Mr. Bevan, where are you? Speak, I implore you. Am I going mad? Oh yes, I shall, I must. What immortal intellect can stand such a scene as this? Help, help, oh help! The church was suddenly lit up by a flash of light, and turning in the direction from whence it proceeded, Charles saw Mr. Bevan approaching with a light, which he had procured from the chancel, and it would appear that immediately upon dropping in his horror the light in the vault, he had run up the stairs with the intent of getting another. "Who calls me? Who calls me?" he cried. "I." "Aye," said Charles. "Oh God, what a dreadful night this is!" The clergyman was trembling violently, and was very pale, but he made his way up to Charles, from whose brow the perspiration was falling in heavy drops, and then again they heard the mad Sir George laughing in the vault. "Ha, ha, ha! Oh God, is it not horrible?" said Charles. "Most horrible," responded Mr. Bevan. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment came a violent knocking at the church door, and then several voices were heard without shouting, "The vampire! The vampire! The vampire!" "What is that? What is that?" said Charles. "Nay, I know not," replied Mr. Bevan. "I am nearly distracted already. Where is your brother? Did he not escape from the vault? Where is he? Oh, what a horrible laugh! Good God, that knocking too at the church door! What can be the meaning of it? Heaven in its mercy guide us now what to do." The reader will understand the meaning of the knocking, although those bewildered persons who heard it in the church did not. The fact is that the party from the alehouse, headed by the valiant blacksmith, and heated by the too liberal potations, had just arrived at the church, and were clamouring for admission. They had seen through one of the old pointed windows the reflection of the light which Mr. Bevan carried, and that it was that convinced them some one was there who might, if he would pay attention to uproarious summons. The knocking lasted with terrible effect, for the old door of the sacred edifice shook again. It seemed as if certainly it could not resist the making of such an attack. Mr. Bevan was confounded. A horrible suspicion came across him of what was meant by those violent demands for admission, and he shook with brutal trepidation as he conjectured what might be the effect of the proceedings of a lawless mob. "Now Heaven help us," he said, "for we shall soon, I fear, be powerless." "Good God, what mean you?" said Charles. "I scarcely know how to explain to you all my fears. They are too dreadful to think of. But while that knocking continues, what can I think?" "I understand. They call for my sister." "Oh, call her not by that name. Remember, and remember with a shudder, what she now is." End of chapter 222. Recording by Ellie. June 2009. 123 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 223. The Hunt of the Vampire. All these occurrences, which had taken a considerable time in telling, occurred as simultaneously that although it would appear Mr. Bevan and Charles Crofton rather neglected Sir George and Edwin, who were still in the vault, they had not really had time to think of them, to say nothing of making any effort to extricate them from the frightful situation in which they were placed. Probably, after procuring a light, Mr. Bevan would have rushed to their rescue had not that incessant knocking at the church door suggested a new and more horrible danger still, from the evil passions of an infuriated multitude. "Oh, Mr. Charles," he said, "if we could but get your father away from the church, there is no knowing what an amount of misery he might be spared." "Misery, sir? Surely there is no more misery in store for us. Have we not suffered enough? More than enough. Oh, Mr. Bevan, we have fallen upon evil times, and I dread to think what will yet be the end of those most frightful transactions." The knocking at the church door continued violently, and Charles indicated a wish to proceed there to ascertain what it was. But Mr. Bevan stopped him, saying, "No, Charles, no. Let them be. I hardly think they will venture to break into the sacred edifice. But whether they do or not, remember that your duty and mine, yours being the duty of a son, and mine of a friend, should take us now to your father's vault." "That is true, sir," said Charles. "Lead on. I will follow you." Mr. Bevan, who had all the intellectual courage of a man of education and of regular habits, led the way again to the vault, with the light in his hand. It was a great relief that the insane and horrible laugh of Sir George Crofton had ceased. The best friend of any man could almost have wished him dead, where their ears had drunk in such horrible sounds. The shouts and cries from without now became incessant, and it seemed as if some weapon had been procured, wherewith to hammer violently upon the church door, for the strokes were regular and incessant, and it was evident that if they continued long, that frail defence against the incursions of the rebel rout without must soon give way. The only effect, however, which these sounds had upon Mr. Bevan was to make him hasten his progress towards the vault, for anything in the shape of a collision between those who wanted to take the church by storm and Sir George Crofton was indeed most highly to be deprecated. The steps were not many in number, and once again the clergyman and Charles Crofton stood upon the sawdust that covered the flooring of the vault. At first, in consequence of the flaring of the light, the state of affairs in that dismal region could not be ascertained, but as soon as they could get a view, they found Sir George lying apparently in a state of insensibility across the coffin of his daughter Clara, while Edwin was in a swoon close to his feet. Sir George," cried Mr. Bevan, "arouse yourself. It is necessary that you leave this place at once." The baronet got up and glanced at the intruders. Charles uttered a deep groan, for the most superficial observation of his father's face was sufficient to convince him that reason had fled, and that wildness had set up his wild domination in his brain. "Father, father," he cried, "speak to me, and dissipate the frightful thought." "What would you have of me?" said Sir George. "I am a vampire, and this is my tomb. You should see me in the rays of the cold moon gliding twixt earth and heaven, and panting for a victim. I am a vampire." At this moment Edwin seemed to be partially recovering, for his eyes opened as he lay upon the floor, and he looked around him with a bewildered gaze, which soon settled into more of intelligence as memory resumed her sway, and he recollected the various circumstances that had brought him into his present position. "Rouse yourself, Edwin, rouse yourself," cried Mr. Bevan. "You must aid us to remove your father." "Do you talk of me?" said Sir George. "Know you not that I am one of those supernatural existences known as the death and despair dealing vampires? It is time I took my nightly prowl and look for victims. I must have blood. I must have blood." "Gracious heaven, he raves," said Charles. "Heed him not," said Mr. Bevan. "Heed him not, and touch him not, so that he leave the place. When we have him once clear of the church, we can procure assistance, and take him to his own home." "Edwin," whispered Charles, "what of our sister?" Edwin shook his head and shuddered. "I know nothing but that I saw her, oh, horrible sight, rising from her coffin, and then in a convulsion of terror my senses fled. A frightful ringing laugh came to my ears, and from that time till now, be the period long or short, I have been blessed by a death-like trance." "Blessed indeed," said Mr. Bevan. "Tarry one moment." Sir George Crofton was ascending the steps of the vault, but his two sons paused for an instant at the request of Mr. Bevan, and then the latter, approaching Clara's coffin, slightly removed the lid, and was gratified, as far as any feeling could be considered gratification under such circumstances, to find that the corpse occupied an ordinary position in its narrow resting place. "All's right," he said. "Let us persuade ourselves that this too has been but a dream, that we have been deceived, and that imagination has played us tricks it is accustomed to play to those who give it the rein at such hours as these. Let us think and believe anything rather than that what we have seen tonight is real." As he spoke these words, he ascended hastily the steps in pursuit of Sir George, who by this time alone reached the aisle. The heavy strokes against the door of the church had ceased, but an odd sort of scraping, rattling sound at the clock convinced the clergyman that the workman of more skill than he who had wielded the hammer was now at work, endeavoring to force an entrance. "Oh, if we could get but out," he said, "by the small private entrance, all might be well. Charles, urge your father, I pray you." Charles did so to the best of his ability, but the blacksmith, who had originally inched the crowd to attack the church in order to get possession of the body of the vampire, had sent to his workshop for the tools of his craft, and soon quietly accomplished by skill what brute force would have been a long time about, namely the opening of the church door. It was flung wide open before Sir George Crofton and his son could reach the small private entrance to which Mr. Bevan had the key. The sight of the multitude of persons, for they looked such crowds in the church porch, materially increased the incipient sadness of the bereaved father. End of chapter 223. Recording by Ellie. June 2009. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 224. The Fate of Sir George. The Crossroad. Sir George, when he saw the crowd of persons, seemed to have some undefined idea that they were enemies. But this would not have been productive of any serious consequences if it had not most unfortunately happened that the most formidable weapon was within his grasp. The weapon consisted of one of the long iron crowbars which had been successfully used by his own sons in order to force a passage to the family vault, where such horrors had been witnessed. Suddenly then, seizing this weapon, which in the hands of a ferocious man was a most awful one, he swung it once around his head, and then rushed upon those he considered his foes. He dealt but 3 blows, and at each of those one of the assailants fell lifeless in the church porch. To resist or to attempt to contend with a man so armed and apparently possessed of such preternatural strength was what some of the party wished, and accordingly a free passage was left, and he rushed out of the church into the night air, shouting for vengeance, and still at interval accusing himself of being a vampire. A most dangerous theme to touch upon, considering then the state of feeling in that little district. Anxiety for the safety of Sir George induced his sons and Mr. Bevan to rush after him, regardless of all other consequences, so that the church, the vaults, and everything they contained were left to the mercy of a mob infuriated by superstition, rendered still more desperate by the loss of 3 of the number in so sudden and exampled a manner. They opposed no obstacle to the leaving of those persons, who thus for dearer considerations abandoned the old church, but they rushed with wild shouts and gesticulations into the building. The vampire, cried the blacksmith. Death to the vampire, death and destruction to the vampire. Hooray, cried another. To the vaults, this way, to Sir George Crofton's vault. There seemed to be little doubt now that this disorderly rebel would execute summary vengeance upon the supposed nocturnal disturber of the peace of the district. Ever and anon, too, as these shouts of discord and of threatening vengeance rose upon the night air, there would come a distant muttering of thunder, for the storm had not yet ceased, although its worst fury had certainly passed away. Dark and heavy clouds were sweeping up from the horizon, and it seemed to be tolerably evident that some heavy deluge of rain would eventually settle the fury of the elements, and reconcile the discord of wind and electricity. Several of the rioters were provided with links and matches, so that in a few moments the whole interior of the church was brilliantly illuminated, while at the same time it presented a grotesque appearance, in consequence of the unsteady and wavering flames from the links, through myriads of dancing shadows upon the walls. There would have been no difficulty under any ordinary circumstances in finding the entrance to the vault, where the dead of the Crofton family should have lain in peace. But now, since the large flagstone that covered the entrance to that receptacle of the grave was removed, it met their observation at once. It was strange now to perceive how, for a moment, superstition having led them so far, the same feeling should induce them to pause, where they ventured to make their way down these gloomy steps. It was a critical moment, and probably if any 1 or 2 had taken a sudden panic, the whole party might have left the church with precipitation, having done a considerable amount of mischief, and yet, as it is so usual with rioters, having left the principal object unaccomplished. The blacksmith put an end to this state of indecision, for, seizing a link from the man who was nearest him, he darted down the steps, exclaiming as he did so, "Who's afraid need not follow me." This was a taunt they were not exactly prepared to submit to, and the consequence was that in a very few moments the ancient and time-honored vault of the Croftons was more full of the living than of the dead. The blacksmith laid his hand upon Clara's coffin. "Here it is," he said. "I know the very pattern of the clothes and the fashion of the nails. I saw it at Grinken's, the undertaker's, before it was taken to the Grange." "Is she there? Is she there?" cried half a dozen voices at once. Even the blacksmith hesitated a moment. He removed the lid from the receptacle of the death, but when he did so, and his eyes fell upon the face of the presumed vampire, he seemed rejoiced to find in the appearances then exhibited some sort of justification for the act of violence of which already he had been the instigator. "Here you are," he said. "Look at the bloom upon her lips. Why, her cheeks are fresher and rosier than ever they were while she was alive. A vampire, my mates. This is a vampire. Or may I never break bread again. And now what's to be done?" Burn her, cried several. "Well," said the blacksmith, "mind, it's as you like. I brought you here, and shown you what it is, and now you can do what you like, and of course I'll lend you a hand to do it." Any one who had been very speculative in this affair might have detected in these last words of the blacksmith something like an inclination to creep out of the future consequences of what might next to be done, while at the same time shame deterred him from exactly leaving his companions in the church. After some suggestions then, and some argumentation as to the probability or possibility of interruption, the coffin itself was, with its sad and wretched occupant, lifted from the niche, where it should have remained until that awful day when all the dead shall rise for judgment, and carried up the steps into the graveyard. But scarcely had they done so, when the surcharged clouds burst over their heads, and the rain came down in perfect torrents. The deluge was so frightful and continuous a character that they shrank back again beneath the shelter of the church porch, and there waited until its first fury had passed away. Such an even down storm seldom lasts long in our climate, and the consequence was that in about 10 minutes the shower had so far subsided that although the continuous rain was falling, it bore but a very distant comparison to what had taken place. "How are we to burn the body on such a night as this?" "Ay, how indeed," said another. "You could not so much as kindle a fire, and if you did, it would not live many minutes." "I'll tell you what to do at once," said one, who had as yet borne but a quiet part in the proceedings. "I'll tell you what to do at once, for I saw it done myself. A vampire is quite as secure buried in a crossroad, with a stake through its body, as if you burned it in all the fires in the world. Come on, the rain won't hinder you doing that." This was a suggestion highly approved of, and the more so as there was a crossroad close at hand, so that the deed would be done quick, and the parties dispersed to their respective homes, for already the exertion they had taken and the rain that had fallen had had a great effect in sobering them, and even now the perilous and disgusting operation of destroying the body by fire or any other way might have been abandoned, had any of the party suggested such a course. But the dread of a future imputation of cowardice kept all silent. Once more the coffin was raised by 4 of the throng, and carried through the churchyard, which was now running in many little rivulets, in consequence of the rain. The crossroad was not above a quarter of a mile from the spot, and while those who were disengaged from carrying the body were hurrying away to get spades and mattocks, the others walked through the rain, and finally paused at the place they thought suitable for that ancient superstitious rite, which it was thought would make the vampire rest in peace. It was hard to suppose that Sir George Crofton, his sons, and Mr. Bevan were all deceived concerning the symptoms of vitality which they had observed in the corpse of Clara. But certainly now there was no appearance of anything of the kind, and the only suspicious circumstances appeared to be the blood upon her lips, and the very flesh-like appearance of the face. If it were really a fact that the attack of Varney the Vampire upon this fair young girl had converted her into one of those frightful existences, and that she had been about to leave her tomb for the purpose of seeking a repast of blood, it would appear that the intention had been checked and frustrated by the presence of Sir George and his party in the vault. At last a dozen men now arrived, well armed with spades and picks, and they commenced the work of digging a deep rather than a capacious grave in silence. A gloomy and apprehensive spirit seemed to come over the whole assemblage, and the probability is that this was chiefly owing to the fact that they now encountered no opposition, and that they were permitted unimpeded to accomplish a purpose which had never yet been attempted within the memory of any of the inhabitants of the place. The grave was dug, and about 2 feet depth of soil was thrown in a huge mound upon the surface. The coffin was lowered, and there lay the corpse, within the receptacle of poor humanity, unimprisoned by any lid, for that had been left in the vault, and awaiting the doom which had been decreed upon it, but which they now, with a shuddering horror, shrunk from performing. A hedge stake with a sharp point had been procured, and those who held it looked around them with terrified countenances, while the few links that had not been extinguished by the rain shed a strange and lurid glare upon all objects. "It must be done," said the blacksmith. "Don't let it be said that we got thus far and then were afraid." "Do it then yourself," said the man that held the stake. "I dare not." "Ay, do," cried several voices. "You brought us here. Why don't you do it? Are you afraid after all your boasting?" "Afraid? Afraid of the dead? I'm not afraid of any of you that are alive, and it's not likely I'm going to be afraid of a dead body. You're a pretty set of cowards. I got no animosity against the girl, but I want that we shall all sleep in peace, and that our wives and children should not be disturbed nocturnally in their blessed repose. I'll do it if none of you'll do it." and then you may thank me afterwards for the act, although I suppose if I get into trouble I shall have you all turn tail upon me." "No, we won't. No, we won't." "Well, well, here goes. Whether you do or I'll do it directly." "He shrinks," cried one. "No," said another, "he'll do it." "Now for it. Stand aside." "Stand aside yourself." "Do you want to fall into the grave?" The blacksmith shuddered as he held the stake in an attitude to pierce the body, and even up to that moment it seemed to be a doubtful case, whether he would be able to accomplish his purpose or not. At length, when they all thought he was upon the point of abandoning his design, and cast the stake away, he thrust it with tremendous force through the body and the back of the coffin. The eyes of the corpse opened wide, her hands clenched, and a shrill, piercing shriek came from her lips. The shriek was answered by as many as there were persons present, and then, with pallid fear upon their countenances, they rushed headlong from the spot. End of chapter 224. Recording by Ellie, June 2009.
Chapter 225 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 225. The Solitary Man, Varney's Despair. There lay the dead, alone in that awful grave, dabbled in blood, and the victim of the horrible experiment that had been instituted to lay a vampire. The rain still fell heavily. Oh, surely, pitying Heaven sent those drops to wash out the remembrance of such a deed. The grave slowly began to be a pool of water. It rose up the sides of the coffin, and in a few minutes nothing more of the ghastly and the terrible contents of that grave could have been seen. Before that took place, a man of tall stature and solemn gait stepped up and stood upon the brink of the little excavation. For a time he was as still as that sad occupant of the little space of earth that served her for a resting place, but at length in a tone of deep anguish he spoke. "And has it come to this?" he said. "Is this my work? Oh, horror! Horror unspeakable! In this some hideous dream or a reality of tragedy, so far transcending all I looked for, that if I had tears I should shed them now, but I have none. 100 years ago that fount was dry. I thought that I had steeled my heart against all gentle impulses, that I had crushed, completely crushed, dove-eyed pity in my heart, but it is not so, and still sufficient of my once human feelings clings to me, to make me grieve for thee, Clara Crofton, thou victim." We need not tell our readers now, that it was no other than Varney the Vampire himself from whom these words came. After thus, then, giving such fervent utterance to the sad feeling that had overcome him, he stood for a silent time, and then glancing around him as well as he could by the dim light, he found the spades, by the aid of which the grave had been dug, and which the men had, in their great fight, left behind them. Seizing one, he commenced, with an energy and perseverance that was well adapted to accomplish the object, to fill up the grave. "You shall now rest in peace," he said. In the course of about 10 minutes the grave was levelled completely, so that there were no signs or indications of any one having been there interred. The rain was still falling, and notwithstanding that circumstance, he continued at his work, until he had stamped down the earth to a perfect level, and then, even as if he was still further anxious to thoroughly destroy any indication of the deed that had been done, he took the loose earth that was superfluous and scattered it about. "This done," he said, "surely you will now know peace." He cast down the spade with which he had been working, and lingered for a few brief moments. Suddenly he started, for he heard, or thought he heard, an approaching footstep. His first impulse appeared to be to fly, but that he soon corrected, and folding his arms solemnly across his breast, he waited for the man that was now evidently making speed towards that spot. In a few moments more he saw the dusky outline of the figure, and then Mr. Bevan, the clergyman, stood before him. Mr. Bevan did not at the moment recognize in the form before him the man who had been the guest of Sir George Crofton, and from whom it was supposed had sprung all the mischief and horror that had fallen upon the family at the Grange. "Who are you?" he cried. "Can you give me information of an outrage that has been committed hereabouts?" "Many," said Varney. "Ah, I know the voice. Are you not he who was rescued from the sea by the two sons of Sir George Crofton? Well, now I know you, and I am glad to have met with you. Will you try to kill me?" "No, no. Peace is my profession." "Ah, you are the priest of this place. Well, sir, what would you with me?" "I would implore you to tell me if it really be true that—" Mr. Bevan paused, for he disliked to show that the fear that it might be true there were such creatures as vampires had taken so strong a hold of him. "Proceed," said Varney. "I will. Are you then a vampire?" "A strange question for one living man to put to another. Are you?" "You are inclined to trifle with me, but I implore you to answer me. I am perhaps the only man in all this neighborhood to whom you can give an answer in the affirmative with safety." "And why so?" "Because I question not the decrees of Heaven. If it seems fit to the great Ruler of heaven and of earth that there should ever be such horrible creatures as vampires, ought I, his creature, to question it?" "You ought not, you ought not. I have heard much from priests, but from your lips I hear sound reason. I am a vampire." Mr. Bevan shrunk back, and shook for a moment, as he said in a low, faltering tone, "For how long have you—" "You would know how long I have endured such a state of existence. I will tell you that I have a keen remembrance of being hunted through the streets of London in the reign of Henry the Fourth." "Henry the Fourth?" "Yes, I have seen all the celebrities of this and many other lands from that period. More than once I have endeavored to cast off this horrible existence, but it is my destiny to remain in it. I was picked up by the brothers Crofton after one of my attempts to court death. They have been repaid. Horribly! I cannot help it. I am what I am." There was a strange and mournful solemnity about the tones of Varney that went to the heart of Mr. Bevan, and after a few moments' pause, he said, "You greatly, very greatly awake my interest. Do not leave me. Ask yourself if there is anything that I can do to alleviate your destiny. Have you tried prayer?" "Prayer?" "Yes. Oh, there is a great virtue in prayer." "I pray? For what should I pray but for that death which, whenever it seems to be in my grasp, has them flitted from me in mockery, leaving me still a stranded wretch upon the shores of this world? Perhaps you have at times fancied you have suffered some great amount of mental agony. Perhaps you have stood by the bedside of dying creatures, and heard them howl their hopelessness of Heaven's mercy, but you cannot know, you cannot imagine what I have suffered." As he spoke, he turned away, but Mr. Bevan followed him, saying, "Remain, remain, I implore you." "Remain, and wherefore?" "I will be your friend. It is my duty to be such. Remain, and you shall, if you wish it, have an asylum in my house. If you will not pray yourself to Heaven, I will pray for you, and in time to come you will have some hope. Oh, believe me, earnest prayer is not in vain." "My friend!" "Yes, your friend. I ought to be the friend of all who are unhappy." "And is there really one human being who does not turn from me in horror and disgust?" "Oh, sir, you jest." "No, on my soul, that which I say I mean. Come with me now, and you shall, if you please, remain in secret in my house. No one shall know you are with me. From the moment that you cross the threshold, you shall hope for happier days." The vampire paused, and it was evident that he was deeply affected by what Mr. Bevan said to him, for his whole frame shook. End of chapter 225. (226) of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 226. The Strange Guest, the Little Chapel, Varney's Narrative. Mr. Bevan could not but see that he had made some impression, even upon the obdurate heart of Varney, and he was determined to follow that impression up by every means in his power. "Always have in mind," he said, "that by trusting me you trust one who is not in the habit of condemning his fellows. You will be safe from anything like sanctified reproach; for, to my thinking, religion should be a principle of love and tenderness, and not a subject upon which people who, perhaps, are themselves liable and obnoxious to all sorts of reproach, should deal forth denunciations against their neighbors. Is that indeed your faith?" "It is, and it is the real faith, taught by my great master. You are as one among many thousands. Nay, you may have been unfortunate in meeting with bad specimens of those who are devoted in the priesthood. Do not condemn hastily." "Hastily! I have been some hundreds of years in condemning. You will come with me." "I will, for once again, put faith in human nature." "Tell me, then, before we leave this spot, if you know aught of what has happened to, or become of the body of Clara Croton." "I can tell you it was left here buried, but uncovered." "Indeed, the ground is level, and I see no trace of a grave." "No, I have obliterated all such traces. I have placed the earth upon her. May she now rest in peace! Oh, that such a flower should have been so rudely plucked, and I the cause! Is not that enough to make heaven's angels mutiny if I should essay to pass the golden gates? Say no more of that. I thank God that the body is so disposed of, and that it will not come in the way of any of the Crofton family. This affair had far better now be let sink into oblivion. Alas! poor Sir George is now the most pitiable sufferer. Indeed! Yes, madness has seized upon him. He only sits and smiles to himself, weaving in his imagination strange fancies. And you call that unhappy? It is called, and considered so. Oh, fatal error! He is happy. Reason, boasted, godlike reason! What are you but the curse of poor humanity? The maniac who will in his cell fancy it a gorgeous hall, and of the damp straw that is his couch make up a glittering coronet, is a king indeed, and most happy." "That is poetical," said Mr. Bevan, "if not true." "It is true. Well, well, we will talk on that as well as other themes at our leisure. Come on, and I will at once take you to my home, where you will be safe, and I hope more happy. Are you not afraid?" "I am not." "You are right. Confidence is safety. Lead on, sir. I'll follow you, although I little thought to make any human companionship to-night." Mr. Bevan walked only about a step in advance as they proceeded toward the parsonage house, and on the way he conversed with Varney with calmness which, considering the very peculiar circumstances, few men could have brought to bear upon the occasion. But Mr. Bevan was no common man. He looked upon nature and all the living creatures that make up its vital portion with peculiar eyes, and if the bishop of his diocese had known one half of what Mr. Bevan thought, he would not have suffered him to remain in his religious situation. But he kept the mass of his liberal opinions to himself, although he always acted upon them, and a man more completely free from sectarian dogmas and illiberal fancies of superstition, which are nicknamed faith, could not be. There was still, notwithstanding all the circumstances, a hope lingering in his mind that Varney might, after all, not be even what he thought himself to be, but some enthusiast who had dreamt himself into a belief of his own horrible powers. We know that such was not the case, but it was natural enough for Mr. Bevan to hold as long as he could by such an idea. And so those two most strangely assorted beings, the clergyman and the vampire, walked together towards the pretty and picturesque dwelling of the former. "The distance is short," said Mr. Bevan. "Nay, that matters not," replied Varney. "I spoke because I thought you seemed fatigued." "No, my frame is of iron. My heart is bowed down with many griefs, but the physical structure knows no feeling of dejection. The life I possess is no common one. Oh, would that it were so, that I might shuffle it off as ordinary men can do!" "Do not say that. Who knows but that after all your living accomplishes better things? I cannot say that it accomplishes aught completely but one thing." "And that?" "That is my most exquisite misery." Even that may pass away. But here we are at my little garden gate. Come in and fear nothing, for if you will seek heaven as I would wish you, you will find this place such a haven of peace, and such a refuge against the storms of life, as you hardly fancied existed, I dare say, in this world. Not for me. I did not fancy that there existed a spot on earth on which I could lie down in peace, and yet it may be here. End of chapter 226. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 227. Varney opens the vast storehouse of his memory. A more singular conversation than that which took place between Varney the Vampire and this minister of religion could not be conceived. If there was any one particle of goodness existing in Varney's disposition, we may suspect it would now be developed. Perhaps the whole domestic history of the world never yet exhibited so remarkable an association as that between Mr. Bevan and Varney. And when they sat down together in the little cheerful study of the former, never had four walls enclosed two beings of the same species, and yet of such opposite pursuits. But we can hardly call Varney the Vampire human. His space of existence had been lengthened out beyond the ordinary routine of human existence, and the kind of vitality that he now enjoyed, if one might be allowed the expression, was something distinct and peculiar. It speaks volumes, however, for the philanthropy and liberality of the minister of any religion who could hold out the hand of fellowship to so revolting and to so horrible an existence. But Mr. Bevan was no common man. His religion was doctrinal, certainly, but it was free from bigotry, and his charity to the feelings, opinions, and prejudices of others was immense. He was accustomed to say, "May not my feelings be prejudices?" And one of the sublimest precepts of the whole Scriptures was to him that which says, "Judge not, lest ye too should be judged." Hence it was that he would not allow himself to revolt at Varney. It had seemed right to the great Creator of all things that there should be such a being, and therefore he, Mr. Bevan, would neither question nor condemn it. "Look about you," he said to Varney, with a disordered gaze. "You seem to look very about you, as if there was a danger in the atmosphere you breathe. But be assured you are safe here. It shall be my life for your life, if any harm should be attempted to be done you." Varney looked at him for a few moments' silence, and then in his deep and sepulchral voice he spoke, saying, "My race is run." "What mean you by that expression?" "I mean I shall no longer be a terror to the weak, nor a curiosity to the strong. In time past, more than once I have tried to shuffle off the evil of this frightful existence. But some accident, strange, wild, and wonderful, has brought me back to life again." "Perhaps not an accident," said Mr. Bevan. "You may be right. But when I have sought to rid the world of my own bad company, I have been moved to do so by some act of kindness and consideration, most contrary to my deserts. And then again, when I have been cast back by the waves of fate upon the shores of existence, my heart is burdened, and I have begun to plan to work mischief and misery and woe to all. I can understand how your feelings have alternated, but I hope that our association will have better result." "Yes, a better result, for with consummate art, with cool perseverance, and extended knowledge, I trust I may think of some things which cannot fail of changing this living frame to that dust from which it sprung, and to which it should long since have returned." "You believe in that? But do you not think there is a pure spirit that will yet live, independent of the groveling earth? There are times when I have hoped that even that fable were true. But you have promised me rest. Will you keep your word?" "That I will most certainly. But will you keep yours? You have promised me some details of your extraordinary existence, and as a divine, and I hope in some degree as a philosopher, I look for them with some degree of anxiety." "You shall have them. Leave me pens, ink, and paper, and in the solitude of this room until to-morrow morning, and you shall have what I believe to be the origin of this most horrible career." Your wishes shall be consulted, but will you not take refreshment?" "Nothing, nothing. My refreshment is one I need not name to you, and when forced by the world's customs and considerations of my own safety, I have partaken of man's usual food, it has but ill accorded with my preternatural existence. I eat not, drink not, here. You know me as I am." As he continued speaking, Varney evidently grew weaker, and Mr. Bevan could scarcely persuade himself that it was not through actual want of nourishment; but the vampire assured him it was not so, and that rest would recruit him, to which opinion, as the experience of human nature generally afforded no index to Varney's peculiar habits, he was forced to subscribe. There was a couch in the room, and upon that Varney laid himself; and as he seemed indisposed for further conversation, Mr. Bevan left him, promising to return to him, as he himself requested, in the morning, with the hope of finding that he had completed some sort of narrative to the effect mentioned. It can scarcely be said that Mr. Bevan had thoroughly made up his mind to leave his guest for so long a period, and as there was a window that looked from the study in his little garden, he thought that by now and then peeping in, to see that all was right, he could scarcely be considered as breaking faith with his mysterious guest. "He will surely attempt nothing against his own life," thought Mr. Bevan, "for already he seems to be impressed with the futility of such an attempt, and to think that when he has made them he has been made the sport of circumstances that had forced him back to life again, despite all his wishes to the contrary." Mr. Bevan reasoned thus, but he knew little what was passing in the mind of Varney the Vampire. After about 2 hours more, when the night was profoundly dark, the liberal-minded but anxious clergyman went into his garden for the purpose of peeping into his study, and he then saw, as he supposed, his visitor lying enveloped in his large brown cloak, lying upon the couch. He was better pleased to see he was sleeping, and recovering from the great fatigue of which he complained, instead of writing, although that writing promised to be of so interesting a character, and he crept softly away for fear of awakening him. The hour had now arrived at which Mr. Bevan usually retired to rest, but he delayed doing so, and let 2 hours more elapse, after which he again stole out of his garden and peeped into the study. There lay the long, gaunt, slumbering figure upon the couch. "I am satisfied," said Mr. Bevan to himself. "Fatigue has completely overcome him, and he will sleep till morning now. I long much to become acquainted with his strange eventful history." After this, Mr. Bevan retired to rest, but not until in prayer he had offered up his thanks, and stated his hopes of being able to turn aside from the wicked path he had been pursuing the wretched man who at that moment was slumbering peacefully beneath his roof. We should have less of opposition to churchmen if they were all like Mr. Bevan, and not the wily, ravenous, illiberal, grasping crew they really are. There was no priestcraft in him. He was almost enough to make one in love with his doctrines, be they what they might, so that they were his. Although we say that he retired to rest, we should more properly say he retired to try to rest, for after all there were feelings of excitement and anxiety about him which he could not repress wholly, and although he had every reason to believe his guest was sleeping, and calmly sleeping too, yet he found he was becoming painfully alive to the slightest sound. He became nervously alive to the least interruption, and kept fancying that he heard the slightest indications of movements in the house, such as at any other time he would have paid no attention to. It always happened, too, provokingly, that just as he was dropping into a slight slumber, that he thought he heard one of these noises, and then he would start awake and sit up in his bed, and listen attentively until tired nature forced him to repose again. Those who have passed such a night of watchfulness need not be told how very, very exciting it becomes, and hour after hour becomes more intense and acute, and the power of escaping its fell influence less and less. Indeed, it was not until the dawn of morning that Mr. Bevan tasted the sweets of sound repose. Then, as is generally usual after nights of fever and disquietude, the cool, pure, life-giving air of early morn produced quite a different state of feeling, and his repose was calm and serene. End of chapter 227. Of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 228. The Flight of the Vampire. The Mass. As was to be expected, in consequence of the sleepless state in which he had been in the early part of the night, Mr. Bevan did not awaken at his usually early hour; and as his confidential servant had stolen into his room upon tiptoe, and seeing that he was sleeping quietly and soundly, she did not think proper to disturb him. An autumnal sun was gleaming into his lattice window when he spontaneously awoke, and the reflection of the sunlight upon a particular portion of the wall convinced him that it was late. For a moment or two he lay in that dreamy state when we are just conscious of where we are, without having the smallest pretensions to another idea, and probably he would have dropped asleep again had it not been that his servant again opened the door, the lock of which had the infirmity of giving a peculiar snap every time it was used, and that thoroughly awakened him. "Oh, you are awake, sir?" said his old servant. "I never knew you sleep so long. Breakfast has been ready an hour and a half. It's a cool morning, sir, and what's worse, I can't get into your study to light you a bit of fire, which I thought you would want." The interruption altogether, and the mention of the study, served completely to arouse Mr. Bevan to a remembrance of the events of the preceding evening, and he cried, "What's the time? What's the time?" "It's after 9, and as for the study—" "Never mind the study, never mind the study. I will be down directly." Scarcely ever had Mr. Bevan dressed himself with such precipitation as he now did. How provoking, he thought, that upon this particular occasion, when I should like to have been up and stirring earlier than usual, I am a good hour and a half later. It can't be helped, though, and if my guest of last night is to be credited, he won't be waiting for his breakfast. The simple toilet of the kind-hearted clergyman was soon completed, and then he ran downstairs to the lower part of his house, and finding that his servant was in the kitchen, he thought he might at once proceed to his study to speak to the extraordinary inmate. He had furnished Varney with the means of locking himself in for the night, and it would seem that the vampire had fully availed himself of those means, for when Mr. Bevan tried the door he found himself as much at fault as his servant had been, and could not by any means effect an admittance. "He said his fatigue was great," remarked Mr. Bevan, "and so it seems it was, for surely he is yet sleeping. It is a comfort when one oversleeps oneself that the necessity for one's rising has been put off by the same means." Unwilling to disturb Varney, and not hearing from the slightest movement from within that he had yet done so, Mr. Bevan went to his breakfast, much better satisfied than he had been a quarter of an hour since; and as the breakfast-room adjoined the study, he had every opportunity, if the vampire should be stirring, of hearing and attending to him. Not above 10 minutes elapsed in this kind of way, when Mr. Bevan, although he saw nothing of his guest, heard something of the approach of a visitor by the trampling of feet upon the gravel walk, and upon looking through the window he saw that it was his friend Sir George Crofton from the hall. It was rather an early hour for visitors, but still, under the peculiar circumstances, Sir George might be supposed not to stand upon ceremony in calling upon the clergyman of his parish and upon his old friend, combining, as Mr. Bevan did, both these characters in one. It was rather, though, placing the clergyman in a situation of difficulty, for while there was nothing he so much hated as mystery and concealment, he yet could not, upon the spur of the moment, decide whether he ought to inform Sir George of the presence of Varney or not. After the frightful manner in which the Baronet and his family had suffered from what might be called the machinations of the Vampire, it could scarcely be supposed that his feelings were otherwise than in a most exasperated state, and it might, for all he knew, be actually dangerous for the personal safety of that guest whom he had pledged his honor to protect, to allow Sir George Crofton to know at all that he was beneath his roof. While he was engaged in these considerations, and before he could come to anything like a conclusion concerning them, Sir George was announced and shown as a privileged visitor into the parlor. We cannot but pause to make a remark upon the stupendous change that had taken place in the appearance of that unhappy man. When first we presented him to the reader, he was as good a specimen of the hale, hearty English gentleman as we could wish to see. Good humor and good health beamed forth on every feature of his face, and well they might do so, for although the past had not been uncheckered by trials, the future wore to him a sunny aspect, and some of the feelings of his youth were returning to him in the happiness of his children. But what a change was now! 20 years of ordinary existence, with extraordinary vicissitudes, would scarcely have produced the effect that the events of the last fortnight had upon that unhappy father. He appeared to be absolutely sinking into the grave with grief, and not only was his countenance strangely altered, but the tones of his voice were completely changed from what they had been. Alas! Poor Sir George Crofton, never will the light of joy again illumine your face. There are griefs, inevitable griefs, which time will heal, griefs which the more we look upon them, the more we find our reason array itself against them. But his sorrows were of a different complexion, and were apt to grow more gigantic from thought. "Good morning, Mr. Bevan," he said. "I am an early visitor, sir." "Not more early than welcome, Sir George. I pray you to be seated." "You are very good," said the Baronet. "But when one comes at an hour like this, I am of opinion that he ought to come with something like a good excuse for his intrusion." "There is none needed, I assure you. But I have been thinking upon the advice which you have given me, Mr. Bevan, to leave this part of the country, and try the endeavor by the excitement and changes of foreign travel to lessen the weight of my calamities. I think your determination is a good one, Sir George. Probably it is the best I could adopt, but I must confess that I should set about it in better spirit, but I am haunted by apprehensions." "Apprehensions, Sir George! Is not the worst past?" "It may be, and I hope to heaven it is, but I have another child, another daughter, fair and beautiful as my lost Clara. But what security have I that that dreadful being may not pursue her, and with frightful vindictiveness drive her to the grave?" Mr. Bevan was silent 2 or 3 minutes, and the idea crossed him that if he could get Sir George in the proper state of mind, it would be, perhaps, better that he should know that the Vampire was in the house, and in such a state of mind as not to renew any outrages against him or his family, than that he should go abroad with the dread clinging to him of still being followed and persecuted by that dreadful being. "Sir George," said Mr. Bevan, in an extremely serious voice, "Sir George, did you ever reason with yourself calmly and seriously, and in a Christian spirit, about this affair?" "Calmly, Mr. Bevan! How could I reason calmly?" "I have scarcely put my question as I ought. What I meant to ask was, what are your personal feelings towards the Vampire? We must recollect that even he, dreadful existence as he is, was fashioned by the same God that fashioned us. And who shall say but he may be the victim of a horrible and stern necessity? Who shall say but he may be tortured by remorse, and that the circumstances connected with your daughter, of which you so justly complain, may be to him sources of the bitterest reflection? What if you were to be assured that never more would that mysterious man cross your path, if man we can call him? Do you think that you could then forgive him? It is hard to say, but the feeling that my other child was safe would prompt me much. Sir George, I could make a communication to you if I thought you would listen to it patiently, if you will swear to me to be calm." "I swear! Tell me, oh, tell me!" "The Vampire is in this house." End of chapter 228. Chapter 229 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 229. The Mysterious Disappearance. One may form some sort of judgment of the astonishment with which Sir George Crofton heard this statement. He looked indeed a few moments at Mr. Bevan, as if he had a strong suspicion that he could not possibly have heard aright, so that the good clergyman was induced to repeat his statement, which he did by saying, "Sir George, I assure you, however remarkable such a circumstance may be, and however much you may feel yourself surprised at it, that in the extreme bitterness of spirit and feeling all the compunction that you could possibly wish him to feel, Varney the Vampire is now an inmate of this house." Had a bombshell fallen at his feet, Sir George Crofton could not have felt more surprised, and he exhibited that surprise by several times repeating to himself, "Varney the Vampire, an inmate of this house. Varney the Vampire, here." "Yes," said Mr. Bevan. "Here, an inmate of this house. He is within a few paces of you, slumbering in the next apartment, and from his own lips you shall have the assurance that never again will you have any trouble on his account, and that he most bitterly and most deeply regrets the suffering he had brought upon you and yours." "Will that regret," said Sir George excitedly, "restore the dead? Will that regret give me my child again? Will it open the portals of the grave and restore her to me, who was the life and joy of my existence? Tell me, will it do that? If not, what is his regret to me?" "No, Sir George, no. His regret will not do that. There is such power, but it is not upon earth. Heaven delegates not such fearful responsibilities to any of its creatures, and the only reason which has induced me to make this confidence was to take from you the fearful anxiety of fancying yourself followed by that dreadful being." "Vengeance," replied Sir George Crofton, "vengeance shall be mine. In the name of my lost child, I cry for vengeance. Shall he not perish who has made her whom I love perish? Make way, Mr. Bevan, make way!" "No, Sir George, no. This is my house. I, as a Christian minister, offered the hospitality of its roof to Varney the Vampire, and I cannot violate my word." "You speak, sir, to a desperate man!" cried Sir George. "No roof to me is sanctified, beneath which the murderer of my child finds a shelter. Mr. Bevan, the respect that one man has for another, or ever has had for another, cannot exceed the respect I have for you. But with all that, sir, I cannot forget my own personal wrongs. The shade of my murdered Clara beckons me." "Fly, Varney, fly!" cried Mr. Bevan. "Fly!" "Is it so?" said Sir George. "Do you then side with my direst foe?" "No, no, I side with Sir George Crofton against his own furious, unbridled passions." Neither from profession nor practice was Mr. Bevan one who was likely to force to resist Sir George, and at the moment the baronet was about to lay hands upon him to hurl him from his path, he slipped aside. "Rash man," he said, "the time will come when you will repent this deed." The door of the study was still fast, but to the infuriated Sir George that opposed but a very frail obstacle, and with the effort of a moment he forced it open and rushed into the apartment. "Varney, monster!" he cried, "prepare to meet your doom. Your career is at an end." Mr. Bevan was after him, and in the room with him in a moment, fully expecting that some very dreadful scene would ensue, as a consequence of the unbridled passion of Sir George Crofton. Sir George Crofton was standing in the center of the apartment, with Varney's large brown cloak in his grasp, which he had dragged from the sofa, but the vampire himself was not to be seen. "Escaped!" he cried. "Escaped!" "Thank Heaven, then," said Mr. Bevan, "that this roof has not been desecrated by an act of violence. Oh, Sir George, it is a mercy that time has been given to think he has escaped. I'll follow him, were it to perdition." Sir George was about to open the window and rush into the garden, thinking, of course, it was by that means by which the vampire escaped, but Mr. Bevan laid his hand upon the smooth gravel path that was immediately below the casement. "Behold," he said, "one of the first results of an autumnal night, that this coating of fleecy sleet, you see, is undisturbed. It fell about midnight. 9 hours have since elapsed, and you perceive there is no footmark upon it. And in what direction would you chase Varney the Vampire, while he has such a start of you?" Infuriated with passion, as was Sir George Crofton, the reasonableness of this statement struck him forcibly, and he became silent. A revulsion of feeling took place. He staggered to a seat, and wept. "Yes, he is gone," he said. "Yes, the murderer of my child is gone. Vengeance is delayed, but perhaps not altogether stopped. Oh, Mr. Bevan, why did you tell me he was here?" "I do now regret having done so, but I believed him to be here, and his departure is as mysterious to me as it can be to you." Mr. Bevan cast his eyes upon the table, and there he saw a large packet addressed to himself. Sir George saw it too at the same moment, and pointing to it, said, "Is that the vampire's legacy to his new friend?" "Sir George," said Mr. Bevan, "let it suffice that the packet is addressed to me." All the good breeding of the gentleman returned, and Sir George Crofton bowed as he left the room, closely followed by the clergyman, who was as much bewildered by the disappearance of Varney as even Sir George could possibly be. He had a most intense desire to examine the packet, with the hope that there he should find some explanation or solution of the mystery, but not being aware, of course, of what it contained, he could not tell if it would be prudent to trust Sir George at that time with its contents. As may be well supposed, there was a sort of restraint in the manner of both of them after what had happened, and they did what was very rare with them both, parted without making any appointment for the future. But whatever might be the feelings of Sir George Crofton then, a little reflection would be quite sure to bring him back again to a proper estimation of what was due to such a friend as Mr. Bevan, and we cannot anticipate any serious interruption to their general friendly intercourse. The moment the clergyman found himself alone, he with eager steps went into his study, and eagerly seized upon the packet that was left to him by the Vampire, the outside of which merely bore the superscription of "These to the Reverend Mr. Bevan, and strictly private." With an eagerness he tore open the envelope, and the first thing that attracted his attention was a long narrow slip of paper, on which were written the following words: "It was not my intention to trespass largely upon your hospitality. It would have been unjust, almost approaching to criminality, so to do. I could only think of taking a brief refuge in your house, so brief as should just enable me to avail myself of the shadows of night to escape from a neighborhood where I knew I should be hunted. The few hours which I have quietly remained beneath your roof have been sufficient to accomplish that object, and the papers that I leave you accompanying this contain the personal information concerning me you asked. They had been previously prepared, and are at your service. To attempt to follow me would be futile, for I have as ample means of making a rapid journey as you could possibly call to your aid, and I have the advantage of many hours' start. Under these circumstances, I have no hesitation in telling you that my destination is Naples, and that perhaps the next you hear of me will be that some stranger in a fit of madness has cast himself into the crater of a burning mountain, which would at once consume him and all his sorrows. Varney the Vampire." One may imagine the feelings with which Mr. Bevan read this most strange and characteristic epistle, feelings that for some moments kept him a prisoner to the most painful thoughts. All that he had hoped to accomplish by the introduction of Varney to his house was lost now. He had but in fact given him a better opportunity of carrying out a terrible design, a design which now there really did not appear to be any means of averting the consummation of. "Alas! alas!" he said, "this is most grievous, and what can I do now to avert the mischief? Nothing, absolutely nothing. If it be true that he has, as he says he has, the means of hastening on his journey, all pursuit would be utterly useless." This was taking a decidedly correct view of the matter. Varney was not the sort of man, if he really intended to reach Naples quickly, to linger on his route. And then there was another view of the subject which could not but occur to Mr. Bevan, and that was, that his mentioned destination might be but a blind to turn off pursuit. End of chapter 229.
of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barony. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 230. Varney gives some personal account of himself. Never had Mr. Bevan, in all his recollection, been in such a state of hesitation as now. He was a man usually of rapid resolves, and very energetic action. But the circumstances that had recently taken place were of so very remarkable a nature, that he was not able to bring to bear upon them any portion of his past experience. He felt that he could come to no determination, but was compelled by the irresistible force of events to be a spectator instead of an actor in what might ensue. "I shall hear," he thought, "if any such event happens at Naples as that to which Varney has adverted, and until I do so, or until a sufficient length of time has elapsed to make me feel certain that he will not plunge into that burning abyss, I shall be a prey to every kind of fear. And then again, as regards Sir George Crofton, what am I to say to him? Shall I show him this note, or not?" Even that was a question which he could not absolutely decide in his own mind, although he was strongly inclined to think that it would be highly desirable to do so, and while he was considering the point, and holding the note in his hand, his eye fell upon the other papers which had been enclosed with it, and addressed to him. Hoping and expecting that there he should find something that would better qualify him to come to an accurate conclusion, he took up the packet, and found that the topmost paper bore the following endorsement: "Some particulars concerning my own life." "There, then," said Mr. Bevan, "is what he has promised me." It was to be expected that Mr. Bevan should take up those papers with a very considerable amount of curiosity, and as he could not think what course immediately to pursue that would do good to Varney or anybody else, he thought he had better turn his attention at once to the documents that the vampire had left to his perusal. Telling his servant, then, not to allow him to be disturbed unless the affair was a very urgent one indeed, he closed the door of his study, and commenced reading one of the most singular statements that ever created being placed upon paper. It was as follows: "During my brief intercourse, and it has always been brief when of a confidential nature with various persons, I have created surprise by talking of individuals and events long since swallowed up in the almost forgotten past. In these few pages I declare myself more fully. In the reign of the first Charles, I resided in a narrow street in the immediate neighbourhood of Whitehall. It was a straggling, tortuous thoroughfare, going down to the Thames. It matters little what were my means of livelihood, but I have no hesitation in saying that I was a well-paid agent in some of the political movements which graced and disgraced that period. London was then a mass of mean-looking houses, with here and there one that looked like a palace compared with its humbler neighbours. Almost every street appeared to be under the protection of some great house, situated somewhere in its extent. But such of those houses as have survived the wreck of time rank now with their neighbours, and are so strangely altered that I, who knew many of them well, could now scarcely point to the place where they used to stand. I took no prominent part in the commotions of that period, but I saw the head of a king held up in its gore at Whitehall as a spectacle for the multitude. There were thousands of persons in England who had aided to bring about that result, but who were very far from expecting it, and who were the first to fall under the ban of the gigantic power they had themselves raised. Among these were many of my employers, men who had been quite willing to shake the stability of a throne so far as the individual occupying it was concerned, but who certainly never contemplated the destruction of monarchy. So the death of the first Charles and the dictatorship of Cromwell made royalists in abundance. They had raised a spirit they could not quell again, and this was a fact which the stern, harsh man Cromwell, with whom I had many interviews, was aware of. My house was admirably adapted for the purposes of secrecy and seclusion, and I became a thriving man from the large sums I received for aiding the escape of distinguished loyalists, some of whom lay for a considerable time perdu at my house, before an eligible opportunity arrived of dropping down the river quietly to some vessel which would take them to Holland. It was to offer me so much per head for these royalists that Cromwell sent for me, and there was one in particular who had been private secretary to the Duke of Cleveland, a young man merely, of neither family nor rank, but of great ability, whom Cromwell was exceedingly anxious to capture. I think there, likewise, must have been some private reasons which induced the dictator of the Commonwealth to be so anxious concerning this Master Francis Latham, which was the name of the person alluded to. It was late one evening when a stranger came to my house, and having desired to see me, was shown into a private apartment, when I immediately waited upon him. "I am aware," he said, that you have been confidentially employed by the Duke of Cleveland, and I am aware that you have been very useful to distressed loyalists. But in aiding Master Francis Latham, the Duke's secretary, you will be permitted almost to name your own terms." I named £100, which at that time was a much larger sum than now, taking into consideration the relative value. One half of it was paid to me at once, and the other promised within 24 hours after Latham had effected his escape. I was told that at 12:30 that night, a man dressed in common working apparel, and with a broom over his shoulder, would knock at my door and ask if he could be recommended to a lodging, and that by those tokens I should know him to be Francis Latham. A Dutch lugger, I was further told, was lying near Gravesend, on board of which, to earn my money, I was expected to place the fugitive. All this was duly agreed upon. I had a boat in readiness, with a couple of watermen upon whom I could depend, and I was far from anticipating any extraordinary difficulties in carrying out the enterprise. I had a son, about 12 years of age, who, being a sharp, acute lad, I found very useful upon several occasions, and I never scrupled to make him acquainted with any such affair as this that I am recounting. 12:30 came, and in a very few minutes after that period of time there came a knock at my door, which my son answered, and according to arrangement there was the person with a broom, who asked to be recommended to a lodging, and who was immediately requested to walk in. He seemed rather nervous, and asked me if I thought there was much risk. "No," said I, "no more than ordinary risk in all these cases, but we must wait half an hour till the tide turns, for just now to struggle against it down the river would really be nothing else but courting observation." To this he perfectly agreed, and sat down by my fireside. I was as anxious as he to get the affair over, for it was a ticklish job, and Oliver Cromwell, if he had brought anything of the kind exactly home to me, would as lief order me to be shot as he would have taken his luncheon in the name of the Lord. I accordingly went down to the waterside to speak to the men who were lying there with the boat, and had ascertained from them that in about 20 minutes the tide would begin to ebb in the centre of the stream, when 2 men confronted me. Practised as I was in the habits and appearances of the times, I guessed at once who they were. In fact, a couple of Oliver Cromwell's dismounted dragoons were always well known. "You are wanted," said one of them to me. "Yes, you are particularly wanted," said the other. "But, gentlemen, I am rather busy," said I. "In an hour's time I will do myself the pleasure, if you please, of waiting upon you anywhere you wish to name." The only reply they made to this was the practical one, of getting on each side of me, and then hurrying me on past my own door. I was taken right away to St. James's at a rapid pace, being hurried through one of the courtyards. We paused at a small door, at which was a sentinel. My 2 guides communicated something to him, and he allowed us to pass. There was a narrow passage without any light, and through another door, at which was likewise a sentinel, who turned the glare of a lantern upon me and my conductors. Some short explanation was given to him likewise, during which I heard the words "His Highness," which was the title which Cromwell had lately assumed. They pushed me through this doorway, closed it behind me, and left me alone in the dark. End of chapter 230. Recording by Varney. 131 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Varney. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 231. A Singular Interview, and the Consequences of Passion. Being perfectly ignorant of where I was, I thought the most prudent plan was to stand stock still, for if I advanced it might be into danger, and my retreat was evidently cut off. Moreover, those who brought me there must have some sort of intention, and it was better for me to leave them to develop it, than to take any steps myself, which might be of a very hazardous nature. That I was adopting the best policy I was soon convinced, for a flash of light suddenly came upon me, and I heard a gruff voice say, "Who goes there? Come this way." I walked on, and passed through an open doorway into a small apartment, in the centre of which, standing by a common deal table, on which his clenched hand was resting, I found Oliver Cromwell himself. "So, sirrah," he said, "Royalists and pestilent characters are to ravage the land, are they so? Answer me." "I have no answer to make, your highness," said I. "God's mercy, no answer, when in your own house the Duke of Cleveland's prescribed secretary lies concealed?" I felt rather staggered, but was certain I had been betrayed by someone, and Cromwell continued rapidly without giving me time to speak. "The Lord is merciful, and so are we, but the malignant must be taken by the beloved soldiers of the Commonwealth, and the gospel God-fearing men, who always turn to the Lord with short carbines, will accompany you. The malignant shall be taken from your house by you, and the true God-fearing dragoons shall linger in the shade behind. You will take him to the river side, where, the Lord willing, there will be a boat with a small blue ensign, on board of which you will place him, wishing him good speed." He paused, and looked fixedly upon me by the aid of the miserable light that was in the apartment. "What then, your highness?" I said. "Then you will probably call upon us to-morrow for a considerable sum, which will be due to you for this good service to the Commonwealth. Yes, it shall be profitable to fight the battles of the Lord." I must confess I had expected a very different result from the interview, which I had been greatly in fear would have resulted in greatly endangering my liberty. Cromwell was a man not to be tampered with. I knew my danger, and was not disposed to sacrifice myself for Master Latham. "Your highness shall be obeyed," I said. "Ay, verily," he replied, "and if we be not obeyed, we must make ourselves felt with a strong arm of flesh. What ho! God-fearing Simpkins, art thou there?" "Yes, the Lord willing," said a dragoon, making his appearance at the door. Cromwell merely made him a sign with his hand, and he laid hold of the upper part of my arm, as though it had been in a vice, and led me out into the passage again, where the sentinels were posted. In the course of a few moments I was duly in custody of my 2 guards again, and we were proceeding at a very rapid pace towards my residence. It was not a very agreeable affair, view it in whatever light I might, but as regarded Cromwell, I knew my jeopardy, and it would be perceived that I had not hesitated a moment in obeying him. Moreover, I considered, for I knew he was generous, I should have a good round sum by the transaction, which, added to the £50 I had received from the Royalists, made the affair appear to me in a pleasant enough light. Indeed, I was revolving in my mind as I went along, whether it would not be worth while almost entirely to attach myself to the Protector. If, I reasoned with myself, I should do that, and still preserve myself a character with the Royalists, I should thrive. But it will be seen that an adverse circumstance put an end to all those dreams. When we reached the door of my house, the first thing I saw was my son wiping his brow, as if he had undergone some fatigue. He ran up to me, and catching me by the arm, whispered to me. I was so angered at the moment, that heedless of what I did, and passion getting the mastery over me, I with my clenched fist struck him to the earth. His head fell upon one of the hard round stones with which the street was paved, and he never spoke again. I had murdered him. I don't know what happened immediately subsequent to this fearful deed. All I can recollect is, that there was a great confusion and a flashing of lights, and it appeared to me as if something had suddenly struck me down to the earth with great force. When I did thoroughly awaken, I found myself lying upon a small couch, but in a very large apartment, dimly lighted, and where there were many such couches ranged against the walls. A miserable light just enabled me to see about me a little, and some dim dusky-looking figures were creeping about the place. It was a hospital that the Protector had lately instituted in the Strand. I tried to speak, but could not. My tongue seemed glued to my mouth, and I could not. And then a change came upon my sense of sight, and I could scarcely see at all the dim dusky-looking figures about me. Someone took hold of me by the wrist, and I heard one say quite distinctly, "He is entirely going now." Suddenly it seemed as if something had fallen, with a crushing influence upon my chest, and then a consciousness that I was gasping for breath, and then I thought I was at the bottom of the sea. There was a moment, only a moment, of frightful agony, and then came a singing sound, like the rush of waters, after which I distinctly felt someone raising me in their arms. I was dropped again. My limbs felt numbed and chill. An universal spasm shot through my whole system. I opened my eyes, and found myself lying in the open air, by a newly opened grave. A full moon was sailing through the sky, and the cold beams were upon my face. A voice sounded in my ears, a deep and solemn voice, and painfully distinct was every word it uttered. "Mortimer," it said, for that was my name. "Mortimer, in life you did one deed which at once cast you out from all hope that anything in that life would be remembered in the world to come to your advantage. You poisoned the pure fount of mercy, and not upon such as you can the downy freshness of heaven's bounty fall. Murderer, murderer of that being sacredly presented to your care by the great Creator of all things, live henceforth a being accursed. Be to yourself a desolation and a blight, shunned by all that is good and virtuous, armed against all men, and all men armed against thee. Varney the Vampire." I staggered to my feet. The scene around me was a churchyard. I was gaunt and thin, my clothes hung about me in tattered remnants. The damp smell of the grave hung about them. I met an aged man, and asked him where I was. He looked at me with a shudder, as though I had escaped from some charnel house. "Why, this is Eiselden," said he. A peal of bells came merrily upon the night air. "What means that?" said I. "Why, this is the anniversary of the Restoration." "The Restoration? What Restoration?" "Why, of the royal family to the throne, to be sure, returned this day last year. Have you been asleep so long that you don't know that?" I shuddered and walked on, determined to make further inquiries, and to make them with so much caution, that the real extent of my ignorance should scarce be surmised, and the result was to me of the most astonishing character. I found that I had been in the trance of death for nearly 2 years, and that during that period great political changes had taken place. The exiled royal family had been restored to the throne, and the most remarkable revulsion of feeling that had ever taken place in a nation had taken place in England. But personally I had not yet fully awakened to all the horror of what I was. I had heard the words addressed to me, but I had attached no very definite meaning to them. End of chapter 231. Recording by Varney.
Chapter 232 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 232. Varney's narrative continued. Mr. Bevan paused, when he had got thus far, to ask himself if he ought to give credence to what he read, or put it down as the raving of some person whose wits had become tangled and deranged by misfortune. Had the manuscript come to him without other circumstances to give it the air of truthfulness, he would have read it only as a literary curiosity. But it will be remembered that he had been a spectator of the resuscitation of Clara Crofton, which afforded of itself a very frightful verification of Varney's story. A story so horrible in all its details, that but for the great interest which it really possessed, he would have deeply regretted the mixing it up in his memory with brighter subjects. There was something yet to read in the papers before him, and thinking that it was better to know all at once than to leave his imagination to work upon matters so likely seriously to affect it, he resumed his perusal of these papers, which might be considered the autobiography of Varney blank. I have already said that I was not yet fully alive to the horror of what I was, but I soon found what the words which had been spoken to me by the mysterious being who had exhumed me meant. I was a thing accursed, a something to be shunned by all men, a horror, a blight, and a desolation. I felt myself growing sick and weak as I traversed the streets of the city, and yet I loathed the sight of food whenever I saw it. I reached my own house, and saw that it had been burned down. There lay nothing but a heap of charred ruins where it once stood. But I had an interest in those ruins, for from time to time I had buried considerable sums of money beneath the flooring of the lowest apartments, and I had every reason to believe, as such a secret treasure was only known to myself, that it remained untouched. I waited until the moon became obscured by some passing clouds, and then, having a most intimate knowledge of the locality, I commenced groping about the ruins, and removing a portion of them until I made my way to the spot where my money was hidden. The morning came, however, and surprised me at my occupation, so I hid myself among the ruins of what had once been my home for a whole day, and never once stirred from my concealment. Oh, it was a long and weary day. I could hear the prattle of children at play. An inn or change-house was near at hand, and I could hear noisy drinkers brawling forth songs that had been proscribed in the Commonwealth. I saw a poor wretch hunted nearly to death close to where I lay concealed, because from the fashion of his garments and the cut of his hair he was supposed to belong to the deposed party. But the long-expected night came at last. It was a dark one, too, so that it answered my purpose well. I had found an old rusty knife among the ruins, and with that I set to work to dig up my hidden treasure. I was successful and found it all. Not a guinea had been removed, although in the immediate neighborhood there were those who would have sacrificed a human life for any piece of gold that I had hoarded. I made no inquiries about any one that had belonged to me. I dreaded to receive some horrible and circumstantial answer, but I did get a slight piece of news as I left the ruins, although I asked not for it. "There's a poor devil," said one. "Did you ever see such a wretch in all your life?" "Why, yes," said another, "and he's enough to turn one's canary sour. He seems to have come up from the ruins of Mortimer's house. By the by, did you ever hear what became of him?" "Yes, to be sure. He was shot by two of Cromwell's dragoons in some fracas or another. Ah, I recollect now. I heard as much. He murdered his son, didn't he?" I passed on. Those words seemed to send a bolt of fire through the brain, and I dreaded that the speaker might expatiate upon them. A slow, misty rain was falling, which caused the streets to be very much deserted, but being extremely well acquainted with the city, I passed on till I came to that quarter which was principally inhabited by Jews, who I knew would take my money without any troublesome questions being asked me, and also I could procure every accommodation required. And they did so, for before another hour had passed over my head, I emerged richly habited as a chevalier of the period, having really not paid to the conscientious Israelite much more than 4 times the price of the clothing I walked away with. And thus I was in the middle of London, with some hundreds of pounds in my pocket, and a horrible uncertainty as to what I was. I was growing fainter and fainter still, and I feared that unless I succeeded in housing myself shortly, I should become a prey to some one who, seeing my exhausted condition, would, notwithstanding I had a formidable rapier by my side, rob me of all I possessed. My career has been much too long and too checkered a one even to give the briefest sketch of. All I propose here to relate is how I became convinced I was a vampire, and that blood was my congenial nourishment and the only element of my new existence. I passed on until I came to a street where I knew the houses were large but unfashionable, and that they were principally occupied by persons who made a trade by letting out apartments, and there I thought I might locate myself in safety. As I made no difficulty about terms, there was no difficulty at all of any sort, and I found myself conducted into a tolerably handsome suite of rooms in the house of a decent-looking widow woman, who had 2 daughters, young and blooming girls, both of whom regarded me as the new lodger with looks of anything but favour, considering my awful and cadaverous appearance, most probably as promising nothing at all in the shape of pleasant companionship. This I was quite prepared for. I had seen myself in a mirror, that was enough, and I could honestly have averred that a more ghastly and horrible-looking skeleton, attired in silks and broadcloth, never yet walked the streets of the city. When I retired to my chamber, I was so faint and ill that I could scarcely drag one foot after the other, and was ruminating what I should do, until a strange feeling crept over me that I should like what? Blood. Raw blood, reeking and hot, bubbling and juicy from the veins of some gasping victim. A clock upon the stairs struck 1. I arose and listened attentively. All was still in the house, still as the very grave. It was a large, old, rambling building, and had belonged at one time, no doubt, to a man of some mark and likelihood in the world. My chamber was one of 6 that opened from a corridor of a considerable length, and which traversed the whole length of the house. I crept out into this corridor, and listened again for full 10 minutes, but not the slightest sound save my own faint breathing disturbed the stillness of the house, and that emboldened me, so that, with my appetite for blood growing each moment stronger, I began to ask myself from whose veins I could seek strength and nourishment. But how was I to proceed? How was I to know in that large house which of the sleepers I could attack with safety? For it had now come to that I was to attack somebody. I stood like an evil spirit, pondering over the best means of securing a victim. And there came over me the horrible faintness again, that faintness which each moment grew worse, and which threatened completely to engulf me. I feared that some flush of it would overtake me, and then I should fall, to rise no more. And strange as it may appear, I felt a disposition to cling to the new life that had been given to me. I seemed to be acquainted already with all its horrors, but not all its joys. Suddenly the darkness of the corridor was cleared away, and soft and mellow light crept into it, and I said to myself, "The moon has risen." Yes, the bright and beautiful moon, which I had felt the soft influence of when I lay among the graves, had emerged from the bank of clouds along the eastern sky, its beams descending through a little window. They streamed right through the corridor, faintly but effectually illuminating it, and letting me see clearly all the different doors leading to the different chambers. And thus it was that I had light for anything I wished to do, but not information. The moonbeams playing upon my face seemed to give me a spurious sort of strength. I did not know until after experience what a marked and sensible effect they would always have upon me, but I felt it even then, although I did not attribute it wholly to the influence of the queenly planet. I walked on through the corridor, and some sudden influence seemed to guide me to a particular door. I know not how it was, but I laid my hand upon the lock, and said to myself, "I shall find my victim here." End of chapter 232. Chapter 233 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 233. The Night Attack. The Horrible Conclusion. I paused yet a moment, for there came across me even then, after I had gone so far, a horrible dread of what I was about to do, and a feeling that there might be consequences arising from it that would jeopardize me greatly. Perhaps even then, if a great accession of strength had come to my aid, mere bodily aid, I mean, I should have hesitated, and the victim would have escaped. But, as if to mock me, there came that frightful feeling of exhaustion which felt so like the prelude to another death. I no longer hesitated. I turned the lock of the door, and I thought that I must be discovered. I left it open about an inch, and then flew back to my own chamber. I listened attentively. There was no alarm, no movement in any of the rooms. The same death-like stillness pervaded the house, and I felt that I was still safe. A soft gleam of yellow-looking light had come through the crevice of the door when I had opened it. It mingled strangely with the moonlight, and I concluded correctly enough, as I found afterwards, that a light was burning in the chamber. It was at least another 10 minutes before I could sufficiently reassure myself to glide from my own room and approach that of the fated sleeper, But at length I told myself that I might safely do so, and the night was waning fast, and if anything was to be accomplished, it must be done at once, before the first beams of early dawn should chase away the spirits of the night, and perhaps should leave me no power to act. What shall I be, I asked myself, after another 24 hours of exhaustion? Shall I have power then to make the election of what I will do, or what I will not? No, I may suffer the pangs of death again, and the scarcely less pangs of another revival. This reasoning, if it may be called reasoning, decided me, and with cautious and cat-like footsteps I again approached the bedroom door which I had opened. I no longer hesitated, but at once crossed the threshold and looked around me. It was the chamber of the youngest of my landlady's daughters, who, as far as I could judge, seemed to be about 16 years of age. But they had evidently been so struck with my horrible appearance that they had placed themselves as little as possible in my way, so that I could not be said to be a very good judge of their ages or their looks. I only knew she was the youngest because she wore her hair long, and wore it in ringlets that were loose and streaming over the pillow on which she slept, while her sister, I remarked, wore her hair plaited up and completely off her neck and shoulders. I stood by the bedside and looked upon this beautiful girl in all the pride of her young beauty, so gently and quietly slumbering. Her lips were parted, as though some pleasant images were passing in her mind, and induced a smile even in her sleep. She murmured twice, too, a word which I thought was the name of some one, perchance the idol of her young heart, but it was too indistinct for me to catch it, nor did I care to hear. That which was perhaps a very cherished secret indeed mattered not to me. I made no pretensions to her affections, however strongly in a short time I might stand in her abhorrence. One of her arms, which was exquisitely rounded, lay upon the coverlet. A neck, too, as white as alabaster, was partially exposed to my gaze. But I had no passions. It was food I wanted. I sprang upon her. There was a shriek, but not before I had secured a draught of life blood from her neck. It was enough. I felt it dart through my veins like fire, and I was restored. From that moment I found out what was to be my sustenance. It was blood, the blood of the young and the beautiful. The house was thoroughly alarmed, but not before I had retired to my own chamber. I was but partially dressed, and those few clothes I threw off me, and getting into my bed I feigned to be asleep, so that when a gentleman who slept likewise in the house, but of whose presence I knew nothing, knocked hardly at my door, I affected to awaken in a fright, and called out, "What is it? What is it? For God's sake, tell me if it is a fire." "No, no, but get up, sir, get up. There's some one in the place. An attempt at murder, I think, sir." I arose and opened the door, so by the light he carried he saw that I had to dress myself. He was but half attired himself, and he carried his sword beneath his arm. "It is a strange thing," he said, "but I have heard a shriek of alarm." "And I likewise," said I, "but I thought it was a dream." "Help! help! help!" cried the widow, who had risen, but stood upon the threshold of her own chamber. "Thieves! thieves!" By this time I had got on sufficient of my apparel that I could make an appearance, and likewise, with my sword in my hand, I sallied out into the corridor. "Oh, gentlemen, gentlemen!" cried the landlady, "did you hear anything?" "A shriek, madam," said my fellow lodger. "Have you looked into your daughter's chambers?" The room of the youngest daughter was the nearest, and into that she went at once. In another moment she appeared on the threshold again, with a face as white as a sheet. Then she wrung her hands and said, "Murder! Murder! My child is murdered! My child is murdered, Master Harding!" which I found was the name of my fellow lodger. "Fling open one of the windows and call for the watch," he said to me, "and I will search the room, and woe be to any one that I may find within its walls unauthorized." I did as he desired, and called the watch, but the watch came not. And then, upon a second visit to her daughter, the landlady found she had only fainted, and that she had been deceived in thinking she was murdered by the sudden sight of the blood upon her neck. So the house was restored to something like quiet again, and the morning began now near at hand. Mr. Harding retired to his chamber, and I to mine, leaving the landlady and her eldest daughter assiduous in their attentions to the younger. How wonderfully revived I felt! I was quite a new creature when the sunlight came dancing into my apartment. I dressed and was about to leave the house when Mr. Harding came out of one of the lower rooms and intercepted me. "Sir," he said, "I have not the pleasure of knowing you, but I have no doubt that an ordinary feeling of chivalry will prompt you to do all in your power to obviate the dread of such another night as the past." "Dread, sir?" said I. "The dread of what?" "A very proper question," he said, "but one I can hardly answer. The girl states she was awakened by some one biting her neck, and in proof of the story she actually exhibits the marks of teeth, and so terrified is she that she declares that she shall never be able to sleep again." "You astonish me." "Oh, no doubt it is sufficiently astonishing to excuse even doubts. But if you and I, who are both inmates of the house, were to keep watch to-night in the corridor, it might have the effect of completely quieting the imagination of the young girl, and perhaps result in the discovery of this nocturnal disturber of the peace." "Certainly," said I. "Command me in any way. I shall have great pleasure." "Shall it be understood, then, that we meet at 11 in your apartment or in mine?" "Whichever you may please to consider the most convenient, sir." "I mention my own, then, which is the furthest door in the corridor, and where I shall be happy to see you at 11 o'clock." There was something about this young man's manner which I did not altogether like, and yet I could not come to any positive conclusion as to whether he suspected me, and therefore I thought it would be premature to fly, when perhaps there would be really no occasion for doing so. On the contrary, I made up my mind to wait the result of the evening, which might or might not be disastrous to me. At all events, I considered that I was fully equal to taking my own part, and if by the decrees of destiny I was really to be, as it were, repudiated from society, and made to endure a new, strange, and horrible existence, I did not see that I was called upon to be particular how I rescued myself from difficulties that might arise. Relying, then, upon my own strength, and my own unscrupulous use of it, I awaited with tolerable composure the coming of night. During the day I amused myself by walking about, and noting the remarkable changes which so short a period as 2 years had made in London. But these happened to be 2 years most abundantly prolific in change. The feelings and habits of people seemed to have undergone a thorough revolution, which I was more surprised at when I learned by what thorough treachery the restoration of the exiled family was effected. The day wore on. I felt no need of refreshment, and I began to feel my own proper position, and to feel that occasionally a draught of delicious life blood, such as I had quaffed the night before, was fresh marrow to my bones. I could see when I entered the house where I had made my temporary home, that notwithstanding that I considered my appearance wonderfully improved, that feeling was not shared in by others, for the whole family shrunk from me as though there had been a most frightful contamination in my touch, and as though the very air I had breathed was hateful and deleterious. I felt convinced that there had been some conversation concerning me, and that I was rather more than suspected. I certainly then could have left the place easily and quietly, but I had a feeling of defiance which did not enable me to do so. I felt as if I were an injured being, and ought to resist a something that looked like oppression. Why, I said to myself, have I been rescued from the tomb to be made the sport of a malignant destiny? My crime was a great one, but surely I suffered enough when I suffered death as an expiation of it, and I might have been left to repose in the grave. The feelings that have since come over me held no place in my imagination, but with a kind of defiant desperation I felt as if I should like to defeat the plan by which I was attempted to be punished, and even in the face of Providence itself, to show that it was a failure entailing far worse consequences upon others than upon me. This was my impression, so I would not play the coward and fly into the first flash of danger. I sat in my own room until the hour came for my appointment with Mr. Harding, and then I walked along the corridor with a confident step, and let the hilt end of my scabbard clank along the floor. I knocked boldly at the door, and I thought there was a little hesitation in his voice as he bade me walk in, but this might have been only my imagination. He was seated at a table fully dressed, and in addition to his sword, there was lying upon the table before him a large holster pistol, nearly half the size of a carbine. "You are well prepared," said I, as I pointed to it. "Yes," he said, "and I mean to use it." "What do they want now?" I said. "What do who want?" "I don't know," I said, "but I thought I heard someone call you by name from below." "Indeed? Excuse me a moment. Perhaps they have made some discovery." There was wine upon the table, and while he was gone I poured a glass of good Rhenish down the barrel of the pistol. I wiped it carefully with the cuff of my coat, so there was no appearance upon the barrel of anything of the sort, and when he came back he looked at me very suspiciously as he said, "Nobody called me. How could you say I was called?" "Because I thought I heard you called. I suppose it is allowable for human nature to be fallible now and then." "Yes, but then I am so surprised how you could make such a mistake." "So am I." It was rather a difficult thing to answer this, and looking at me very steadily, he took up the pistol and examined the priming. Of course that was all right, and he appeared to be perfectly satisfied. "There will be 2 chairs and a table," he said, "placed in the corridor, so that we can sit in perfect ease. I will not anticipate that anything will happen, but if it should, I can only say that I will not be backward in the use of my weapons." "I don't doubt it," said I, "and commend you accordingly. That pistol must be a most formidable weapon. Does it ever miss fire?" "Not that I know of," he said. "I have loaded it with such extraordinary care that it amounts to almost an impossibility that it should. Will you take some wine?" At this moment there came a loud knocking at the door of the house. I saw an expression of satisfaction come over his face, and he sprang to his feet, holding the pistol in his grasp. "Do you know the meaning of that knocking?" said I, "at such an hour?" And at the same time, with a sweep of my arm, I threw his sword off the table and beyond his reach. "Yes," he said, rather excitedly, "you are my prisoner. It was you who caused the mischief and confusion last night. The girl is ready to swear to you, and if you attempt to escape, I'll blow your brains out." "Fire at me," said I, "and take the consequences. But the threat is sufficient, and you shall die for your temerity." I drew my sword, and he evidently thought his danger imminent, for he at once snapped the pistol in my face. Of course it only flashed in the pan, but in one moment my sword went through him like a flash of light. It was a good blade the Jew had sold me. The hilt struck against his breastbone, and he shrieked. Bang, bang, bang! came again at the outer door of the house. I withdrew the reeking blade, dashed it into the scabbard, just in time to prevent my landlady from opening the door, which she was almost in the act of doing. I seized her by the back of the neck and hurled her to a considerable distance, and then opening the door myself, I stood behind it and let 3 men rush into the house, after which I quickly left it and was free. End of chapter 233. 234 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 234. Varney details his second death. The clergyman was perfectly amazed, as well he might be, at these revelations of the vampire. He looked up from the manuscript that Varney had left him, with a far more bewildered look than he had ever worn when studying the most abstruse sciences or difficult languages. "Can I?" he said. "Ought I to believe it?" This was a question more easily asked than answered, and after pacing a little room for a time, he thought he had better finish the papers of the vampire before he tortured his mind with any more suppositions upon the subject. The papers continued thus, and the clergyman was soon completely absorbed in the great interest of the strange recital they contained. I cared nothing as regarded my last adventure, so that it had one termination which was of any importance to me, namely, that termination which ensured my safety. When I got into the street, I walked hurriedly on, never once looking behind me, until I was far enough off and I felt assured all pursuit was out of the question. I then began to bethink me what I had next to do. I was much revived by the draught of blood I had already had, but as yet I was sufficiently new to my vampire-like existence not to know how long such a renewal of my life and strength would last me. I certainly felt vigorous, but it was a strange, unearthly sort of vigor, having no sort of resemblance whatever to the strength which persons in an ordinary state of existence may be supposed to feel, when the faculties are all full of life and acting together harmoniously and well. When I paused, I found myself in Pall Mall, and not far off from the palace of St. James, which of late had seen so many changes, and been the witness of such remarkable mutations in the affair of monarchs, that its real chronicles would even then have afforded an instructive volume. I wandered right up to the gates of the royal pile, and then, as I was about to enter the quadrangle called the Colour Court, I was rudely repulsed by a sentinel. It was not so in the time of Cromwell, but at the moment I had quite forgotten all that was so completely changed. I always bow to authority when I cannot help it, so I turned aside at once without making any remark, but as I did so, I saw a small door open, not far from where I was, and 2 figures emerged, muffled up in brown cloaks. They looked nothing peculiar at the first glance, but when you came to examine the form and features, and to observe the manners of those 2 men, you could not but come to a conclusion that they were what the world would estimate as something great. Adventure to me was life itself, now that I had so strangely shuffled off all other ties that bound me to the world, and I had a reckless disregard of danger, which arose naturally enough from my most singular and horrible tenure of existence. I resolved to follow these 2 men closely enough, and yet, if possible, without exciting their observation. "Shall we have some sport?" said one. "I trust that the ladies," replied the other, "will afford us some." And yet they were rather coy, do you not think, on our last meeting, Rochester? Your Majesty—" "Hush, man, hush. Why are you so impudent as to majesty me in the streets? Here would be a court scandal if any eavesdropper had heard you. You were wont to be much more careful than that." "I spoke," said the other, "to recall your Majesty to care. The name of Rochester, which you pronounced, is just as likely in the streets at such a time to create court scandal as that of—" "Hush, hush! Did I say Rochester? Well, well, man, hold your peace if I did, and come on quickly. If we can but persuade them to come out, we can take them into the garden of the palace. I have the key of that most handy little door in the wall, which has served us more than once." Of course, after this I had no difficulty in knowing that the one speaker was the restored monarch, Charles II., and the other was his favourite and dissolute companion, Rochester, of whom I had heard something, although I had been far too short a time in the land of the living again to have any opportunity of seeing either of them before. But since they had now confessed themselves to be what they were, I could have no sort of difficulty in their recognition at any other time. I had carefully kept out of sight while the little dialogue I have just recorded took place, so that although they more than once glanced around them suspiciously and keenly, they saw me not, and having quite satisfied them that their imprudent speech had done them no harm, they walked on hurriedly in the direction of Pimlico. Little did Charles and his companion guess how horrible a being was following close upon their track. If they had done so, they might have paused, aghast, and pursued another course to that which was occupying their attention. I had a difficult part to play in following them, for although the king was incautious enough to have been safely and easily followed by anyone, Rochester was not, but kept a wary eye around him, so that I was really more than once upon the point of being detected, and yet by dint of good management I did escape. Pimlico at that time was rather a miserable neighbourhood, and far, very far indeed, from being what it is now. But both the king and Rochester appeared to be well acquainted with it, and they went on for a considerable distance until they came to a turning of a narrow, dismal-looking character, bounded on each side, not by houses, but by garden walls of houses, and to judge from the solidity of the height of those walls, the houses should have been houses of some importance. "Bravo! Bravissimo!" said the king. "We are thus far into the enemy territory without observation." "So it seems," replied Rochester. "And now think you we can find the particular wall again?" "Of a surety, yes. Did I not ask them to hang out a handkerchief or some other signal by which we might be this night guided in our search? And there it flutters." The king pointed to the top of the wall, where a handkerchief waved, and something certainly in the shape of a human head appeared against the night sky, and as sweet a voice as ever I heard in my life said, "Gentlemen, I pray you go away." "What!" said the king. "Go away just as the sun has risen?" "Nay, but gentlemen," said the voice, "we are afraid we are watched." "We?" said Rochester. "You say we, and yet your fair companion is not visible." "Fair sir," said the lady, "it is not the easiest task in the world for one of us to stand upon a ladder. It certainly will not hold two." "Fair lady," said the king, "and if you can but manage to come over the wall, we will all four take one of the pleasantest strolls in the world. A friend of mine, who is a captain in the royal guard, will, at my request, allow us to walk in the private garden of St. James's Palace." "Indeed?" "Yes, fair one, that garden of which you may have heard as the favourite resort of the gay Charles." "But we are afraid," said the lady, "our uncle may come home. It's very improper indeed, very indiscreet. We ought not to think of such a thing for a moment. In fact, it's decidedly wrong, gentlemen. But how are we to get over the wall?" The party all laughed out together. End of chapter 234. Chapter 235 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 235. The Palace Garden in St. James's. It was certainly a very ingenious speech which the lady on the wall had given utterance to, and sufficiently exemplified how inclination was struggling with prudence. It was just the sort of speech which suited those to whom it was addressed. After the laughter had subsided a little, Charles spoke. "By the help of the ladder we have," he said, "you can easily leave where you are, and as easily return. But I perceive you lack the strength to lift it over this side so as to descend." "Just so," said the lady in a low voice. "Well, I think that by the aid of my friend Smith here, I can get up to the top of the wall and assist you." Charles, by the aid of Rochester, contrived to scramble to the top of the wall, to the assistance of the two damsels who were so fearful, and yet so willing, to risk a little danger to their reputations for the purpose of enjoying a walk in the King's Garden at St. James's. The idea came across me of doing some mischief, but I did not just then interfere, as I wanted to see the result of the affair. The ladder was duly pulled over by the monarch after both the ladies had got to the top of the wall, and while Rochester steadied it below, they descended in perfect safety, and the party walked hastily from the place in the direction of St. James's. I followed them with great caution, after having removed the ladder to the wall of a garden several doors from the proper one. They went on talking and laughing in the gayest manner possible until they reached Buckingham House, and then they took a secluded path that led them close to the gardens of St. James's. Some overhanging trees shed such an impervious shadow upon all objects that I found I might as well be quite near to the party as far off. So I approached boldly, and heard that the ladies were beginning to get a little alarmed at this secret and strictly private mode of entrance to the garden. "Gentlemen," said one, "don't go into the garden if you have no proper leave to do so." "Oh, but we have," said the king. "Lately I have had proper leave, I assure you. It did happen that for some time the leave was taken away, but I have it again, along with a few other little privileges that I wanted much." "You need fear nothing," said Rochester. They all four stood in a group by the little door, while the king fumbled about with a key for some minutes before he could open the lock. At length, however, he succeeded in doing so, and the door swung open. The king dropped the key, and was unable to find it again, so leaving the door as close as they could, the party passed onwards, and I soon followed in their footsteps. The place was profoundly dark. I could feel the soft grating of fine gravel under my feet, and feeling that such a sand might betray me, I stepped aside until I trod upon a border, as I found it to be, of velvet turf. The odor of sweet flowers came upon my senses, and occasionally, as the night wind swept among the trees, there would be a pleasant murmuring sound, quite musical in its effect. The soft soil effectually prevented my footsteps from being heard, and I soon stood quite close to the parties, and found that they were at the entrance of a little gaudy pavilion, from a small painted window in which streamed a light. The ladies seemed to be rather in a flurry of apprehension, and yet the whole affair, no doubt to them, presented itself in the shape of such a charming and romantic adventure that I very much doubt if they would have gone back now had they had all the opportunity in the world so to do. Finally, they all went into the pavilion. I then advanced, and finding a window that commanded a good view of the interior, I looked in, and was very much amazed at what passed. The place was decorated in a tasteful manner, although a little approaching to the gaudy, and the pictures painted in fresco upon the walls were not precisely what the strictest prudery would have considered correct, while at the same time there was nothing positively offensive in them. A table stood in the centre, and was covered with rich confectionery and wine, while the lamp that had sent the stream of light through the painted window was dependent from the ceiling by three massive gilt chains. Take it for all in all, it certainly was a handsome place. The king and Rochester were urging the ladies to drink wine, and now for the first time I had an opportunity of seeing the countenances of the different persons whom I had followed so far. I confess that I looked upon them with much curiosity. The ladies were decidedly handsome, and the youngest who had fallen to the lot of the king was very pretty indeed, and had a look of great innocence and sweetness upon her face. I pitied her. The king was a small, dark, sharp-featured man, and I thought that there was an obliquity in his vision. As for Rochester, he was decidedly ugly. His face was rather flat, and of a universal dirty-looking white colour. He certainly was not calculated to win a lady's favour. But then, for all I knew, he might have a tongue to win an angel out of heaven. Such a capacity goes much further with a woman who has any mind than all the physical graces, and women of no mind are not worth the winning. End of chapter 235.
(236) of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 236. An adventure, the carbine shot, the death. Nay, I heard the king say, they ought, and no doubt do, keep choice wine here. Drink, fair one. The young girl shook her head. Nay, now, said Charles with a laugh, as he finished off himself the glass that the young girl took so small a sip of. I will convince you that I think it good. The lady with whom Rochester was conversing in a low tone had no such scruples, for she tossed off a couple of glasses as fast as they were tendered to her, and talked quite at her ease, admiring the pavilion, the pictures, the hangings and furniture, and wondering whether the king ever came here himself. Rochester began mystifying her, talking to her in a low tone, while I turned my attention to the king, and the younger and certainly more estimable female of the two. The king had been talking to her in a low tone, when she suddenly started to her feet, her face flushed with anger and alarm. "Louisa," she said, "I claim your protection. You were left in care of me. Take me home, or I will tell my uncle how you basely betrayed your trust by persuading me there was no harm in meeting those gentlemen." "Pho, the child's mad," said Louisa. "Quite mad," said the king, as he advanced towards her again. She fled to the door of the pavilion. I knew not what impulse it was that urged me on, but I left the window hastily and met her. She fell into my arms, and the light fell strongly upon me as I confronted the king. "The guard! The guard!" he shouted. Louisa pretended to faint, and the young girl clung to me as her only protector, exclaiming, "Save me! Save me! Oh, save me!" "The garden door is open," I whispered to her. "Follow me quickly, not a moment is to be lost." We both fled together. I was about to pass through the doorway when a shot from one of the guards struck me, and I fell to the ground as if the hand of a giant had struck me down. There was a rush of blood from my heart to my head. a burning sensation of pain for a moment or two that was most horrible, and then a sea of yellow light seemed to be all around me. I remembered no more. It was afterwards that I found this was my second death, and that the favourite, Rochester, had actually directed that I should be shot rather than permitted to escape, for he dreaded more than the monarch did the exposure of his vices. I do not think that Charles, in like manner, had he been at hand, would have had my life taken, although it is hard to say what kings will do or what they will not when they are thwarted. End of chapter 236. Chapter 237 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 237. The Total Destruction of Varney the Vampire, and Conclusion. The manuscript which the clergyman had read with so much interest here abruptly terminated. He was left to conclude that Varney after that had been resuscitated, and he was more perplexed than ever to come to any opinion concerning the truth of the narration which he had now concluded. It was 1 week after he had finished the perusal of Varney's papers that the clergyman read in an English newspaper the following statement. We extract from the Allgemeine Zeitung the following most curious story, the accuracy of which, of course, we cannot vouch for, but still there is a sufficient air of probability about it to induce us to present it to our readers. Late in the evening, about 4 days since, a tall and melancholy-looking stranger arrived and put up at one of the principal hotels at Naples. He was a most peculiar-looking man, and considered by the persons of the establishment as about the ugliest guest they had ever had within the walls of their place. In a short time he summoned the landlord, and the following conversation ensued between him and the strange guest. I want, said the stranger, to see all the curiosities of Naples, and among the rest Mount Vesuvius. Is there any difficulty? None, replied the landlord, with a proper guide. A guide was soon secured, who set out with the adventurous Englishman to make the ascent of the burning mountain. They went on then until the guide did not think it quite prudent to go any further, as there was a great fissure in the side of the mountain, out of which a stream of lava was slowly issuing and spreading itself in rather an alarming manner. The ugly Englishman, however, pointed to a secure mode of getting higher still, and they proceeded until they were very near the edge of the crater itself. The stranger then took his purse from his pocket and flung it to the guide, saying, "You can keep that for your pains and for coming into some danger with me." But the fact was that I wanted a witness to an act which I have set my mind upon performing. The guide says that these words were spoken with so much calmness that he verily believed that the act mentioned as about to be done was some scientific experiment of which he knew that the English were very fond, and he replied, "Sir, I am only too proud to serve so generous and so distinguished a gentleman. In what way can I be useful?" "You will make what haste you can," said the stranger, "from the mountain, inasmuch as it is covered with sulphurous vapours, inimical to human life, and when you reach the city you will cause to be published an account of my proceedings and what I say. You will say that you accompanied Varney the Vampire to the crater of Mount Vesuvius, and that, tired and disgusted with a life of horror, he flung himself in to prevent the possibility of a reanimation of his remains." Before then the guide could utter anything but a shriek, Varney took one tremendous leap and disappeared into the burning mouth of the mountain. End of chapter 237, and end of volume 3 of Varney the Vampire, The Feast of Blood, by Thomas Prescott Prest.